Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Thursday. What's today? The 9th. Try to get the trading day rolling here. We've actually already been trying to figure things out on the other side. Got some trades on. Hopefully something will happen. It's been a painfully slow week. There's just not a lot going on. Hey, good morning. Good morning. This has been a very slow week price action wise. So we're kind of struggling through it. I haven't really gotten a lot of profit this week, but nothing bad's happened, I guess. It's just been a very slow week. Everybody knows it. Everybody can see what's going on. We're nothing but tight consolidations all over the place. So kind of waiting for some of that stuff to subside. Right now this morning, watching the dollar, watching the yen, and variants of those. Euro yen, Aussie yen, pound yen. I think we're probably about to be getting a retracement here. Looking really good. Some of these yen pairs, Aussie yen, pound yen, CAD yen, it's way down. Waiting for one more level to hit, if it's going to hit. Gold's looking good. Long gold, it's looking better. Man, just got so much going on. Got a crazy short on the NASDAQ. Just not done yet. Still waiting for that to finish out. Anyway, good morning, guys, ladies and gentlemen. Try to get this moving here. Do a little YouTube today. Hopefully the market will move. It was going to come on yesterday and there just was nothing happening. There was nothing to do. It's crazy. Scoot over a little bit. Maybe. All right. So yeah. Good morning, YouTube. So what can we do? Let's go through everything. We'll go through everything and just kind of get caught up to speed here. Let's get right into it. Bitcoin's down a lot, obviously. Nothing really to do with that. Probably going to be a day trade long coming. I would wait for it to break the low a little bit more. Go one more little spike lower and I could see a day trade. This is not a big surprise here that this is down. It was the top of a range. Nothing really to say. We'll come back to that. The dollar is kind of doing a thing here. It's rejecting kind of right here, or looking for this to go lower, honestly. We'll watch somewhere in here, the low end of that. Watch for the money. Say somewhere in there. That would make sense. Put us somewhere near the bottom of our daily range as well. So honestly, like, this could go either way. What I see two different things here on the dollar, and this is why it's just been a problem. Market has just been a menace this week. There's just nothing happening here. Like, it's very, you got one little dip there, but it's just very slow, very small candle bodies, just very choppy, messy garbage. We are technically at the bottom of a range. We're kind of at the bottom down here, if you wanted to look at it that way. There's a possibility that this bounces and runs up. I would rather be short just because of what's going on short term until that's invalidated. We're watching it to find out. I'm very aware that there's a possibility that this bounces and retests the high, something like that. I want to be long dollar, but from lower. I wanted to be long down here and it never made it. 103.8. It never made it down to my level. But we're on a higher high now with the dollar. The US dollar is coming off of a higher high. So it's not a good long. There's more room for this to pull back potentially. Don't know if that's going to happen today or not. There's no reason to go long necessarily right this second. So This, it's hard to say, honestly, with this, because of where it is and what it's doing. It's giving both a short signal and potentially the bottom of a range at the same time. So it's going to leave it alone. So that's kind of where we are on the dollar. And we'll go through higher time frame stuff here in just a few minutes. But good morning. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yeah, we're trying to make something out of the market. It's been a slow week. It's been painful, honestly. Very painful, slow week. There's nothing happening. There's nothing good happening. Everybody's just sitting on their money and doing nothing. Like, everybody waited for Powell for 2 days and then nothing happened. It's just like, what a waste. It's just been such a waste of time, honestly. It's honestly been a waste of time. This week. It's unfortunately, I'll just be brutally honest. It's been a waste of time. Could have been much more productive writing code or something, to be honest. But we got NFP tomorrow. Come on, gold. Let's pull some of that back. This was the best move of the week right there. But it was, like Tuesday or something, Monday, Tuesday. Started out of nowhere. It's weird when the dollar pumped. Happened before Powell started talking. So, that was the move, and then everything else is just back into consolidation. So maybe we can get something running here. So I'm going to try again to make some pips. Just because the market sucks doesn't mean you quit. Right? If you quit, you're never going to win. Think about that. Right now, the money's going to be on the yen probably. Just being honest. The yen pairs, definitely trying to focus on that right now. We're already long. Pound yen, Aussie yen, Euro yen, CAD yen. Just taking a basket of the yen for a reason. Would pay very close attention to a reversal on yen pairs. There's a lot of very, very big opportunity right here. Paying attention, you're probably going to make money. So pay attention. Oil's probably running up a little bit. This is down quite a bit. Makes sense for it to bounce just a little bit. We'll come back to that. Right now, I'm waiting to see if the dollar is going to dump and break the low. Let me check Instagram. Actually, I forgot about that. I don't really ever get onto there too much. Yeah, let me look. Okay, yeah, I'll yeah. Sorry about that. Let me look and see. I'll get back to you on that. Yeah, we can probably do that. I remember you asking. I didn't know you messaged me. Probably just haven't checked it. Let's see. Okay, that's probably why. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, let me I'll send you a message in just a second. I see it was in message requests. I had to allow it. That makes sense. Hold on 1 second. I don't know why it does that. Puts it in a different folder. Yeah, let me we'll get that worked out. Yeah, so back to what we're doing. Yeah, we can do that. Looking for the dollar to probably come down a little bit. Yep, sorry about that. Yep, I see it now. Looking for the dollar to probably come down. The yen probably as a currency index is probably going to lose some strength here at some point. I think we're going to end up getting some bounces on some of these yen pairs like Euro yen, pound yen. I'm already long pound yen. Need to focus on this here actually before this takes off and it's gone. Very good opportunities right now on the yen. On yen pairs. CAD yen, pound yen, Aussie yen. looking pretty good here. I think we should probably watch that. The yen is actually in a good place to trade right now. Good place to take entries. Long only. Easy call. Just already in it. Yeah, it's, we're in it down here. So it might be lower than that. Let me actually look. Yeah. Ooh, Aussie yen. I need one there too. Yeah, let me do that. Aussie yen as well. I'm taking a basket of the yen. Aussie yen, pound yen, CAD yen. Just let everybody know what's going on. Trying to throw you guys a bone here. See the kind of stuff that we do on the other side. When the market moves. When the market actually gives us something. Kiwi yen doing. New Zealand dollar. Yen is a maybe. Everything really. Everything against the yen. Take that one too. So anyway, I'm just taking a basket on the yen. So for reversals, whatever direction it was going, that's the opposite direction is where we're going. So very likely going to be some big reversals on the yen. Pay attention to that as the day goes on. On into tomorrow. Probably like a multi-day trade, so just be ready for that one. It's coming. Gold, it's looking better on a weaker dollar. Again, the question right now is what's going on with this. Is the dollar going to end up lower? Probably. Go dollar to the downside. Anyway. Maybe. And that it's probably close to a reversal on the yen is what I mean. There are some reasons why. But, back to the group stuff on the other side. Probably about to be a reversal on the yen. It's at a very good spot to try it. The yen as a currency index is very likely about to take a drop out of nowhere. It's not going to make sense other than it's just going to happen. So that's all we'll say. There's something else that's going on and lining up. And that's why we're starting to scale into the yen. And it depends on what it's against also, what currency it's relative to, like the Aussie or the euro. Like the euro may be a little weaker than the Aussie and those kind of things. So some may outperform others. I think CAD yen is going to be a good attempt. It feels like we're going risk on, currency off here, safe havens off. So we'll just keep that in mind. There's a very high probability that the yen goes lower from where it is right now. Put it that way. Statistically, not going to fight statistics on this one. And the dollar as well, price action wise. So it looks like we've got a yen and a dollar losing here, losing value, likely to lose value as the day goes on. So I should just kind of laying out the trade thesis here. So in theory, with a weaker yen, see how we're coming in strong here on pound yen, euro yen, all of them, everything's good. Probably just beginning. So watch that. I was actually trying to hurry up and get on YouTube before that yen move started so we could catch it on stream. Looking really good. With maybe second, guys. Yeah, so my entry is actually wicks down there. Come on, baby, let's go. My limit just lower didn't hit, but one of them did. My market order is in, but I had a limit just lower that didn't quite hit, missed by a couple pips. So let's go yen. Yeah, we'll see. I have a good feeling about it. We'll put it that way. The dollar's looking very good here. Yes, looking pretty decent confirmation wise that we're going to end up lower on the US dollar and lower on the yen as well. So take that for what you will. Things like euro dollar, pound dollar, anything that's strong. Pound, Kiwi, pound. And yen's another one. You know, we're just on the bottom on all these, on the lows. Aussie yen was one that didn't quite break the low that I wanted to see break the low. It just kind of turned around. waiting on one more drop there, but sometimes it doesn't happen, and that's the problem because of where the yen is. I was looking for that, but sometimes it doesn't get there. Close. Still might. If this breaks the low on Aussie yen, going to be a buyer. Anything lower, going to be a buyer. Structure wise, this is just beautiful. This thing is broken every low there is to break. Even the macro swing low back here, the global swing low has been broken, and we're just absolutely through the floor right now. The amount of potential retracement, there's no reason to not try it, really. With the potential retracement, that could happen, it could be significant. So good trade, very likely a very good trade coming on the yen. Again, there's no guarantees in trading, but it's about probability and risk management. There's a very high probability that price will be higher than it currently is in the near future on everything against the yen, euro, yen, pound, yen, and the dollar as well. But the yen, I think, has got a better chance. We're going to wait and see where the low is going to be, basically. Every time it makes a new low, I'm going to try it again. Kind of waiting on that on some of these. If for some reason it would punch a little bit lower, going to give it a shot. Yeah, man, that happens to me all the time. I hate that. I set a limit and it just misses by a couple pips. And it's like, man, and then it runs 200 pips and you missed it because we have this conversation a lot. It's like, man, you're sitting there being greedy over 1 or 2 pips, just trying to be accurate, and then you miss it and it runs 250 pips and you are sitting there being greedy over 1 or 2 pips. And that's why I get in early. Sometimes I'll just take the trade and then just go look at something else. And I'm trusting the process and just trying to let it play out because I know that it's probably going to go that direction. And and just because of that, exactly that, don't like to miss it. You'll set a pending order and it doesn't hit. And you're like, well, I wish I would have just taken the trade. EuroCAD was one of those. We were just talking about that earlier this morning. EuroCAD yesterday. I did the same thing. I was going to take, it was this candle right here. When that candle pulled back, I was going to go long right there. And I was like, I'll wait a minute and see. And I was like, whatever, maybe it'll go a little bit lower. And it didn't. It didn't go that last little bit lower. And then it just took off. And I was sitting there like, okay, let's go long EuroCAD. And I was like, let's give it a second. Let me see if it'll poke just a little bit lower. And it didn't. And it just gone. And it was just like, man, wish I would have just taken the trade. We were sitting there talking about it, watching it at the time on that pullback, and didn't take it. Now it's absolutely left immediately gone. 75 pips without even looking back. So that was one of those yesterday where I was like, maybe it'll go a little bit more down, and it didn't. It just took off. So that's why a lot of times I'll just get into it and I'll be like, all right, I'll take it here. It's probably close. I'm not going to argue over 5 or 10 pips when I'm looking for a 100 pip move, 50 to 100 pips. I'll pay the piper sometimes just to make sure I don't miss it. Yeah, so what do we have going on? Pretty much weaker dollar. Come on, yen. Let's see that pullback. Got to go back to software development. Man. Been awfully slow around here lately. Switched over. Okay. Yeah, so maybe on the dollar again, gonna go beat that dead horse. We'll see. The dollar could go both ways, honestly, right now. I don't know what this is. Something from the other day. I'm actually still in this trade on Aussie dollar. I've got some other longs lower though, so my average is much lower. It's positions in profit. Yeah, so waiting right now. Obviously been in a multi-day consolidation here. Hold on a second. God dang. There goes my voice. Trying. You're gonna have to fight through it today. I talk so much all day, every day. For people who haven't been here, I talk, a lot of hours a week, and my voice is just always gone. Analyzing markets and talking all day on stream. It's rough, honestly. It's been hard. Yeah, so just really tight consolidations all week. As far as the news is concerned, this has been just a dud. Like, it has been a bummer of a week, honestly. There's been nothing. And we've had news this week. We had a full schedule of news, and we've had pretty much no movement. We had one couple hours on Tuesday, and that was it. Monday was nothing. Tuesday was a run, and then nothing yet. So hopefully we can close the week strong. We got NFP tomorrow. We got the ADP data out yesterday. We'll see how far off it is. We know that it's likely to be far away. They're never on the same page. At about 240. Obviously up from last time. That was a weird number last time. It was just such a huge discrepancy between the Bureau of Labor and Statistics and ADP, the private company. So as far as the non-farm employment change, we'll see what happens. They're forecasting much less. And if that comes out much less, that's pretty much going to tell you that the Bureau of Labor and Statistics was wrong last week. So think about that. We'll see what this number comes out. There's going to be controversy about this tomorrow because of what last week's number. And they're going to argue, how is there that much of a discrepancy week to week? So something was wrong last week. Did they lie about this number? Something's not right. Clearly, we've talked about this many times, but even last week, something is not right with this number, this non-farm number. I don't know if it's being manipulated or, I mean, that's what it feels like. They're just flat out lying about it. So it's going to be interesting tomorrow. We'll see. It always moves the market. So obviously we'll be watching the dollar. We'll try to get positioned on the dollar today for a potential move that may continue tomorrow. That's another part of strategy, is positioning early for a thing that's likely to happen later. Gold got a potential to take back some of those losses. If we're going to be currency off, where we are on the yen here. Yeah, come on, baby. Come on, yen. Looking good. Yeah, so we'll get into look at the accounts here in a minute. Just don't really have, oh crap, I forgot to take that on my live account. Hold on one second. Forgot to take that trade on my live. All right, wait, I'm already close to it. Put it on the challenge account, but didn't click the button on my live account. Good too. Anyway, I'll wait for it to come back. If we get a red candle and break the low, then I'll try it again. So basically continuing what we were just talking about, we had a really rough week. Yeah, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Untold. Welcome, and thank you for being here. I appreciate you guys being here. Trust me, it's good. Yeah, I'm glad that we can all come up together, can pass on some information. But yeah, can definitely learn a lot if you listen here. You'll hear some stuff that, some of the stuff we do on the other side. There's some stuff that is not for, it's just not for YouTube. It'll never be public on YouTube. And then, we try to do a lot of analysis and at least a general understanding. If you pay attention, you can catch some really, really important concepts, very important concepts. Come on, dollar. But yeah, anyway, I appreciate you guys being here. We can get some pips out of this market today. It's been very quiet. Back to what we were just talking about. It's been a very, very slow, very choppy, quiet week as far as price action is concerned. Very small bodied candles. Really not a lot of movement at all. Not a lot of trending move. It's been a very painful, slow trading week. Everybody knows it. Everybody's talking about it. It's like everybody's just waiting. Like, please, just do something. Let's get something moving here. And just it's been like pulling teeth to get some pips this week. So we're gonna make it though. We got to make it through this consolidation, and then the markets will trend again. That's how that's the nature of markets. They tend to consolidate, contract, and then expand and go into trends. So when you get these kind of big, long consolidations, eventually it's going to come out of it. We've definitely had that this week. Just this long period of nothing. We got Tuesday, we got like an hour of direction change. And then that was it. Oh, something's going on. Hold on. What happened? It just changed. Anyway. Don't know what to do with this situation either with stock market indices. It feels like it's going to go higher today because we've got dollar and yen weakening in theory. So it could be strong equities that pulls that. So that could be a thing. The stronger equities market could be pulling the yen and dollar down. There's an inverse correlation there. CAD yen waiting for us to break the low. One of these things where this is either going to rip and take off, or it's going to break the low like that and then going to get in. So I'm waiting for it to break and then try to get it long. Going to be some trades here. Hoping stuff would just go. I don't know. It's going to be a tough day. We don't really have a lot. There's not really a lot to do right now. So we got to do something. Dollar just broke the low. Yeah, so you got to at least try. Very, very difficult market. We're trying to make sense of a difficult market. Dollar broke the low. Good game. Everything was good. Euro dollar, pound dollar from earlier. Looking great. We want to see that weaker dollar. Kind of betting on that weaker dollar right now. This pound dollar. I don't know what that is. We've got multiple positions on this. Must have been from Tuesday. Back in the green. funny how it hasn't gone anywhere since Tuesday. It's the same price. I've got multiple positions on that now, though. We actually just took another one group side this morning right here when that pulled back right there, long. So am long pound dollar, but it's based on the dollar, based on the weaker dollar movement. Long Aussie dollar, that hasn't really moved much. Euro dollar, pound dollar, and short dollar CAD is another one. Might want to mark this one down on your list. Dollar CAD is incredibly high right now. Statistically, it's very, very high and is very likely statistically to pull back. We'll put it that way. It's one thing, it's what we look at. We don't do things like everybody else. Look at statistical ranges. Where are we relative to those ranges? What's the highest probability? Don't really look at like indicators like moving averages and stuff like that. Looking at the market completely differently from a statistical range perspective. So the only thing that matters is price level. And do take some price action, kind of like structural plays and stuff like that. But for the most part, as far as entry and exit strategy, it's mostly based on a statistical range. And, we're not looking at like MACD or something like that, or Fibonacci even. This is not a fib, by the way. A lot of people, I've had people ask me this. This has nothing to do with Fibonacci, zero. It's just a range measurement with different metrics on it for different reasons. And, we know what we're looking at, kind of thing, just to explain. Normally don't put this on YouTube, but it's hard to trade without it. Now, I'm so used to trading with it that it's like flying blind. It's like having a GPS versus not having a GPS. It's almost hard to go back to driving without a GPS. Be hard to do it. Dollar CAD. Again, dollar CAD shorts looking really good. Short from this morning. Come on, dollar. Dollar's looking like it better. Anyway, maybe we'll take a step back out and look at some higher time frames. Right now, we're just kind of waiting for trades to play out, to be honest. Like, waiting for whatever's going to happen on the yen. It's close. If this does something like that, one more break of the low, I'm going to be in it. I'm watching some of these. Already got one small position on, and I'm waiting for something to happen to get a bigger position. If it spikes one more time, I'm going to try it again. Dollar's looking great. See, like group side, what we were talking about there this morning with the dollar, that's set up on the dollar index. Very, very important thing. That's bread and butter right there. That's going to be, you'll get a lot of good trades coming off of this kind of setup that we were talking about there earlier. Yeah, kind of waiting on the yen. I think the yen's going to be the play here as the day goes on. Wherever the high of the day is on the yen, we're trying to catch it, which is going to be long against everything else. Euro yen, pound yen, Aussie yen, CAD yen, Kiwi yen. Let's go. Yep. We got the cheat codes right off the projected low at the hash in a bullish block, bullish demand. Looks like money to me. Smells like money. Yeah, we'll watch that. Looking good. Yeah. We get 6 a.m. here in Florida, Wall Street time. I am in the New York time zone, not in New York, but New York time zone. I would think in Wall Street time. I'm on dollar. Lower. Let's break that low. Need to find some kind of financial news. It's not gonna complain. Anything happening here? You actually look.
Can you imagine that? 3 days of that?
I actually
no,
think
thank
that
you.
no
Thank
that.
you. Live from New York City this morning. Good morning for our audience worldwide. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. Equity futures on the S&P. We're down about 0.2%. TK, it's all about the data now. Jobless claims a little bit later.
Yeah, unemployment claims today.
After the ADP report, I still don't know what to do with ADP. Full disclosure on that.
Yeah,
Jolt
nothing.
survey, clearly the zeitgeist says that's what we paid attention to.
Yeah, come back to that. Trying to see what's going on in the financial world. Come on, dollar. Let's go down. Let's get this over with. Put the money in the bag, lady. Nobody gets hurt. Put the pips in the bag. Euro dollar. Going to be watching right here on the way up. Right there, price action wise, is going to be trapped longs. Also happens to be hash mark. One of two potential highs of the day. That's very likely. So very likely that this ends up a little bit higher today on euro dollar. So that's good. The dollar's got a long way to go up. When it starts, this is going to be, thing is way down. It's time to start paying attention to Aussie dollar for sure. Come on, dollar, come on down. Did that put us down at the bottom of our range? So much room for that to go. Big rollover. Lower high M. The dollar index. I'm going to guess that we're going to bounce on the hash. And watch that first. But that was the play. That was at least the play right there. That whole area in there, really. Kind of there now. So we'll watch that for a bounce on the hash. Hopefully it'll just cut through. Hopefully it'll just go. I just know there's a possibility of some kind of a consolidation here, and who knows what's going to happen. Yeah. Basically, what are we looking at today? Obviously the yen, the dollar to probably go lower. CAD may gain. There's a possibility that the CAD gains along with a weaker dollar. So dollar CAD short is going to be like at the top of the priority list as far as risk, how to allocate risk, how to allocate your capital. Dollar CAD short is going to be at the top of the list. Any yen pair that's completely blown out is going to be at the top of the list. I'm already short dollar CAD, but might want to look at where that is. Great opportunity. One of these times is going to take a dump. So again, anything on the yen, pretty much everything's good there. No real answer yet in equities. There's not much to say. Whichever way it goes, we'll play it. I could see this moving up today. However, we've been in this 3-day consolidation pretty much. So my guess would be to the upside right now in stock market, in the indices, stock market indices. Dollar CAD looking great. Come on, dollar. There we go. Killed it. All right, so the dollar's coming down. Let me get this out of the way, actually. This is just going to be distracting. Waiting for a magical level right here to hit. Hopefully it'll push through it, but it's very likely that it's going to reject right there. This would be where you would be taking profit on a short. Watch that for a second. What else is happening? Wait for a break of the high on the yen. I don't know what to do with it. Everything looking good. Euro dollar, pound dollar, looking great. Pound dollar, look okay. Group side, where pound dollar is. We'll wait for the dollar index to line up at the same time. You're going to take profit on pound dollar. Probably be looking to do so probably around the hash. It's getting there. I don't think there's really any news today. Doomberg.
Mr. Jordan in basketball is.
I'm sure they're making real money.
No
yeah.
one on the tots is.
Well, we talk about Spurs a little.
So slightly above the current share price. And of course, that doesn't account for transaction fees. But assuming the stock does rally, maybe it goes through 30.
Leading.
Well, hold on. Before we go there, I just want to say I wish I was a Major League Baseball player. That was the original plan. This was the backup. So
yeah, all of us.
I think from a market perspective.
Should have played baseball myself. I did play baseball a lot when I was younger. For many years. When I was a kid. Come on, dollar. Come on, yen. Let's go. Come on, baby. Let's go. Give me these pips today, please. For all that is holy, please give it to me. Looking great. Right off the projected low. Looking good. Got the tools. Have all the tools available to do it. Just need the market to move. Look at what happened on pound dollar right there. Right there at the trap. Anyway, come on. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna have to wait through this market. We're in kind of a dead spot too. Now we're waiting for the stock market to open, basically. Try to get positioned early as possible, and wait for the volume. Usual technique. Yeah, no, not really. Thank the flying spaghetti monster for these pips that we have received. No. Sometimes I will spray and pray. Just take stuff and hope it goes. Oh, is it really? I mean, yeah, 50% on that. Okay, yeah. Higher time frame. Really? Oh yeah, okay. Yep. Yeah, that is. It makes you wonder, is it going to go and look at the daily on the dollar? A big, huge evening star on the daily chart. Looks great. This is what I mean. Like, got a lot of potential opportunity coming in right now. So, rejection on the daily chart. What if this was a range high? And we talked about this morning. What if this is just a big range high that hasn't fully developed, and this whole thing like comes back and down and comes back up and fails and then ends up down like this, back at the bottom of the range, Like, and it just goes into a macro market cycle kind of consolidation. Like, what if that did happen? It's the what if. And that's why I say it's about probability. What's the most probable move from here? And again, it's always relative. What's the most probable move relative to where you currently are from here in price, in structure? Is it more likely that it moons from here straight up, or that it pulls back and potentially goes into a much larger pullback? That's the question. Is it going to pull back and make a higher low or something? I want to be long dollar, but from lower. I really wanted this and then that. Maybe not all the way up there, but I could see it going a little higher, like making a lower high or something. Retesting the high, but lower, something like right up here. That would make sense, and that would be a decent plan. But I want to see if this is going to pull back a little bit first, or we can try to do that. Maybe eventually make it up there. Just may take a while. Make a big lower high and then get roasted. You know, what if that happened? What if it, you know, pulls back and goes into some kind of consolidation, contraction or something? It just feels like it's not done yet. However, it's probably going to pull back from here. And again, these are daily candles. We're talking about like a year out. You know, what's going to happen over the next 6 months kind of thing. I think we're probably going to end up seeing a higher dollar and a weaker stock market. It's me personally. That doesn't mean it's a great time to take that bet, but I think we're going to pull back a little bit. Obviously looking good here on the dollar. That's going to be a really good candle close here in 47 minutes. What's going on here? Yeah, so it's holding on the hash group side also. Like, again, this is a very good setup, and taking that risk right there, taking the risk at the top of that little consolidation at the bottom of the opening range. Good setup. This is a very common setup for this to be a lower dollar. For it to start running, it actually may be going more than that because of where it is, but that was the trade right there. It was a great trade. Yeah, I don't know, man. Really going to be watching all down in here where all the buyers are, knowing that the projected low statistically is down there. And we already know that. That's what the range tool does for you. It figures this all out every day for you. We already know statistically our projected low of the day is right there. We already know that. So think about how powerful of a piece of information that is. So we knew it was going to be a risk short. We were risking our capital short dollar, which is long pound dollar, long euro dollar, long Aussie dollar, short dollar CAD. Yeah, basically shorting the dollar in whatever form that may be. Long gold probably makes sense. Probably risk on as well as far as stocks are concerned. Assuming we're still getting some earnings coming in. So we may eventually, I don't know, it's been pretty quiet this week. Maybe eventually we'll get some movement. It's been like deadly silent, crazy quiet in the market this week. Just overall, very small bodied candles on higher time frames. Just, there hasn't been a lot to do. I was going to come on yesterday, but there was nothing to say. There was nothing to say. So I was like, well, we just stuck it out in the group yesterday. I was going to come on YouTube. It just, for what? Like, why? Come on and sit here and be silent because there's nothing to really talk about. Kind of like, you know, right now, at least we got something. We have some kind of something happening. We're going to play the weaker dollar and potentially a weaker yen right now. The yen hasn't started yet, but eventually, I mean, it's gone a little bit, but eventually I think we're going to get like a real move. Come on, pound yen, looking great. What do you say? Looking good. 28 pips. Not a huge trade, but it's something. Yeah, a little bit more on the dollar. I think the dollar's going to end up going down. I think we got plenty of room to move down. Yeah, right. That's funny. I've actually done that before. Write a program that does the exact opposite of what you think. Yeah, it's funny. The crazy thing about that is even if you do the exact opposite, sometimes you end up with the same result because it depends on how you exit. How you exit also matters. But yeah, I know what you mean, though. It's funny. It's actually funny. Do that sometimes with algorithmic strategies. I'll get something running and back test it and just see what the equity curve looks like, and then I'll flip it. I'll invert it instead of going long. I go short instead. The same signal, but changing the direction and just watching how if it's any different. And a lot of times it's actually not much different, which is not what you would expect. And what that means really is that the exit is more important than the entry, always. That will always be true. How you manage and exit the trade is always going to be more important than how you enter it. And also, there's a three-way battle there. Also depends on how much risk you have on. So, come on, EuroCAD. I really wish I would have taken that yesterday. Bummed about that. Had it right on the bottom. Damn it, man. Things up 90 pips. Yeah, that's the one thing. People trying to counter trade you or something. I'd probably be careful doing that. I end up in profit a lot more than not. End up being right a lot. Right early a lot. Sometimes I'll be right a little too early. And, like some of these yen things and stuff like this, like you might get into something like that and it screws around for a little bit, goes and it'll break the low one more time, but then do that over the next 3 days. Like, just may have been just a couple hours a little early on it. That kind of right early. Right in a big way, but a little bit early. And then that's where the risk management comes in. Sometimes that kind of stuff will happen. You get in something and it may take a little bit before it goes, but when it goes, it goes. We've had quite a few of those lately. Literally 500 pip trades, stuff like that. I think that pound Aussie short was like 480 something pips. 480 pips short pound Aussie. So it was off of this one right here. We got in a little bit early. We were getting into it and it spiked one more time. But when you go back and look back at it and it's down like this, maybe it was pound Kiwi. I think it was pound Kiwi actually. Yeah, it's pound New Zealand. I remember this. It was this run. So yeah, we got in short way up here. And it felt weird at the time. It felt like dangerous at the time. But then realized that you were right. In a big way. And that's what it is. A lot of times we'll catch those kind of trades and it feels weird at the time, but looking beyond the 1 minute chart, not sitting here watching a 1 minute chart, we're thinking in structure and what's likely to happen structurally, and then trying to catch the highs and lows of the day to try to catch the big move with low risk. Let's do a lot of that kind of stuff. Most of the time trying to get out within a couple hours. Trade. I'm more of a day trader. People ask a lot, am I scalping or day trading? Definitely day trader more than, don't do much swing trading. I will be in a position for a couple days sometimes, depending on the position and depending on what's going on. If I'm trying to get out of something, like if I'm trying to get out of a position and unwind it, I'll be in for a few days. But most of the time I'm looking for 50 to 100 pips. I don't waste my time on anything less than 20, 30 pips. I won't even mess with it. So I'm trying to catch the majority of the daily candle and get out and then do it again the next day. Trying to catch the majority of the statistical range within a daily candle, and how we do that, how exactly you do that. That's what we do. Very different than what almost anybody else is doing. Everybody does the same thing. It's one thing I've noticed. There are two things that traders do, really, especially at least on YouTube and mentors and stuff. They either copy what ICT is doing, or, which is most of them, or they trade these crazy like buys above this level, trade momentum breakouts basically. That's pretty much the two things that traders are taught to do, other than all the moving average and MACD and all that stuff. Just look at it from a very different perspective. But that's what keeps it fresh. That's what's good. That's what's good about it. Compound yen. Actually, something really interesting, right like 5 miles from where I live, that I didn't know about this until the other day. There's I don't know, it has nothing to do with trading, but it does. But there's a company that builds AI trading software, and they have like it's a large company. They have offices in multiple states, and they specialize in artificial intelligence trading software, and their like headquarters is like right down the road from me. I was like, that's interesting. I don't know. I'm curious. I may see what they're up to. They build basically AI predictive models, and it's a large company. And it's interesting. I don't know. I was just looking at it. I just saw it up on another thing. I was like, oh yeah, forgot about that. But yeah, there's a company like literally right down the street from me. That's a very large, like multinational corporation here in the Tampa area that does AI trading, specifically trading predictive models, and they sell access to it, which is interesting. Might hit them up and be like, hey, what y'all want to do? Pound dollar. Very good probability that this rejects a little bit here. Figured that was coming. We already knew that without looking at price though, because we have the range tool. We know that we're very likely going to hit the hash mark right here. Right there. Let's watch this for a rejection when it gets there, actually. New here, explain indicator. It's a measurement tool is what it is. I'm looking at like supply and demand levels, but that's not my strategy. But I look at it just structurally to try to get an idea on what, where's the money. I look at a lot of manipulation type of trades, and where's the money that you can't see. That's the important thing. That's all the really important stuff is the stuff that we don't do on YouTube, to be honest. But yeah, normally I don't show this too much, but yeah, this is a custom tool. It's a measurement tool. It's breaks your weekly and daily statistical ranges into pieces, kind of reverse engineering algorithmic movement. I'm a programmer. I'm developing automated trading strategies for years. That's what I do. So I'm looking at the markets from a the perspective of a programmer and not from a finance background. So I look at things a little differently. But yeah, I look at levels that are highly reactive as far as algorithmically, how are programmers programming market moving trading software? Where are those levels going to be that are going to be highly reactive? And there are some things that happen in the market that people aren't aware of. Anybody in the group will tell you that. There are some things that just have no explanation, and they just are. And it's because it's algorithmic movement. You can basically prove that the market is algorithmically driven and things are predetermined. And, I don't agree with everything ICT says, but that's one thing he's right about. I think he doesn't understand it as much as he thinks he does, but he's observing something that is happening in the market. There absolutely is an algorithmic control of the market. Things trade within statistical ranges and standard deviation of those statistical ranges. And there are levels that hit in the market that people just aren't aware of because it has nothing to do with the chart. Like, you can turn the chart off. It has nothing to do with it. You don't need the chart. You don't need it. And I know that's crazy. And people are always like, wait a minute, what do you mean you don't need the chart? It's true. I could trade without even looking at a chart. And I will make the same decisions, basically. And I've done it in the past I'll make the same decisions because I'm looking at levels and where we are relative to other levels within a statistical range of the daily and weekly charts, weekly candles. I already know where my projected highs and lows of the day are going to be before it happens. So I already know that if we're moving up, I already know what my target is. I already know where I'm exiting. I know where there's likely to be a very heavy algorithmic movement, a rebalancing point. We basically wait for levels. It's just you wait for levels and you trade it. It doesn't mean you're right every time, but it means you're right most of the time. Anybody will, vouch for that. There are some levels that are more important than others. But there are just certain things that happen, especially algorithmically. There are things that happen in the market that just people are so focused on other things that they don't realize it. They don't see what's actually happening. And that's the stuff that we do on the other side. How do we figure that out? How do we know what levels we're making decisions at? So just to kind of explain it, that's what it is. It's a measurement tool that sets up your trading plan for you every day. It doesn't matter what instrument it is, whether it's corn futures or Ethereum, it doesn't matter. All markets trade within a statistical range by default. They have to, because that's what statistics are. You're looking at previous data points and looking at where those highs and lows are likely to be, what other levels are likely to be reactive. Just to kind of explain it, without getting too deep into the weeds on the technical side of it. But, basically looking at highly reactive algorithmic levels and reverse engineering those kinds of market moving algorithms. We want to trade where the market moving algorithms are trading, right? Why would you fight it? We all know that these markets are algorithmically driven. They are. There's no argument to that. So let's trade at those levels. How are software engineers developing trading bots? That's what I do. And you start to learn some things after a while. You start to see the same things over and 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 over every day on every market. You see the same stuff, and it just becomes a matter of risk management, to be honest. It's just a matter of risk management. And again, I provide all this stuff to the people everybody has everything. And it's more about once you start to see the same things over and over, you start to get used to it. And it's like, oh, okay, wait a minute. There's something else that's going on here. And you start to realize that, wait a minute. It changes the way you think about it. It changes the way you think about the market. So, just to kind of explain it. you know, what this is. It's this weird looking thing that it's a custom tool that I've developed over time to help me look at levels that I know that are going to be important. And it just kind of sets up a standardized trading plan for you every day. Like, I already know what levels I'm going to be watching, and I'm only making decisions at those levels. And that's the thing, is you have an infinite number of places on a chart that you can make a decision, right? If you can narrow that down to only making a decision at 7 to 10 places on the chart instead of thousands, you have dramatically reduced your probability of making a bad decision, right? You're really, really narrowing down where you're making your decisions, and you're making decisions at good places to begin with. And then it becomes a matter of risk management. It takes the guesswork out of, you know, where am I going to enter? Where am I going to exit? That none of that matters anymore. Yeah, we know, to be honest, like, know where you're going to exit before you even take the trade. Now, the question is, how do you get in? How do you enter in an efficient way that maximizes the potential? And that's what it's about. That's what we do, is we try to maximize the potential movement. We have to understand what the potential movement is first, and then figure out how to maximize that and capture the majority of that statistical daily and weekly candle. Without getting into the technicals, that's what I'm doing. I'm trading like a trading bot, thinking like a trading algorithm. And then the position management is really the trick. How you manage your positions and how you manage your risk. And there are different ways. There are different schools of thought on that. You know, like EuroCAD, I already know what I'm looking at here. I'll make a decision when it gets up there. And if I was long, I would be waiting to close my trade until it got up there. I already know that, and I can just skip it and go to the next thing. I just instantly know that. Dollar actually may be going lower here. So here we go. We're at the first spot here. Need to take those relative projections out. Whoops. Oh, what the heck did I do? So yeah, this sets up a standardized trading plan. Doesn't matter what the instrument is, what asset you're trading. Sets up a standardized trading plan based on a statistical range, to answer the question. Come on, EuroCAD, a little bit more. Normally, I wouldn't buy into this. I do believe it's going to go higher. I think it's pretty obvious it's going to go a little bit more. However, I normally wouldn't risk anything here because it's a higher high. You know, we got basically a spike high, we got a higher high, we got another higher high up here. And it's just, every time you make a new high, you tend to get some kind of a pullback. So I'm assuming that this is going to go higher on EuroCAD, but I would wait for it to pull back into some kind of a range or something. I feel like it's going to go up, but I would rather it pull back first and try to catch it, something like that. If it were to pull back, maybe, but normally I would have already been long on this, which I should have done yesterday, like a doofus, or I would just sit this one out. But it looks like it's going higher. So potentially stronger euro or weaker CAD or both, and that could help you with something else. So if the euro is likely to continue stronger, like euro dollar, we know we're in trapped longs here. However, we're really looking to go a little bit higher here. We would make a decision here. That level right there is important. Come back to that. Euro yen already long. Hopefully this will go. Very good opportunity on the yen. Take a look at that, by the way. 1 second. Yeah, the yen's still doing okay. Got the dollar right. Got the dollar right. It looks like it's going to try to go some more. Got the first level. This would be the first place right here where it is now, where I would have taken profit if it wasn't a smaller position. If I had a larger position on, I would have taken profit here. However, I do think it's going to end up lower. Just get rid of this. We don't need that. So I think we're going to end up down here. on the dollar today. Hopefully. Long Aussie dollar way back here from 2 days ago. Long Aussie dollar, euro dollar, pound dollar. We're all long on all of this stuff. Just, it's been so slow. So crazy slow. Euro dollar long. Yeah. Yeah, euro dollar makes sense. Again, the weaker dollar the likely weaker dollar would just push euro dollar along. It makes sense. The euro is holding. It's not the weakest, so that's good. Kiwi dollar, actually, it's one I don't trade all the time, but Kiwi dollar may be a good long. Relative volatility wise, looking at the strengths tool, as far as relative volatility is concerned,
1 hour, 15 minutes.
You know, the volatility of a currency relative to another. Well, really, I say volatility, but it's really rate and direction. What is the direction and what's the rate that it's traveling? Those are the two factors that are important. Rate and direction. And then how that relates to another currency. Look at two different currency indexes, custom index of currencies. We need to know what the rate and the direction is. And then that can help you identify what to risk your capital on. What do we trade? What's the thing that's likely to make a move? Out of all 28 combinations of the 8 major currencies, you know, the 8 major world currencies, there's 28 possible combinations of those 8. Which of those 28 combinations are likely to make a sustained move? That's what we do. That's what we try to figure out. Look at it differently from a different perspective. Try to figure out what's going to happen, basically. Which direction do we trade? What do we trade? How do we trade it? And how much risk? It's the 3 factors, 3 main components of a successful trade. And they must be, you have 3 questions that need to be answered in order. What do I risk my capital on? What do I trade? Number 1. And then you got to figure that out. How do you figure out what to risk your capital on? What's the most efficient risk of capital? Then number 2 is, how do I trade that? What strategy do I deploy on that asset? So first you got to figure out, what do I trade? What do I trade? And then you got to figure out, how do I trade it? What is the strategy that I'm going to deploy on that instrument? Now that I know what instrument I'm going to trade and is the most efficient use of capital, now I got to figure out what strategy is the best to run on that. Then the third component is, how much risk do I place on that strategy? You got 3 main components. What do I trade? How do I trade it? And how much risk? And if you can answer those 3 questions in order, then that's how you get a successful trade. That's it. That's the answer. You got to figure that you have to solve the problem. Every morning the market comes out and dumps a big bucket of puzzle pieces on the table, and you got to put it together as fast as possible and figure it out. You got to figure out, what's the whole of the market doing? What is the whole market moving going to do? You got to put the puzzle together, and then you can make decisions. You can make efficient decisions. That's the hard part, is making efficient decisions. Picking the right horse. What horse do you bet on? You know, and you don't always have to bet on only one horse. I rarely bet on one horse. So I'm mostly distributing my risk across the market, because that's what professional traders do. That's what funds do. That's what legit, funds do. Is they'll run 100 different strategies on 100 different instruments or more, literally. Seriously. Run multiple variants of multiple strategies on the entire market, everything, all of it, and just take the aggregate average, the aggregate equity curve. That is what a distributed risk model is, and that is a known successful strategy. So that's what we do. Pound yen, let's go, baby. Getting a little bit of move here. And we're not right every time. Far from it. But you don't have to be. That's the crazy thing about trading, is if you trust the process, then you don't have to be right every time. It doesn't matter. That's the cool part about it. You just have to be right the majority of the time and manage your risk. I end up taking a lot less risk than I probably should. I know that that's a thing. I've changed my mindset over the last couple of years of trading. Like I trade less risk now. It's cool to get the big trades and get the big, $2,000-$3,000 wins. It's great, but the losses hurt so much more over time. And that's once you start to figure that out, is that taking large losses is the worst thing that can happen. Just take it. You get set back a lot by taking a large loss. And if you can avoid large losses, then you're going to be profitable. And it's just the way it is. It's just the way it works. And not taking large losses is the way to do it. The only way to not take large losses is to not take huge lot sizes all concentrated on one spot. Not going to risk 2% of my account on one pair. Are you crazy? On one entry? No. That's just me personally, and that's the thing. I mean, if you're trading a $50 million account, are you going to risk 2% of $50 million on one trade? Think about it. You think professional traders are doing that? I know for a fact they aren't. I know that's not how that works. You think they're going to put a 5 pip stop loss on a 1 minute chart on a $50 million position? You think professional traders are doing that? No, it's not how it works. It's the opposite of what they're doing. They're distributing that risk across the entire market. Nobody is concentrating all of that risk at one price point on the chart. That's the mistake that people make. That's the biggest mistake for newer traders, is they want the Lambos and glass houses in Miami with all the women and vacations around the world, and they want to get rich today, and then start putting these huge positions in one price point on the chart. And you might get it a couple times, but you're going to blow it 100 times. You're going to blow it 10 times more than you're going to win it. So sometimes people get lucky though. That's the worst thing. That's what happened to me when I first started trading. I'll be the first one to tell you. I got lucky immediately before I knew what I was doing in Bitcoin. I bought into Bitcoin when it was at like $900, literally, back in like 2016. I think it was when it went over 1,000. I was like, all right, I'm buying more. Like, I was like, okay, I'm in this thing. Like, this thing is gone. And I didn't know anything at the time. I didn't really understand trading. And I was like, wow, this thing just keeps going up. Everybody says it's going to $1 million. And I bought into Bitcoin when it was, at $1,000. Basically, I think the majority of my buy-ins were at like 1,200, and I ran it all the way to 20K, and I thought it was just going to keep going. I didn't sell. And then when it dumped to like 11,000, I sold, and I was depressed. I was like, I can't believe that it came all the way back down from 20 to 11,000. But what wasn't thinking about is, holy cow, I just took this thing for like 1,000%, like, crazy gain on it. So the kind of back to the point, is some of the worst thing that you can do, especially when you're newer, is to get it right off the bat, to get lucky and, be long in a bull market before you learn how to trade. And then you get a good gain and you're like, think you're invincible. That's exactly what happened to me. Thought I knew it all. And the market will humble you. The market always finds a way to humble you no matter where you are in your journey. And, you're just like, okay, I think I got this figured out. And then you actually have to learn how to trade in a bear market. It's funny. I think we've all had probably a similar kind of story. But yeah, I'll be the first one to tell you. Sometimes getting it right the first time is the worst thing that can happen, because you think you're ready for something that you're not ready for. It's a marathon. This is not a get rich quick scheme. No matter what people tell you, what you see on Instagram, this is a grind. It's a grind. and the real ones know that. Like, this is a marathon. This isn't not a get rid. It's not a lottery ticket. You have to already have a significant amount of money for it to be a lottery ticket. You have to be able to lose a lot of times in order to hit that one big one. And most people, don't do that. Most people can't take huge losses over and over and over until they finally hit the one. But funding helps you with that. Prop firms help you with that, basically. Getting capital that's not yours. That's a very powerful thing. Very powerful thing. Come on, market. Doing better here. Looks like the dollar is going to bounce. Kind of all over the place here, guys. Going to figure it out. But, everybody's paying attention today. Dollar's bouncing here. Finally got the rip right from the spot, looking good on the yen. So, what's going to happen with the dollar here? We are bouncing right here at this rebalancing hash. This is just one of those things, has nothing to do with the chart, nothing to do with candles or price action. It's a formula. We're there now. See what's going to happen here. There's a chance that this dollar bounces. I hope it doesn't, but I just know from experience that this is one of two potential lows of the day. On average, like, there's a high probability that this level could be a low, like the actual low of the day. We're going to see how this reacts, and then I'm assuming we're going to go lower, but I know there's a good chance that this bounces right here where it is on the US dollar, and you need to be aware of that with any positions you may have. Like, euro dollar may pull back, pound dollar may pull back. The question is how far, how much of a pullback. I think we still got some more. All right, so we're going to get a second chance opportunity here soon, probably on pound yen. If you really wanted to not miss this, the yen pulls back. Group side, hold on a second. We're going to watch center mass here. Right there. See what happens when we get there. Decent chance that this rips. So not really the greatest entry because it's already up. And again, logically, if you think about this, this is already up 40 pips in the last two hours. It's gone up for 2.5 hours, basically. So really just going to be looking for pullbacks to buy into it. Not going to buy the top, basically. Not going to buy the top of the move. If this will pull back a little bit more, probably going to get another shot at it. You would be looking for something like this. I want to see this level hold. Sometimes it'll dip below it and then wick back up and hold it. And then we can take off. We're targeting top of the opening range. We already know what we're looking for. TP1. A strategy thing. I would say there's a very good probability that pound yen ends up right there today, at least, given where we are. 102 pips. Murder. So we'll watch that. Another one. Just another 100 pips. Euro yen. Same thing. Going to be looking for pullbacks. Yen's making the move. Everybody was listening. Dollar. We're going to watch this one. Going to watch for a range on the dollar. So just kind of going through it all again. Again, we're in a kind of a dead spot during the day. We're in that time period between London session and New York session. And in reality, what's actually happening right now is there are a lot of people are taking profit from London, right? People may have been in a scalp or in some trade and they're taking some profit now. And when you take profit, on a trade. You tend to get pullbacks and ranges, right? Markets tend to distribute into a range when people are taking profit, or take profit and it'll pull back, right? Whichever direction it's going. So we tend to get, just by default, by the mechanics of the market and timing of the market, we get pullbacks and ranges during this time. So we're not trading. We're not normally looking to trade right now. This is actually the worst time of the day, statistically, literally the worst hour of the day, between 6 and 7:30 a.m. Wall Street time, which is where we are right now. It's the worst time of the day to be taking a trade, because the direction that it's moving is often not the true direction, because you're getting a pullback or a range, profit taking from London. So what happens is a lot of times it'll pull back into some kind of a range and then continue, either reverse or continue, but generally consolidate a little bit as profit is taken. That makes sense. And understanding that timing of things right now is important. You know, we're not really looking to take entries right now, unless something is at a level. Either the top or the bottom of a very clear range is when I'll go outside of that rule. If something's very clearly at the top or bottom of a range, or if it's at a major algorithmic level, I'll make a decision on it. But generally, I'm not really looking to do a whole lot right now. I'll take pullbacks though. Like if it's a pullback, that's what we're looking for. You know, like somebody's taking profits on this long right now on Euro Yen. Somebody's taking profits. Somebody probably already got long. Or I say somebody, but the market in aggregate taking profit. As it pulls back, it may stall and continue and go higher later. So if you're looking to get long, might as well get a better deal on it, right? While it's pulled back. So that's a thing. What else? Euro also, you got a great short on there, but hasn't gone. Dollar still looking for a little bit higher. I think pound yen's in a good spot right now. The pound is strong, and gaining. I think pound yen is probably a good risk. If you're going to try to jump into something, pound yen is likely a good risk. We made a new lower low, and we're pulling back. The likelihood that it pulls back at least a little bit more, I would say, is pretty high. So while you're getting a pullback, you know, it can be a decent time to take a position. Sometimes it'll poke down into the wicks and then wick back up and hold. And what we want to see over the next couple candles is this hold, this bottom of this opening range right here. Want to see it wick back up and hold that. So what we're going to do is we're going to anticipate that. We're going to anticipate that this wicks back up and holds now that we're in the juice here. You know, entry wise, you know, these are the kind of entries that, you know, may surprise you. Let me whack this one wide open real quick. 3.1. Take a mini lot on it. I've already got a bunch of exposure on it lower, but I'll add to it here. And what we want to see is this wick back up and hold that opening range low. See what it's doing right now? Let's watch that. Hold on, give me 1 second.
Over the next couple of months and quarters to get people not even thinking and talking about that problem.
Well, let's hope that's soon for their sake. Jan Patrick Banner, thank you, sir.
What's going on here?
Bloomberg on the latest with Credit Suisse. The beleaguered bank down another 8% year to date. On the session, it's down 5%. The problem with Credit Suisse right now.
Credit Suisse is in trouble. They've been in trouble for years, but
European banks are doing pretty decently.
they're not doing well.
Points of underperformance here. You've got the Euro stocks. Banking sector
Banks are one of those things where when people lose faith in it, it's done. That's it. Good rejection right here. I want to see this wick up and hold bottom of that range. If we close strong like that, back in the wicked back up, back in the range, we're going to be looking to run to the top of the opening range. This is an algorithmic range that's very important.
But I'm absolutely baffled, as John Patrick nailed,
looking great.
Chinese water torture of this. I just don't get it.
Well,
It took a second entry right there on that pullback in the wick, and want to see this hold. Still got a little bit of time, but good trade opportunity right here. Give me 1 second.
So that kind of has prolonged this for even further than it otherwise would have been, and raises the question, well, how long can they just subsist, even with all the negative headlines, if they've got some capital, they've got some backers, and they have some income?
The big challenge, and I mentioned it just in terms of what David Harrow of Harris Associates said, people will see better opportunities elsewhere, and arguably that's what's been happening over the last couple of months. It's not just the water torture of the drip, drip, drip of bad news. It's the fact that you've got some good news elsewhere. That's the real game changer.
So Sunday, March 16th, 2008, they fixed it. They said, Mr. Diamond, walk across the street to Bear Stearns and get this solved. They've got UBS in town. What are they waiting for is what I don't get.
But to your point, who wants to go in when you've got alternatives, right? You have the Middle East, that you've got Middle Eastern investors that are saying,
yes,
we can use Credit Suisse and we can go and we can invest so that they can be our bank. And then how much does that kind of discourage other capital for coming in if people are looking for control for very specific reasons that don't have to do with returns that you get potentially from some.
Whatever, lady. Pump it or dump it. Do something. Anyway. Good morning, by the way. Oh my gosh. Hopefully we can get something rocking here today. It's been a very slow week. Been annoying this week. Got a good potential trade here though. The yen's looking pretty good. Watching this on the other side, because what happens here on the yen is actually going to be important. Man, bacon sandwich, that's what I'm talking about right there. That's what I'm talking about. I actually have some bacon. Bacon's expensive, man. God, it's gotten so expensive. It's crazy. We have this store here called Aldi, and they have actually the cheapest bacon anywhere, really. I don't know if I think it's actually a German company. I think they got these in Germany. I think it's a German company that's come over to the U.S. They're everywhere here now over the last like 10 years. Just off topic. Yeah, this is a good store. Aldi. They've got Lake. What's that? But they've got like a pound of bacon for any of the bacon lovers out there. They've got a 16-ounce thing of bacon. It's like $4 and something. It's like $10 everywhere else in every other grocery store. But yeah, it's kind of like off-brand stuff, but some of it's good. Yeah, some of it depends on what it is. Some of the stuff's good, but yeah, actually, it's funny because we just got bacon the other night from Aldi. True story. Yeah, so wouldn't mind having some bacon sandwich myself. Euro dollar. It's actually a good idea. Come on, pound yen. Let's go. See the rejection there? And why we were watching that. This is one of those things where you're not going to see that, and about the range tool, we already knew that we were going to make that move because of the bottom of the opening range. And we know where we're going to go with it. Center first, equilibrium first, this right here. But we're really targeting the top of the opening range for multiple reasons. Great trade. Probably should have taken a bigger position. Is it Lettle? Okay, yeah. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, we've got just off topic. Yeah, that Aldi store. It's actually pretty good. They're like clean, decent grocery store. They've really popped up out of nowhere over the last probably 10 years. There's a bunch of them all over the place here in Florida. They're everywhere. Like every town, there's like multiple of them. So they got to be doing well. Let me turn this back on. Anyway, they've got to be doing well as a company. But yeah, they've got cheap bacon. Speaking of bacon, good. you know, good, decent bacon, but it's not, it's half of the price, which is crazy. But yeah, I believe it's a German company actually, that they're apparently doing very well here in the United States. Yen. Come on, baby. I think we got it today. Yen's looking good. Not much everywhere else. I do have a long on oil I'm not sure about. All the yen moves though. Everything against the yen, CAD yen, pound yen, Aussie yen, Kiwi yen, even Euro yen. Bigger position. Story of my life. Should have YOLO'd it. It's not good risk management though. I don't do that. Structure wise, this made sense. Where it was made sense. Good rejection there at this point. You know, got a second entry on. Looking to go with it. We need to see this hold this level and continue to close above that, you know, little line right there. And probably going to pull back to it, reject. Again, another algorithmic level, important level algorithmically. And we're going to shoot for a little bit higher. Hopefully end up quite a bit higher. There's a lot of potential on this too to run up. So it's only a long. There's no reason to sell it. See what happens. But good entry. It's a good second entry. Great first entry. Good second entry. Would have been a good scalp, you know, just to scalp that up. As soon as it runs up a little bit, close out. You can do that. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, so the dollar index is bouncing here. We're hoping for the low. This is probably going to retest the low. The opening range low, which is higher. I know that doesn't make sense. We're watching this. Hopefully it doesn't make it all the way up there and we get some kind of a consolidation here. What I'd like to see is this pull up and then reject and go into some kind of a range like this and end up going lower. However, whenever I see something bouncing on this level, this exact level, there's a possibility that that's going to be the low. Very commonly the low of the day, this particular level. And if it's bouncing and trying to go back up, it might be. I hope not, but it might be. So just be aware the dollar is bouncing off the hash right now. The yen is looking much better. And that would be consistent with a range expansion as well on all these pairs. God, man. You got euro dollar, Aussie dollar, all these things that have been flat, for it to expand the range, you know, and then come back and, you know, that break the low. Like that kind of stuff happens sometimes. That's what we were looking for actually yesterday, but it just kind of didn't really do anything. That stuff happens. So we're going to be aware of that. I'm going to stay long on it for now. Euro dollar, pound dollar. But I may secure it and manage it when we get up. I already know what I'm looking for, and I'm assuming we're going to hit it. And I may manage it when we get there. Trying to have a smooth trading day today. Where are we? Well, I have a lot of risk on. Kiwi yen. I've just still got these positions on from yesterday. Like Aussie dollar is the one that's negative. Euro Aussie's way up though, that short. Yeah. I've seen any good movies lately? Not much else to talk about right at this time of the day. We've entered the most boring hour of the day, 7 a.m. hour. Good news is that toward the end of this hour, volume tends to pick up a little bit. It tends to be a little better on the next hour, the 8 a.m. Wall Street hour. So when gold starts to pick up, US wakes up, starts trading pre-market. Yeah, not really a lot yet. Not really a lot out of London session, but we got a little bit of something. We got something. It's not a lot. It wasn't as bad as yesterday, but we got some entries on the yen at least, which is okay. I'll try it. Why not? One of the things, and you never know if it's going to be right or not. You just try to place yourself in a position where you have a high probability of being right. But if you take a trade in London, you got to wait a couple hours to figure out if it's going to go. Then if it doesn't, it's like, well, you just wasted all that time. But you can't quit. It doesn't mean you stop. Doesn't mean you quit trying. How's the Patreon work? Just when you join Patreon, I'll send you over the details for like to get into the Discord. You also like there's a private stream as well. Like there's a private stream that doesn't get shown on YouTube, and it's we're all there every day trading. So basically with Patreon, just quickly with Patreon, you get obviously the live streams. Every day we're live stream trading, starting in London, and we try to run it through the day. Depends on what happens in the market, but we're there every day trading. And then that's all like the private strategy and all that stuff, all the stuff that you don't see on YouTube. You don't see everything on YouTube. And then there's all the software I developed. The risk manager app that I'm working on is another thing that, being able to control MetaTrader with the PlayStation controller, wherever it is, that kind of stuff. The risk manager, the bot, the trading bot, it's all included. Everything's included for $25 a month. It's impossible to find it. There isn't a better deal. It's impossible to find a better value. And if I advertised more, there'd be a lot more people in here, but maybe something I'll have to start doing. But yeah, that's what it is. When you join, I'll send you over a message and get you access to the Discord, and then everything's in there, all the downloads and all the other stuff that's going on, and then the strategy and all that. We do everything live. Like, we go through everything live. And once you see it, after a couple days, you start to get it, and you're like, oh, okay, wait a minute, see what's going on here. You'll start to see the same things over and over, and you'll start to see the same levels react over and over. All the software and tools are provided. Everything that I'm working on, I give to the group, including a very powerful trading bot that's still in development, but it works. I'm running it right now, constantly running multiple tests. Speaking of which, let me look at something real quick. Speaking of tests, goes away test. What happened with that? Here, hold on a second. Yeah, this test is up to 31 grand now. 100K account to $31,788 profit. What do you say about that? Killing it. Just trading that crazy strategy. I'm testing a strategy with the bot. It's an automated strategy I'm testing. Hold on a second. Let me look at this real quick. Got it hooked up to my FX book so I can see what it's doing. That's a pretty ridiculous gain right now. I wouldn't run that on my live account, but I'm testing something to try to see where is the balance. Yeah, 31% gain, 31.79% gain. Max drawdown of 1.29%. Let me repeat that for the people in the back. 31.79% gain with a max drawdown of 1.29%. Pretty crazy. But it's very aggressive. That's an aggressive strategy. It's not something I would be doing a lot of. But yeah, I'm testing something crazy. Like it's not really crazy. It's something. It's actually a piece of code from like 2018 that I was working on, and I'm like, wait a minute, let me try this again. Made a couple changes to it. Anyway, yeah, that's a crazy result. That's not a normal result though, and that's a little too much risk to be running. But can you do that? Of course. Yeah. Is it possible? Proving that it's possible. I wouldn't risk doing that personally, but that's just me. You know, if you got a YOLO account that you're not worried about, that's what you do with that. You run that kind of thing. You know, so that's again not something I would recommend doing. Even, I would, you know, not financial advice. Don't recommend anything really, but I recommend that you use common sense. This is what I recommend. But that's not something I would run on my live account. But it's interesting. I'm running a test. I'm just going to let it go. Just see what happens. Just going to let that test run. See what the deal is with it. How crazy is it going to be? Yeah, it's up $2,100 today. $2,123 profit. Nuts. But again, not something that I would run. It's a little bit aggressive to be running on a live account. But I'm kind of stress testing it to see what it can do. And I want to see how it performed during different market conditions and try to see when is the most efficient time to run that strategy and when should I not run that strategy. I want to see when it's getting wrecked, and I want to see when it's killing it. When it's doing really well, I want to analyze the market conditions and say, okay, wait a minute, how can I kind of identify these market conditions? Like a fingerprint, how can I identify this signature of market conditions and only run the strategy while that market condition is happening? And then that's how you kind of tune it down. And just, you know, we're still in the middle of all of it. There's still development going on with the bot. It's very capable. It's like an F-22 Raptor sitting on the runway. Just got to figure out how to fly it. Is the thing. It's an incredibly capable piece of you know, system basically. Just got to find the right settings to find the most efficient settings, and that's kind of what I'm working on right now, is testing it all and trying to see what to change. How do we squeeze just a little bit more out of it? Trying to keep the risk low but still make a gain. Trying to develop a system that's a low risk, but still get a reasonable gain relative to the amount of risk that you take. And you can always scale the risk up and get more profit, right? Your profit is always proportional to the amount of risk that you're taking. So if you take a little more risk, you can get a little more profit. But you also have to be aware of a potential drawdown limit and stuff when you're trading like prop firm accounts, trying to develop it for prop firms, and to trade within the risk parameters of the prop firm. So, you know, trying to keep it low risk, if that makes sense. But yeah, it's all a part of it. Everything is included. I need to do an update, by the way, on that. A couple more days, there'll be an update coming. I'm going to work on it over the weekend, for sure. Every weekend, I'll generally have some kind of updates or some progress or something on stuff. It's generally what I'll do, is I'll work on it on the weekends, and then Monday come in, we'll test some stuff. Got a new strategy I'm testing right now that's doing very well, actually. The ATR channel. Anyway, dollar. All right, so we got something happening here. The dollar has bounced on the hash. So unfortunately, there's a very good probability. There's a possibility here that was the low of the day on the dollar. I think it's moved far enough at this point that was probably it. So we want to be careful with any kind of dollar trades. The dollar stuff could be coming back the other direction. The dollar looks like the US dollar, that was probably the low of the day. Where that bounced and the type of move that it made coming off of that was probably the low of the day. Probably was. So keeping that in mind, now as this dollar pulls back, we may have to go the other way with it, because we have a different piece of information now, honestly. I may actually bail on the dollar stuff, depending on what it is. Entries are so low, I'm not going to, like euro dollar and stuff, they were way down on the bottom, so I'm not going to mess with that. But what this means is you may not want to short the dollar here anymore. Yeah, the dollar may be gaining is what it looks like. We are in that pullback time, so we're going to have to watch and see. Sometimes what's actually happening, it may be different than what it looks like. But there is a possibility, because of where this bounced, that this was the low of the day. There's a very good possibility, meaning the lowest it's going to be for the rest of the day, which means statistically our high is much higher. We already know this right now, that if this was the low of the day, statistically your high is right up here, way up here. So your projected high of the day, assuming that the low is in, probably is, we might be going all the way back up on the dollar, which could be equities dump. So we're getting a piece of information right now that's very important. We may be down some more in US equities, and gold may be coming back down. Not the greatest short, but it's definitely not a long. Warning, we may be going lower on risk off, and dollar may be going back up, unfortunately. Not a good time to enter it now. The yen, I'm not touching. The yen, I'm going to stay short yen. But as far as the dollar is concerned, the US dollar may be going back the other way, unfortunately. Aussie dollar, like this kind of looks like this is going to be a short. So, the unfortunate part is that means that it's probably going to be a choppy day. I hate to say that because of what time it is. We still got a lot of time left. But because of the movement that's happening right here, there's a possibility that, I would say a good possibility that we're going to be kind of rangy and choppy today and not get some big movement. And it's just going to be another screwy day of just back and forth kind of crap. I hope not. But because of where the dollar bounced and the way that everything else is lined up, good possibility that we end up lower. How come I don't rely on some indicators? Depends on what the indicators are. I just don't use them anymore. I've learned from experience, personally, that there are some other things that are kind of more reliable. I have my personal views on certain indicators. It depends on what it is. I think they're weaponized and used against people to generate liquidity. And it depends on what it is, but I think it's pretty clear that they're weaponized. I tend to trade where the money is and not necessarily what. And here's the thing about indicators is that obviously we've all heard the term lagging indicator, and kind of by default it is. You're looking at something that's already happened. It's more reactive than predictive, if that makes sense. And I tend to have a predictive approach instead of a reactive approach. I want to predict where the price is going to end up. What's the trajectory? Where is it going to end up? Not what has already happened and then let me react to that. And that's the honest reason why. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with using certain types of indicators. I really just use a measurement tool. I just want to know what our statistical range is personally. And then I look at price and what's going on. Where was the money? Where was the volume? Where's the money? Where's the manipulation likely to be? That's a huge thing, is where is the most likely point of manipulation? And that's where the activity is going to be. Where are people going to get wrecked and lose? Where's somebody going to make a decision and it's going to be a bad decision? That's where we want to trade, honestly. Where's the point where somebody's going to get where there's a large amount of people that are going to get stopped out, and there's going to be, there's going to be lopsided. It's going to be heavier on one side than the other. You know, it'd be more buy side liquidity or more sell side liquidity down on the low. You know, where is that going to be? You know, I look at more of those kinds of things. And then, you know, just some of it's just experience. Like right here, like I knew that I was going to be taking this long on a retest of the bottom of the range because I've seen this so many thousands of times that I already know what I'm going to do. I know what the better risk is, and it doesn't mean it's going to be 100% of the time, but it's going to be 80% of the time. You know, you're going to get something out of it. You know, that's what I was saying right here when this pulled back below that level was long right here, long at the bottom. Then bloop, before that happened, we say I want to see this wick back up and hold. And now we're off to the races. We're going to come up here. We're going to stall at the equilibrium, probably pull back, go into some kind of a range, and eventually poke up higher. It's very likely that that's going to happen, and this will be a 100+ pip trade. And I already know that. I already know where I'm looking to get out. It could, I mean, even potentially be more than that. Statistically, it would be more than that, but I already know from experience that I'm going to be probably managing this trade at the top of the range because of what else is there. This opening range, there's like an algorithmic range that we're watching and how that plays out relative to potential highs and lows. How looking at the differential between how much movement has already happened relative to what's the potential. Just a different perspective. Thinking about it again like a trading algorithm. Thinking about it from a programmer's perspective and not, you know, my MACD crossed kind of perspective. You know, just different way to look at it. There's plenty of room for everybody to have a different strategy. Plenty of room in the market for different points of view. Now let's see, there's a good question. Do I ever use a trailing stop? The people are not going to like what I'm about to say here. But it's coming from empirical data and experience. I'm not a huge fan of a trailing stop. Some strategies I'll run it. I like my bot. I have the ability to do it on the bot. Sometimes I'll test it out. I know from testing that if I run say I have a strategy and it has entry and exit rules, and I run that strategy and look at the equity curve, see how much profit it's gained or lost. If I take that same strategy and I turn on a trailing stop, and where you're trailing by, 10, 50 points, 100 points, 250 points, looking at different types of trailing stops from experience, just from doing just thousands of hours of back testing and algorithmic strategy development. I personally already know that trailing stops can actually hurt you. I know that some people are going to roll in their graves over that, but trailing stops it depends on what your goal is. And it really depends on the trade, but there are a lot of times where a static trailing stop, like by a certain amount of pips or something like that, it's going to pull back and take you out of the trade and then go 100 pips in the right direction, the direction you were already in, and it'll pull back and stop you out and then go. I have just a different viewpoint on stops in general. I think your stop loss should be relative to the amount of risk that you're placing on a trade. It really depends on how much, what kind of stop you have depends on how much risk you're putting on it, really. Ooh, euro pound. What is that? But I don't personally use trailing stops. Sometimes I'll move a stop. I'll do it manually sometimes. Like I'll move my stop into break, stop into profit or something like that. I don't generally trail it down. There's nothing wrong with doing that. It's a way to protect your trade, right? That's totally cool. Just personally, from experience, I've found that if I trust the process and I'm looking for a target, if I already know where I'm going to get out, I'm not worried about trailing the stop. It's either going to go or break even. Like a lot of times I won't even move my stop to break even because, okay, like say you went long here, like say you went long right here and it slams up and you move your stop to break even. It came right back to it. almost to a couple pips and then gone. And it would have stopped you out at break even. Or if you would have been trailing your stop here on the way up, it would have come back and taken you out and then could be gone for 200 pips. And you just got taken out on a trailing stop. You know, that's why. And as I've seen too many times, just too many times. And also as far as testing, I've just seen the equity curve difference. Running a trailing stop versus not running a stop. Sometimes you're holding yourself back by allowing yourself to get stopped out unnecessarily. It's just something I've seen in testing. I personally don't run a trailing stop. That's just me. And your mileage may vary on that. It depends on the trade. There's nothing wrong with securing the bag. And, you know, like if you're in way on the bottom and you move your stop up, that's great. That you secured the pips. So I'm not against it. It depends on what it is. The reality is there's a point where it kind of hurts you as far as your efficiency, at least in an algorithmic trading perspective, from that perspective. Come on, dollar. God, this dollar. Hold on. But, and I'm sure we've all been there where you have a trade that's on and it's a good entry and everything, and it runs into profit and you're like, oh, cool, sweet. You know, it's gone. Then you trail your stop up to below whatever the last low is, and it dips it and then takes off and goes the other way. And it's like, oh my gosh, like, why did I do that? Like, you know, why did I move my stop? You know, why did I do that? Why didn't I just leave it? You know, and what I've found, and it's a hard discipline thing to just leave it sometimes and just leave it alone. It's a tough thing to do. But if you just trust the process, sometimes a lot of times you end up with a better outcome. You'll get taken out of a really good trade. And it depends on what it is. If it's like a scalp where you're just trying to catch a little bit more movement, there's nothing wrong with trailing it up. But a lot of times it'll come back and take you out and then go. Just from experience, it's happened so many times. Break even stops. It's a plague. It happens to me all the time. I'll get a trade going. It'll run 50 pips in profit and I'll put my stop at break even. It'll come back and hit it and then run 300 pips to the downside. Like it's the same thing. And if you would have just not moved your stop, like it would have gone like crazy. And it happens all the time. It would have just left my stop and not moved my stop to break even, not trailed it up. The trade would have gone. So, and that, that's why. It's more of a personal thing from experience. I've just found that if I just leave it alone and trust the process, it's probably going to be fine. And understand that losses are part of the game. And if you restrict your potential profits by getting hit, on your trailing stop, then sometimes your strategy, your equity curve over time doesn't end up as good as it could be because you're still taking the same stop loss, however many pip stop loss it is, but you're cutting your winners short sometimes. So if you just trust the process, sometimes you get a better outcome just from personal experience. Just leaving it alone. It's the hardest thing to do, discipline wise, is just learning to trust the process and leave it alone. Even though sometimes it'll look like something's happening and it's not really happening, and you got to trust that. And it's hard. It is difficult. Yeah, dollar's back up. A weak yen. Still not. I'm not convinced on that either. And anyway, we're watching this, hoping this is going to go. I think we're good. Yeah. What's going on in the world of finance? No news today, really. Got the unemployment claims here in just a little bit. I believe it was 8:15, something like that. Unlikely that it's going to move the market very much. what Doomberg has to say. Maybe look at some news around the world. Aussie yen. I just saw Aussie yen. Actually, I'm long Aussie yen. That's one of the pairs I'm long on right now. That was actually one of the ones that I was more interested in because of where it is. We're up. Looking good there. I want to be long Aussie yen. Every time that this makes a new low, I'm buying into it, basically. Sorry, I just saw that. But yeah, I'm personally long Aussie yen already from down here on the low. And every time it goes lower, I'm going to buy into, I'm going to scale in until it rips back to the upside. There's a lot of potential move. We broke the global swing low down here. And real quick. See what's going on. I think one of the yields was the lowest low since the 1980s yesterday. Unbelievable. Forget which one it was. So yeah, Aussie yen, I'm long. Personally, I would only want to be long. Just in structure, there's a very high probability this ends up higher. Like, just given where it is, I mean, just we're down here on a low. It's, you know, it's very likely that something like that's going to happen, right? It's extremely likely that this is going to be higher than this at some point. So at this point, I'm scaling in on the low at level on the lows. I already know what levels I'm watching. I'm only making decisions on this, that level, this level. And other than that, I'll wait for down here, which is extremely unlikely to happen today, but could. I don't think that's really, you know, it's possible, but extremely unlikely that it goes way down here because of where the yen is right now. Aussie yen is one of those I'm definitely watching for some upside. I would only make a decision to buy back in there lower. As of right now, long, it's actually decent right now where this is. This level right here is actually a decent level to buy in. You got a nice little couple candle pullback here. Reasonable. We could look at higher time frames. I know we don't need to, but I normally don't mess with higher time frames too much as far as entry and exit strategy. Because I already know what I'm watching, price level and not candles. And the price level is the same, whether it's the 17-second chart or the 371-minute chart. Doesn't matter, is the point. Price level is going to be the price level no matter what the time frame is. I got a major inflection point right here, obviously. Just keeping it simple, supply and demand wise. Got a flipped level right here. So I'm going to be watching that really in here, to be honest. For an upside target, easy call. Oh, I thought we were looking at Aussie yen. Same though, same thing. Same. It's way down. We're way down. We're looking for the point where this starts to retrace back up. Looking for a weaker yen eventually. It's been up and hopefully it's going to pull back a little bit. And maybe we'll take a quick spin through the 4 hours real quick. Just do a quick sweep. 4 hour sweep. Bitcoin. You know, we're in the money. If you were looking for a day trade or something here, I wouldn't invest long term right here, but there's a possibility that you get a bounce coming up here. Is if this would come down just a little bit, as soon as it broke that previous candle's low, I'd be in long here just to take the risk on it because of where it is. We're way down on this, right back into previous lows. And it's at an inflection point. I mean, I would definitely, I would only be looking at a day trade long here. I wouldn't invest, like if you're going to invest in Bitcoin, now is not a good time to do it like for a long term. But if you're just looking to get out, get in and out there's a decent day trade right here on Bitcoin, and that could help you kind of understand what's going on with the risk appetite in the market. Good chance that that ends up higher. Come on, euro yen. Pound yen's looking great, by the way. Dollar. Just go through quickly here. Dollar obviously came off the high the other day. It's pulling back up. Still think this is going to end up lower at some point. We're probably going into a range here. It's going to be boring on the dollar. I wouldn't make any decisions right here, to be honest. Just wait. No trades on the dollar. Man, yeah, see Aussie dollar in on the low, but that might not quite be it yet. I would not want to be selling this other than for like a 5-minute scalp kind of thing. Like short term, like it's probably, you may get a red candle, but overall you're only really wanting to be long on something like this that's this far down. This is not high, like it's way down in the cycle, and we've broken pretty much every global swing low that there is, and that's where liquidity is. That's where shorts close. That's where, longs get stopped out, and there's liquidity to close those shorts. Where's the money? It's the money that you don't see. It's important right there. I wouldn't want to be short here. However, it's not going up yet. We'll wait and see what happens on the dollar. Euro dollar, same situation. Same thing. All the dollar pairs are going to be very similar. Screwy price action. I don't know, man. With the dollar bouncing like it is, I could feel like there could be a red candle here. However, I would not want to be short personally. So we'll skip that one. No decision on euro dollar. Euro yen. Feel like this is going to bounce and come up a little bit. Waiting to see what's going to happen here. It's probably close. If it breaks the low, I'm 100% in it. I'm not sure it's going to make it down there. We'll check it out later. Euro pound. Again, just structural overview. What's likely to happen. Refine that down into somewhere like that. On the downside, gosh, man, this thing's got a lot to lose. I wouldn't start selling into this. It's already down for a couple days on the low. I wouldn't start selling into it now. The time to short it was higher or on a pullback, some retracement. However, feels like it's going to go a little lower. It's just not a good place to make a decision, to be honest, on euro pound. Skip it. Euro CAD. It was a good long, but now it's starting to look like a potential short. Some higher time frame areas here, maybe a daily. Yeah. So this is the point where your shorts were correct in the move and have not been stopped out. That's important. So be looking for higher. Higher, even though it doesn't look like it right now. I would make a decision somewhere higher on EuroCAD. Get this, at least get the chart set up. See what we're looking for. Yeah, good morning, guys. What's going on? Good morning. Doing well. Doing a little quick overview. Already got some trades on. Seeing what's going on in the market. It's been very slow and choppy this week. What's likely to happen here today? Good game EuroCAD though from yesterday. I really should have pulled the trigger on that. So anyway, we know that there's a possibility that this ends up a little bit higher on EuroCAD. It is a higher high right now, so I wouldn't be entering it long. I would not go long, and I would wait to sell it until it got higher, personally. Again, it's about discipline on stuff like that. Euro Kiwi, probably going to be a short. we'll come back to that. It's on a big high. Euro Aussie is going to be the same, probably going to be a short. Big, huge monster high. Yeah, these are 4-hour candles. So, imagine that, you get multiple days to the downside just on a normal pullback. Just on a pullback. A mild pullback could be days to the downside on something like this. I'm already short. We got the epic entry way up here on the high. Nothing to do. But wait, let's go. Dump it. Dump it, Euro Aussie. We talked about this the other day, actually, on YouTube. I remember. I remember talking about this. If anybody caught that. So, yeah. Short here on EuroCAD, or Euro Aussie. I mean, Euro Aussie and Euro Kiwi, but Euro Aussie it has more to lose, if that makes sense. So looking better there on the way down. Want to see the Australian dollar gain. Let's see gain on the Aussie. Yeah, what's going on? Yeah, man, still in it. Waiting on that thing, man. It's ridiculous. Go, please. Yeah, it's just slow this week. This has been like watching paint dry this week. It's like watching the grass grow. Got a little bit of a move Tuesday, and other than that, it's been nothing. But yeah, Euro Aussie, decent. And it may take a couple days. We were talking earlier about being right early. It just may take a couple days to get moving, but once it goes, we're talking about big pips, big trade here. 300 plus pips minimum. I would put that on the minimum side of things. Overall, it's probably going to stall somewhere, here first, 200 pip mark. But yeah, it's very likely that this ends up lower somewhere, in the money down here. So we're going to watch that. Let's go Euro Aussie. Hold on, let's check real quick. Where are we? Pound yen. Yep, pound yen long looking great. Really good. Second entry looking great. Our second entry was right there. Looking good. Looking to test the top of the range. No change. Not changing any bias on that. Let's go. Run it. Come on, yen. Let's dump that yen. Yeah, so the dollar bounced. Dollar's going back up. Figured that. Which is okay. Question is, does it reject here? We need to watch this now. Is that dollar going to reject? So back to the 4-hour sweep real quick. Trying to look at where we are. Is there anything that makes sense? EuroCAD again. We're running into the selling. I would be careful being long. I wouldn't want to be long on it. Enter long on it. If I was already long, I would be looking to go a little bit higher to take some profit. But Euro Kiwi, we talked about that. Euro Aussie, same. Waiting for those things to come down. Very, very good trading opportunities right here. I mean, these are like higher time frame, like just easy call. It's an easy call. There's only one way to trade it. And you just got to wait, basically. Wait for it to go. Really good trades coming in there. Pound dollar. Already I'm long on it, but the dollar's screwing around, so I'm going to wait and see what the dollar is going to do here today. Just structurally, though, decent chance the pound dollar. I mean, macro structure, we broke the low. I mean, we've got nothing but lower lows here. So coming up off that low, how much more is it going to go? What I mean? Could easily go a little more. Even run up and expand. So I don't want to be short on pound dollar. Depends on the time frame, obviously. We could see a red candle here. I don't mean like right this second. I mean in general, like as far as my directional bias, we'll say. My directional bias on pound dollar would be to the upside. However, going to be looking to buy pullbacks. Going to fade the red candles on that one. Pound yen looking very good. Easy call. Obvious what that did. Yeah. Let's say there. Back in the money. Possibly a little lower, but right now we're in that money. So we'll see if that's going to end up going higher. Probably. Depends on what happens over the next couple candles, but we're in the right direction, obviously. Pound CAD. Top of the range. Easy call. And this is going to be a CAD thing. As that CAD picks up off the low. Eventually the Canadian dollar is going to get stronger. And this is another one of those trades that's going to be a really good trade. A very easy decision to make as far as making the decision. We're likely at the top of our effective trading range, potentially making a lower high. So as this pulls up into here, maybe try it again short. Going to be selling the high of the day, wherever that's going to be. Yeah. Pound CAD. Looked like the hash mark was going to be there. Yeah, so easy call here. Going to be taking a position right here. 6242. Oh, no, 642 ish. Possibly one more little spike up here. And really going to be looking for some kind of a pullback like that. Maybe on into tomorrow. It's going to try to catch the position here today. Going to try to catch the entry starting there. And the only other decision I would be willing to make would be to be up here at your statistical high. Going to try the price action first. And also there's an algorithmic level there. And that's why we have confluence between price action and an algorithmic strategy that has absolutely zero to do with candles. Nothing. It has nothing to do with candles. And we've got two things saying the same thing. We've got a multi-strategy confluence there. That's what we call it. So skip that. We know what's coming there. We're going to wait. Pound Swiss. I do have a long from yesterday on this. Hasn't really gone anywhere. This is one of those on the macro that's at the bottom of a range. Very clear range contraction. Very mild but clear that we're in a range contraction here. We've got lower highs and higher lows, progressively reduced volatility over time. We would expect volatility to be less over time, reduced and not more. We really want expanding markets, but I do have a long trying to play the bottom of this. I'm assuming this is going to run up a little bit and make a lower high somewhere, probably up here in that gap right there, probably just above that swing high. We'll watch that. It's the money you can't see. And again, we'll watch levels here. I'm assuming this is going to go a little higher. I would only want to be long here, coming off a higher low in what we know of as a range contraction. And we've already got the higher low, big bullish candle. This candle that just printed actually on Pound Swiss. Yeah, Pound Swiss. This is a good candle here. Let this close. And any red candle that forms after this, you're fading into it, buying into it. Buying into it to go back up. Hey, welcome. Welcome. So yeah, that's what we'd be looking for there on the pound. And we'll watch the strength of the pound. The pound is strong right now, which is good. You know, it's doing the right thing. Kind of a spaghetti market right now, a little bit weird. But, you know, this kind of thing is what we'd be looking for on Pound Swiss. It's probably going to end up higher at some point. Just structurally, it would be logical for it to end up higher. Very big on logic and probability. So obviously be watching where the selling has occurred on the way up. But for now, going to be looking to fade any fade any red candles. See where we are within our range. Yeah. I'm already long on it from yesterday somewhere down here. Yeah, I actually got a good entry on it yesterday. We'll flip over to the account in a minute. Just not much to see right now. I'm waiting. I'm just kind of hovering around break even, waiting for these trades to go. Still got a couple things on from yesterday. Take a look real quick. Roller out. Yeah, just kind of hovering around break even on this live account. I got something. What is that? Aussie dollar. Got a weird entry on there. I was waiting for this yen to pull back a little bit so I could take some more trades on this. You know, I took the second entry right there earlier, but I've got the other entry on my other account, on my challenge account. Slow going today on this. Obviously not a lot of profit here, but moving in the right direction. This day is not over yet. Day is definitely not over. Yeah, so anyway, we'll come back to that. There's nothing really to do. We'll go through on the we'll go through on MetaTrader in a little bit and take some entries once things start to pick back up a little bit. We're almost there. Aussie CAD, yeah, what happened there? I'm already in that one. Hopefully it didn't completely die. All right, yeah, it's coming back. It's gonna go, man. Actually, structure, I mean, price action, it feels like it's gonna go higher, but it's right into sellers, which is crazy. That gap, I mean, the elephant in the room just sitting right there is that gap above it. Knowing that statistically our high would be up here. Yeah, I'm long on it from yesterday. I didn't take another one today. I think it was yesterday or the day before. I think when it was actually dropping back in here, I was buying into it. So I know I am on that. So yeah, you know, it's an interesting spot here. It is rejecting at the top of the range too. So man, what are we going to do with the CAD's been down for so long? It's probably due to come back up a little bit. So that's why I want to be careful with that kind of thing. But yeah, I'm already in it from the other day. Pretty sure. I know I'm in it because I took all the Aussie pairs the other day. Yeah. Yeah. Just got a little tiny piece on this account. I know I'm in this and I'm in it on the other one too. From the other day. So good game there. It's up 35 pips. Hopefully it'll go some more. I don't know. I'm already in it. I'm not going to make any other decisions on it. Yeah, no profit here yet. But that can change quickly. I know that can change very quickly. So yeah, the Aussie stuff, trying to figure it out. The Australian dollar as a currency, as an index, is in an interesting spot. There's a whole bunch of Aussie trades that may start going. Come on, dollar. There we go. Another rejection. The bottom of the range. See, this is where it gets sketchy on the dollar. It just rejected again. It looks like it might be the low of the day's end, but just rejected again. Is it going to go down? I'm positioned for a weaker dollar, trying to hang in it and watch. Hold on 1 second. Voice wrecked. So yeah, pound CAD. Probably looking to go a little bit more on that. Yeah, 4 hour. Back to the 4 hours real quick. Probably gonna have some sort of a rejection here after this much move in a row. 160 pips straight up. 0 red candles. Nothing but green, 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 green. In this case, blue, but nothing but bullish candles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in a row. Probably going to be 7. And when that spike makes a high today, we're going to try to catch the high of the day on pound CAD for a pullback, just a pullback to get some pips. You know, on the macro, maybe it goes higher, but we're talking about right now on these 4-hour candles. What's likely? Yeah, it would probably be a good idea to try to red hammer the the red hammer of truth at the high of the day. We'll watch that where the hash mark is first. Hash mark short on pound CAD for group side. Pound Swiss we talked about. Pound Aussie, whatever. Pound Kiwi. I want to be long on this just based on the structure of it. However, there's not a lot happening here. Obviously, this is just in a range. There's really not much to say about it. I think it's probably going to end up going higher. Price action wise, like this looks like it's going to try to break and run, you know, up a little bit. I'm not a big fan of it because it's kind of a range high, a bunch of highs up here. So I don't want to buy it here. Without having a stop on it, I would definitely I would obey the stop because it is a range high. Depends on the Aussie too. Pound Kiwi, same. We talked about that. What else? S&P. That doesn't look good. Doesn't look good. There's nothing to say about it. We got a potentially stronger dollar coming in too. And if this runs down to break the low, which is what the likely move would be, the dollar is going to go flying. So we need to keep that in mind. This is structurally is not good. It's dropped and stepped down into a consolidation. Dog barking. This very well might go into another consolidation just below that, like that, and then eventually spill and break the low. That's exactly the kind of thing that would happen. Drop, consolidate, drop, consolidate, drop, consolidate, eventually make a higher low and pick back up and go back the other way, step up a little bit. You know, that kind of thing could happen. 100% possible here to go break the low. That would be normal. Probably going to happen at some point. The question is it going to happen from here? That's always the question. Is it going to happen from here relative to where we are right now? Is that going to happen? I think it's a decent short, to be honest. I would rather, actually, I'm long Dow, but very short Nas. I have a very good short on NASDAQ. One's pushing and one's pulling right now. They're pushing and pulling against each other. You have an epic short on the NASDAQ. And actually the bot's got a couple in here too. I'm way in the green on the NASDAQ short. So I want this to go down another run. We haven't hit target yet. So I do want this to run down back below that previous consolidation. It's where the money's going to be. So I'm looking for this to go lower. May not be the best entry right now. Just U.S. equities, indices, we'll say. The index of equities. Probably going to go lower. I would only short this kind of setup. I would only want to be short on this. However, it is a range consolidation. It's right in the middle. There's not a lot of information here. My gut tells me that it's going to go down. I am also very aware that markets are noisy and it could do some crap like this and then go down and stop you out and, you know, hit your loss limit for the day and then run 2 days to the downside. So I want to be careful risk management wise with this kind of stuff. Take the stop. And if it runs to a higher level, try it again. But my guess is we're going to be down. What it looks like. It feels that way. Potentially stronger dollar coming in at the same time of weaker equities. It just paints a picture. CAD yen, actually cool with being long on this. I'm long on it from earlier this morning. I'm going to stay that way. Dollar CAD, I'm actually short, but not really that far underwater. Took this short right here this morning. and it was in profit. It was down and in profit, then back up, then back in profit. Now it's back up. See what happens on the dollar. This is extremely high. If you're trying to sell high, this is it. On dollar CAD. You know, cheat code wise, I already know that we've exceeded our statistical range for the week. So our projected statistical high of the week has already been exceeded. We're already higher than your average high of the week. Do you want to buy something that is already higher than its average high of the week? The week. Not the day, the week. And that's the thing. Statistically, your high of the week was right here. And we're way above that. So we know we're not going to buy it, right? Only looking for shorts. I'm going to wait until it hits potential highs of the day to make a decision. Just not making a decision on it right now, but there's a very good chance that this does end up rejecting. Watching the dollar here. The dollar is at one of these points right now where it could go either way. Seriously. It's at the spot right now where it could go either way. And this is where you want to make a decision. Whichever direction you're going to take it in. This is where you want to make that decision. So the problem with the risk off market, if it were to be risk off today and we are going down in stocks, which there's no guarantee of anyway, because we're in a range still. But if we were to go down, gold and silver are probably going to go with it. Been locked in at 1800 here, locked in. Just structurally on gold real quick. There's a possibility that we're just in a range like this, in a range consolidation, and we're near the top of it right now. Think about it. Think of it that way. What if we're just coming off the top of the range and this goes back down like this? Stuff happens all the time. So we want to be careful risk management wise. We're right in between a swing high and a swing low. It's really not a good entry in either direction here on whatever this is, gold. The anti-dollar, yellow dollar, doesn't look good, to be honest. This looks like a scalp short. I don't know. I watch this stuff happen all the time on gold. It'll come and do this and then bounce and go break the high. And it's just like, I don't want to take it short just for a couple pips and then it bounces at the top of the range and breaks the high. That stuff happens all the time. Or the center. The best case scenario would be that it hits the center and then goes and breaks the high. That's very likely. Something like that would be much more likely. So gold does weird stuff, and it does gold has some secrets too. It does things repeatedly that people just aren't aware of. It just happens. Repeatable things because it's software that's doing it, controlling it. Algorithmically controlled market. Anybody who tells you otherwise doesn't understand. Aussie dollar, again, waiting on that. So anyway, got through the higher time frame stuff. Obviously not a lot of information here. We're waiting. Got some good potential trades on. Waiting for stuff to play out. Come on, pound yen. Let's hold that opening range low. Let's head to the top of the opening range. Let's go back to retest the high. Pound CAD, same. Waiting a little bit more. Gonna be the red hammer of truth up here. We're getting there. A few more minutes. Give me 1 second. A few more minutes, we're gonna have some entries. Another attempt, at least.
Negative
rate hikes, and all of a sudden you could get a higher recovery and risk still looks good. And then you have the likes of Steve Chivrone coming out and saying he doesn't like bonds because the risks are that you're going to end up with inflation that gets a little bit too hot, and going forward it's going to lead to a credit problem, not a duration problem. I find that divide interesting.
Well, the Treasury market's been listening all week, that's for sure. 5% on a 2-year. Big adjustment at the front end of the curve, Tom.
It is. I mean, the adjustments there, the spreads. I mean, 105 on the spread is where we were. 111 was the worst, I believe, John, yesterday. And you see it in every single data point. But again, I'm going to go out that life goes on. Let's dive into this right now. Andrew Sheets is really quite good at this. Chief cross asset strategist, I should say, at Morgan Stanley. And coalescing the wonderful and fractious narratives, plural,
this dude
at
looks
Morgan
like a trip.
Stanley. What is your conviction right now?
Well, thanks. It's great to be here with you. So we still think that the US economy is going to slow as we go throughout this year. And I do think the market might be a little bit too fixated on this kind of will they, won't they question of a recession, when the dominant force we think is still going to be a slowing in economy, both in
the economy. Yes. Question is, what does the market do? What does the market do? In the world history's slowest economy during COVID, the worst economic slowdown probably in history during COVID, or close. Stock market went to the moon, as everybody lost their jobs and got handouts and needed to be bailed out, and everybody was losing their jobs and staying home, wasn't allowed to go out and spend money at businesses. Everything got wrecked except the stock market. Everything got wrecked except the stock market. It was the only thing that did not get wrecked during COVID. That's it. It's the only thing. From this point right here is when everybody started losing their jobs. Right here, this line in time is when the health of the economy went, the health of the economy down, jobs down, everybody's wrecked. Everybody. Printed $8 trillion. Hey, welcome. Yeah. So just to learn from history, we need to not forget this. That during the worst economic, pretty much the worst downturn in, I mean, how do you beat COVID? Not in our lifetimes. You got to go back to what, the Depression or something to, when more people lost their jobs, and it was, everybody knows what happened, right? So the health of the economy did this. Everybody got wrecked, and the stock market did this. To the moon. So careful when someone says that you should take a trade based on the health of the economy, because we all know that's not true. It was proven. And what we have here is a speculative market. We have speculative investing, has nothing to do with the health of the economy. It is impossible to make that conclusion. It is impossible to argue that. It's impossible to argue that the health of the economy causes the stock market to go up or down any direction. We actually watched an inverse move during the pandemic, and we know that now. At the time, we didn't know that. But what we saw was everybody got wrecked. Everybody lost their jobs. Everybody had to stay home. Everybody's business collapsed, and the stock market would not stop. Absolutely would not stop. So just take a second to appreciate the reality for a second as far as the health of the economy and the stock market goes. Pricing delivery. Yeah. And that's what we're doing here, is reverse engineering pricing delivery. Exactly that. Exactly that. Just the right way. So yeah, dollar up makes sense. We have a direction change on the dollar. So this is something we're going to have to pay attention to. That may be an issue today, depending on what's going to happen here. The dollar is definitely showing some signs of strength, and the low of the day being in. We already know statistically, if that was the low of the day, the high of the day is up here. So Points along the way, going to be definitely at the center. We'll see if this rejects or not. This is at one of those inflection points where I don't really want to make a decision. I'm going to stay where I'm at because I entered when the dollar was right there the first time. There's still a possibility that this rejects and comes down. However, the fact that this bounced that hard off the hash mark makes me think that the low of the day is in. I think it's going to pull back here. We'll see how far. If equities sell off on the open, gold sells off, that kind of stuff, probably going to be the low of the day on the dollar, and the dollar is going to be up. So things like Aussie dollar and Euro dollar may not go higher. Depends on what it is. Looks like it's just going to pull back into a range, unfortunately, which is not a big deal. Kind of got risk on the yen anyway today. And that may affect the yen too. I can't imagine that yen staying too much stronger than it already is, but it's trying. Anything high, every time it makes a new high, it's going to be in it. Nothing to do but wait now on the yen. I mean, it's on a big, huge, higher high in this selling, higher time frame shorts going on. We'll look at it when it breaks the high and see what happens. If it breaks the high on the yen as an index. Hopefully this pound yen is going to continue stronger. A lot of potential. Pullbacks, add yen, whatever. What do we do besides wait for all the stuff that's already going? I don't know. Listen to some news, chill. Probably left. Waiting on some very specific timing in the market. This is when we start to pay attention. Now that all that profit taking is probably close to over from London session, maybe we can continue what we were doing earlier. So we're going to watch for that. Biggest question right now is the dollar going to reject here? We're going lower or higher on the dollar, and this, when we can get a better directional bias on the dollar short term, then maybe we'll be able to do something with it. But right now I'm kind of waiting on the yen stuff to see if it's close. Got a couple trades on, keeping the risk reasonable and manageable until we can figure out what the heck is going to happen. Trading has been very boring this week. It's been slow. However, I feel like we're making up for it here. We're about to get back in the game. Come on, dollar. I want the dollar to go down, honestly. I know that where that stopped and bounced, I'm not sure that the dollar is going to go down too much more. Not buying it here, but it may not be a big dump. So anyway, Dow looking short. Now NASDAQ all looking good to the downside. Come on, Nas, let's go. Got a big short going on here on the NASDAQ. Huge run. Big run. Looking to take 4% out of it. 500 points. Let's go. 500 point move on the Dow. Monster. Break the low and put in a down day today. That's what I'd like to see. But that's going to mean that the dollar is going to go up. And if the dollar goes up, we'll have to mess with it again on the high. Means things like Euro dollar and Aussie dollar are probably going to come back down. Honestly, at this point, it might not be a bad bet to try that because of where they are. Something like short Aussie dollar. I'm already long on it, so I don't really want to short it, but look and see. Yeah, bot's already got it short. I'm not going to mess with it. I'm long from lower and the bot is short from higher, so I'm going to leave that. It's a good position to be in. Got a mess. Waiting for something to happen, basically. Something's got to give. Been a very slow week, guys. A lot of consolidation, a lot of half moves that look like they're going to go, like head fakes, and then it just pulls right back into a range. So much of that going on. It'll look like something's going to go, and then it'll pull right back into a consolidation and do nothing. Extremely annoying market this week. Price is just not behaving. It's just not behaving. I have 147 trades at the same time. Yeah, closed out. That's fine. That's funny. I forgot. Yeah, I probably got more than that on right now. Let me look and see. Yeah, it'll close them out. It always closes them out. How many trades the bot has on right now? It's a lot. And you don't have to run it that. I'm kind of stress testing it. I'm running it a lot on purpose. Up 2.97% total. Where is it? Oof. Holy cow. Yeah. 301 open positions. 301 open trades. So, yeah, I know it's full. That's what I mean. It's stacked up. So yeah, 301 open positions. That's just normal. Well, I mean, not really, but for this kind of throwing that many strategies at it, it's completely normal. Plus taking manual trades on top of it. But you got to remember that the type of strategy this is, it's distributing all of that across the entire market, almost every pair, with very small positions, and it's managing the positions as price moves. Price hasn't moved enough to take them off is the thing. Once something starts moving, you're going to hear this thing going cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. It'll start knocking out all of those positions and taking them off once they go into profit. So yeah, crazy run. Yeah, got 301. Yeah, 301 open trades. It's funny. What is Euro Aussie? Got a Euro Aussie long that's 267 pips in profit. It's funny. Got a Euro Aussie long that's 267 pips in profit on the bot. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, it's a mess right now. It got a whole bunch of positions on waiting for the market to move enough to start taking them off. It'll start scalping them out. Let's take a look at it actually. Turn this other monitor on. Yeah, so it's about $500 something in drawdown. But it's also closing out scalps along the way. It hasn't had a chance to close much out today because the market's not moving much, but yeah, that's a decent sized drawdown. But I'm also running a lot. I'm running a lot of strategies. It normally wouldn't be that much. Wouldn't be anywhere near that. I'm just kind of stress testing it to see. Running it on a challenge account. This is a 100K challenge, prop firm challenge. So I do have skin in the game on this. So I don't want to do anything stupid, but it is running. Yeah, it's got 300 open positions, but makes sense. It'll manage them. It'll take care of it. So yeah, that's kind of where that is. It's got stuff all over the place. There's multiple strategies running, like multi-time frame, supply and demand, automated, and statistical range, multiple statistical range strategies, scalping strategies, candlestick pattern strategies, range channel strategy is the one that I'm testing. It's actually probably got the majority of the risk on. That long's looking good there on Aussie yen. But it's mostly very small positions, but it manages a whole bunch of small positions that equal one big position. It's one big net, position in the market. It's trading the whole market as one. It's hard to explain. Trading the whole market and not just one pair. And multiple strategies on multiple pairs. So it looks like a lot, but it's managing different strategies within themselves. kind of compartmentalized, and the entire thing works out to be, whatever it's going to be. But yeah, no, it's in the red right now, but that may not last long. Got plenty of room on this. This is about as big as the drawdown's going to get, and I'm nowhere near any kind of limit or anything. Got plenty of room. But this market will start moving here. This number will change. It'll be a positive $600. It'll be taking all the you'll hear it, taking all those dollar scalps out. I switched it up to $1. I had it at 50 cents and I switched it to $1. Yeah, NASDAQ got some really good stuff going there. It looks like it's closed out a couple. So we'll let it go. Just let it ride, do its thing. It'll figure it out. It will figure it out. Then I'll take manual positions as well, just to try to nudge it along. Try to get there quicker. Looking to hit a target, hit a profit target. Whenever we get there. Some weekly blowouts. Dollar, Euro dollar, dollar CAD, Aussie dollar, all the dollar blowouts. Euro, Aussie, got that. Pound dollar, same. Gold, silver. Aussie Swiss. What's up with Aussie Swiss? Take a look at that. Anyway, the bot trades multiple. It's trading relative movement here. So I'm going to let it go and do its thing. And I'm also taking some manual positions in here too, but I'm trying to let the bot do most of it. And I'm going back and watching to see what strategies perform well, what didn't do well, what did better than another, and just try to manage it, try to come up with something that's a decent balance between profit and risk. But it's running, it's up. It's not a lot so far this week. Going though, it's gonna be all right. Anyway, that's what's going on the bot. I'm running a prop firm challenge. I'm just gonna let it go because I know it'll figure itself out. It's not gonna hit a $3,000 drawdown. That is extremely unlikely with this kind of configuration. I guess it's possible to get these crazy 1,000 pip moves in a day like happened a couple months ago on pound yen or pound dollar. Does that have risk management? Oh yeah. Yeah, there's a ton of risk management. Yeah, percentage closes. Every strategy has stops. I'm not running them right now because I'm running a position management strategy. But yeah, you can manage risk by percentage, currency loss limit, percentage loss limit, those kinds of things. You can say like if it gets to be too crazy, then just cut it all. But it also has some recovery algorithm, kind of what I call smart chase, the drawdown. It chases your drawdown and it automatically switches itself from taking profits from. There are multiple ways to look at it. It's hard to explain without getting into the technical details of it, but it can switch itself from the goal of being to take profit to the goal being to let's unwind this position and remove the drawdown. It'll automatically square up positions to reduce your exposure, to try to fight the drawdown. It tries to claw its way back to neutral, and then when it gets in profit, it'll start taking profits again. And the goal will be to get a profitable trade and not square up the positions to manage risk. It can automatically do that stuff. It's got some pretty advanced features. It's not your average trading bot, but still testing it all and trying to tune all that. It has some very powerful capabilities. Just testing it basically. And eventually we're going to get there. But it's all available and it runs now. I mean, it works now. Just trying to make it better, constantly trying to make it better and better and better, developing it from the perspective of, if you wanted to manage capital with it, like it's a hedge fund in a box, basically. It's not meant to just trade one thing. It's meant to manage multiple instances of MetaTrader. That's where we're heading with it. Like if you have a cluster of MetaTraders, a cluster of accounts, you got 25 accounts with 25 different strategies. you know, that kind of thing. Like actually like capital management, but with MetaTrader. That's where it's eventually going, and I'm probably going to switch over to MetaTrader 5 soon. I've been thinking about that. Keeps me up at night. I think it's getting to the point where it's about time to start looking at that, at porting over to MetaTrader 5 or just a C# with a bridge to do like C Trader and MetaTrader at the same time. Looking into that, looking into some things. Won't get into all that right now, but pound CAD. Easy call. I already know what I'm going to do here. Try this twice. Try it here first. It would be better if it broke the high. I would rather it broke that high, but if it does, it means it's probably going to run higher anyway. So I'm going to attempt a lower high first here. What is this on pound CAD? But yeah, bot's got a bunch of crazy, it does a bunch of crazy stuff. It's not your average little trading bot. Years of development, and it's meant to be a very serious thing and trade low risk. You know, it's meant to be a passive income machine is what it's meant to be. And it is if you let it run that way. The issues people have is trying to, just like anything else, trying to take too much risk, trying to jack the risk up too high. Dollar might be rejecting here. Hold on, we got some stuff going on. Pound CAD, a good run here. Hold on a second. But yeah, no, it's got a, you know, there's tons of options, but it does have inbuilt risk management, which is the point. And honestly, if you just let it trade and let it go, it will get out of it. It will get itself out of it just by the nature of the strategies. They will recover. The market just has to move a little bit and it eventually will recover itself. It always does. The thing is to not over leverage until it can get a chance to get out. Yeah, it's a little bit overkill on the options. I think we're up to 20 strategies now. 20 separate strategies. Completely different strategies, all in one bot. 20. So, and some of those have multiple options and variances that you can run just in the settings of that one strategy alone. So yeah, it's a robust system. It's basically like a Swiss Army knife of algorithmic trading, mostly based around statistical ranges. And then there, you know, you can do like trending strategies and stuff like that too. But, you know, I didn't focus on that kind of thing. I'm focusing on strategies that I know are good. Basically curating everything that tests well and go and write a whole bunch of test cases, try to make stuff work. And then when I get a good equity curve, I throw it in. I throw it in the bot. And, it basically ended up with a list of a whole bunch of stuff. It's a huge, it's a huge thing, honestly. There's a lot of options. So the downside of having a lot of options is there's a lot of testing you got to, there's a lot to figure out. What's the best settings? I mean, and how some strategies work in combination with others. That's the key, is running a strategy in combination with another. Take this pound CAD. Yeah, whatever. I'll just take it. And it's probably going to spike one more time, 42 seconds. Probably going to push up one more time. We could get a better entry, but realistically, you want to be short here. Again, it's one of those things where I don't really want to argue over a couple pips, but probably want to be short here. Going to go ahead and take it. I was sitting talking while the entry came. I was talking, but whatever. Somewhere like that. But yeah. Yeah, you want to be short here. Pound CAD. There we go. Now's your opportunity. There's your spike. That's so I was saying. There we go. Bang. That's what I figured was going to happen. It's all right. Yeah, so inflection point here. This is either going to run all the way up to this next level up here, or this is going to be the high of the day. And that's what we're trying to figure out here. Is how much farther over that high is it going to go? If it goes too much past this kind of dashed line right here, or hash mark, then it's probably going to continue. But this is the first spot to try it. Let me actually put this on my other account. The first spot to try it. It's one of those things where you try at low risk. You don't have a lot to lose. It's at a very good level. Low risk. Why not? There we go. Good entry there. We'll see. It's a maybe. Come back to it. It's either that or it's going to make it all the way up. So I would be willing to take 2 entries here. In first entry here, and if it continues all the way up to here, I'll take a second entry there, and my average will move up basically, and then I'll wait for it to come down. You know, there's a possibility that it does run up there, but I'm going to try it here first because from experience. What was that? Pound? What's going on with the pound? Hold on a second. Yeah, the pound is strong. All right. Ugh. Yeah, so rejection on the dollar. Look at that. All those dollar pairs came right back. Pound dollar, Aussie dollar, Euro dollar, dollar CAD short. All of those playing out. Dollar harsh rejection here. So still going to stick as of now with this candle on the dollar index. We're going to stick with our dollar down bias. Our weaker dollar bias here. Starting to go. Actually, got some stuff running into profit. Yep. Okay, so we got something changing here. Dollar's moving. Gold's going to be up. Yeah. Equities are probably up is why. Man. Screwy range here. This doesn't even mean anything. It's just got a green candle at a weird time too. But dollar rejected, and that's the important thing. Bitcoin's going to go off the low. We were talking about this earlier. Good for a day trade today on Bitcoin. Decent. It's a decent day trade long, but I would... Oh, cha-ching. Come on, bot. For some profit. Bot taking some profit. That was $1.76 on pound dollar. It was a pound dollar long and Aussie dollar long, actually. A couple of them coming through right now. Euro dollar, pound dollar, Aussie dollar long. Closing out in profit. So we got some movement. We got something happening on the dollar that's important. And this is what I was waiting to see. Was this going to reject, or were we going to start moving up? One of these two levels is going to hit. One of these two X's is extremely likely to hit. I'm trying to figure out which one that's going to be. You know, what if you already knew 2 places on a chart that were likely to hit? Right there, you've already reduced your chances to 50-50 shot, which is pretty good. And then how do you edge that out a little bit to make it more than a 50% chance? I already know that one of these levels is likely, very likely to hit. So this rejection makes me think it's going to go down now. So weird, honestly, a weird move there on the dollar, but it's down. Dollar down. I'm going to stick with that for now. Come on, Aussie dollar, Euro dollar. Come on, a little bit higher. Everything's looking good. Looking better. See what the fate of our pound CAD short's going to be. Very good. Good opportunity here. Be willing to try it one more time higher. There's a good chance that this is the high of the day. Very high probability, I would say, given the higher time frame move that's happening. Pretty good shot that this is going to be the high of the day on pound CAD. And if that was the high of the day, then we've got a potential to go much lower. Statistically, we do. So We're going to watch this and see if this rejects and starts to roll back down. If it does, then we probably got the high of the day, which is going to be a great thing. It's worth a shot. One of these two, this is going to be a good trade. One of these two levels is going to be the one. It's going to be one of the two on pound CAD. I'm going to try it here first. And if it doesn't go, then I'll try it again higher, basically. If it looks like it's going to push through and it keeps closing above this area right here where this X is, if it keeps closing above that, then I'm assuming it's going to go higher to this next level up here that we're going to watch, our projected high. Then we'll try it again there. So I'm going to try this twice. One of them is going to be the one. Very likely. No guarantees, but it will be. That's going to go eventually. EuroCAD, good game, a little bit more. Waiting for that one. Waiting for it to get higher. We already know what levels we're looking at. Doesn't have to be hard. There's no stress involved in this kind of thing. I'm just waiting for the level to hit, and we're going to manage our risk appropriately. And we're going to get these pips to secure the bag. Yeah. See if this ends up going. Time is it? 8:30. Yeah, let's just give it a minute. Watch. Still doing all right. Time. In the green on the live account. In the green. Oh, big rejection on pound CAD. Correct. Looking really good. Give me just a second and we'll continue on. Give me just a minute.
Real and nominal.
Overhired or maybe extended their hiring aggressively during the pandemic. You're seeing those same companies pull back. There are smaller companies that we track in our data that never got really a leg into this market because the labor market was so competitive and they had to compete for talent with larger firms. So it's really a mixed bag, but the common thread is that wage growth has been stronger than before the pandemic throughout the economy.
How bifurcated is it that wage growth among the lower income sectors has outpaced the higher income sectors pretty substantially? I mean, has that gap continued to widen as you see some of the layoffs in the tech sector and the white collar, the middle office workers that have gotten stripped out of certain areas, while you still see some of these service sectors continue to robustly hire?
Yeah, so we still see double-digit wage growth in leisure and hospitality sector and the ADP data. And that growth has come down. It's down a lot since, again, the summer of last year. But overall, the wage moderation has been really, really modest. In fact, there's only a couple sectors where wage growth now is lower than it was before the pandemic. Information tech is actually one of those sectors. So even though we're seing layoffs, we're actually seeing information in the tech.
Yeah, sorry, I just saw that. Yeah, let me look and see. In group updates, in the group updates channel in Discord, the bot should be in there. Yeah, the last one, Dynamic Range Trader, should be good. Yeah, uploaded on February 15th. Just in group updates, like the last post, that should be good. That's the one I'm running here. So should be good to go. Oof, Euro Aussie, come on, baby. Go dump it. Big short coming in here. Got days to the downside coming on that one. Yeah, so screwy market again today. Not really a lot happening, to be honest. We're getting something. We're getting some movement, but it's not big movement. We got a little bit of back and forth, but it's not like huge moves, and that's the thing. We're not getting any like volume coming in, like where it's a freight train. There's no freight train here. Oof, yen. What happened to that? All right, so the yen is breaking the high. Another opportunity here. Let's go. Come on. Wait for it to get a little bit higher. Pound yen wrecked, but not completely wrecked. Gonna leave that on. It's a good trade. Just didn't get the follow through on it. It's still not bad though. I'm just gonna leave it. No follow through. Add yen. Another one just on another low. It's insane. Dollar CAD shorts looking great. Oil longs looking good. That's in profit. Gold killing it. Long looking really good. All of a sudden, come on, dollar. Yeah, come on, gold. Looking good. Oh yeah. Money, baby. We're long way back here from a couple days ago. All along the bottom down here. We're long on gold. Looking really good, actually. Come on. Yep, going into the green. Good. Watch that rejection on the hash right here. We're just talking about this, about gold bouncing and running up and breaking the high. We just talked about it 5 minutes ago. That's why I didn't want to go short gold right there. It's because of that. Exactly right there. Now watch right here at this level. Anyway, give me 1 second. I'm still here. Watching at this point, we're about to try to figure out what we're going to do here. Now that we got market moving. See what's right and what's wrong and what we need to manage.
DCL
and all sorts of other data and stuff, but the answer is you just wait for the data, which we just did, and it pulled back a little bit.
I wonder how much people aren't really trading the cash instruments and they're just basically hedging on the margins.
A lot.
I feel like that's kind of what's happening more than actually going for the level.
There's been some good academic study about that, and there's a lot of just noise out there. A critical conversation on Ukraine, Russia, and Putin. William Browder of the Hermitage Capital Management will join us. This is must listen. We do that next.
Keeping you up to date with news from around the world with the first word.
All right, so I guess we'll listen to it.
The Biden administration will unveil a new budget proposal.
Yeah, careful on gold. You don't want to enter long gold here.
To cutting the deficit.
Not a good idea.
Sources tell Bloomberg it calls for a 25% minimum tax on billionaires, will nearly double the capital gains tax rate for investment, and will raise income levies on corporations and wealthy Americans. The plan has little chance of passing Congress now that Republicans control the House. Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell has been hospitalized after falling Wednesday night in Washington. An aide said McConnell tripped during a private dinner. No word on how badly he was hurt. McConnell is 81. He was elected to the Senate in 1984. Bank of America has been one of the few major Wall Street banks to avoid mass job cuts. One reason is flexibility when it comes to dealing with staff. We spoke with CEO Brian Moynihan.
Or redeploy people across the franchise, including investment bankers, to other parts of the franchise to help us in the middle market investment banking. So you can move it. Our headcount peaked in January. It's down a few thousand. It can move, but you had to stop hiring, and that's what we had to do last fall.
Moynihan says B of A's attrition rate is now approaching an all-time low. The bank has more than 200,000 employees. And Boeing will work with Shield AI to speed up the military's use of the startup's self-flying aircraft software. The two will also explore other defense applications for the artificial intelligence technology. Shield AI's HiveMind software has been deployed since 2018. Global news powered by more than 2,700 journalists. I'm Lisa Mateo.
I have a bunch of
it's Bloomberg.
Autonomous F-16s up there is what it is.
Okay.
Bunch of F-16s that fly themselves.
Distracting me with your
China's doing it too.
I'm going to deal with your night because it's really bothering me.
My nights.
Yeah. He's a troublemaker.
Yeah.
What did you get up to this weekend?
You know, just robot stuff. A lot of chess. I was practicing for you. I know you're pretty good. Ooh, I don't like that. I will take this. Put it over here.
Not cool.
Lol.
Not cool. All right.
Tell us about this breaking news.
I can see. Got me beat.
So where are we at? How are we doing here?
Game well played.
Thank you, sir.
Doing okay. Some of the yen stuff went and broke the low. Euro yen made another low. Pound CAD's looking like straight up money. Like dirty money.
Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts. Be alive and on
Turn
demand.
these clowns down real quick. Come on, Pound CAD. Let's go, baby boy.
Start exploring to see what's
Let's go. Looks good.
Bloomberg.com webinars.
Money, baby.
Good morning, good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome to Bloomberg Markets, China Open.
This is Bloomberg Technology.
To our television and radio audiences worldwide, welcome.
Euro CAD, maybe another one. Doomberg. Euro CAD's another one that's on big higher high. I wish it would go higher so I could short it, but might not. Pound CAD. Yeah, Pound Aussie may be a weird one.
And his nuclear saber rattling.
Oop.
Our analysts assess that his current posture
Hold on, what's going on here?
deter the West from providing additional support to Ukraine as he weighs a further escalation of the conflict. He probably will still remain confident that Russia can eventually
Come on down, dollar.
defeat Ukraine and wants to prevent Western support from tipping the balance and forcing a conflict with NATO.
April Haynes, National Intelligence Director here, as we're all shocked by the reports that we see in the newspapers on Ukraine. A few days ago, I asked our great Lee Brody, can you figure out where Bill Browder is and can we get him
Gold.
On the show?
Projected
here?
right
And
on the
this is
hash.
really important. Here's an email, folks. I've never received an email like this. Bramo, I don't think you have either. Quote, I write to warn you about the assassination plot against you by the Russian security services and the foreseen future to happen. I did receive the fresh info on directly identifying you as a target for hit. That is the Bill Browder reality.
That is not my reality, I
That
will
is
say.
not our reality or many
and
others as well.
Yeah, that is a culture that has been unearthed and has been behind in some ways what we've been witnessing over in the Eastern European region.
The book is Freezing Order, Bill Browder. I can't say enough about it with the clarity of 3, 4, and 5 years ago. Mr. Browder joins us this morning from London. Bill, I can go eight ways here, particularly off of Angela Stent's work on Putin, my book of the year last year, but I can't. We've got a battle of Stalingrad going on right now in Ukraine. The Russians had to stop the Nazis, and they did with a wall of bodies. Translate that analog that Mr. Putin knows over to what we're witnessing in eastern Ukraine this evening.
Well, Putin basically doesn't care about the
Something
number of
going on here.
He has this huge military advantage that death of his soldiers doesn't even make him sleep worse at night. And so they're losing soldiers at a rate of 5 to 1 of the Ukrainians right now. They're throwing convicts, conscripts, and anyone else who they've been able to corral into this meat grinder.
Yeah.
They're throwing them into battle and they're being mowed down. These people oftentimes don't have even the proper armor, guns, or whatever, and they're being shot down on a major basis. And the purpose of this is to try to just soften up the Ukrainian lines. And no matter how good the Ukrainians are at fighting back, if wave after wave of soldiers are being thrown into this grinder at the Ukrainians, it has a negative impact, and that is going on right now as we speak. And it's, if you watch All Quiet on the Western Front, which is about World War I,
Right.
this is the type of tactics that are going on right now as we speak in Europe today.
An Oscar contender there. Bill Browder, when you were at Chicago, you and I were weaned on Thomas Schelling. the giant theorist on war and game theory.
We'll watch this
You've
one.
been
Careful with gold right
saying,
here.
Look, this is all about Putin. But what has changed in the last year? When Browder talks about Putin now, what's new?
Well, the main thing that's new
Come on,
is
dollar
that Putin
CAD.
is showing himself to be, totally not credible in all of his chest-thumping alpha male threats. He has a weak military. He didn't win in 3 days. He's running out of ammunition.
Ooh, pound Swiss looking good.
Blackmail against Europe didn't work. They found alternatives. He thought that Europe wouldn't, in America and the Allies wouldn't.
It's more like extortion, not really blackmail.
He thought we wouldn't supply weapons. We have, and so he
did try to extort Europe with gas and oil.
From start to finish, and as a result,
didn't work.
Russia is not in a strong position. Russia is not going to win this war with the capacity and the capabilities they have right now.
$1 looking really good, actually. Good long on this from this morning. I don't have it marked here, but it's up 40-something pips.
Especially if it's basically
looking good. Come on.
At the front lines,
Dollar's
tragic to watch.
Dollar's looking good to the downside.
You used to be one of the largest foreign portfolio managers of Russian assets. I mean, how far we have come from that time. Financially, have we done everything possible to perhaps expedite an end to this tragedy?
Well, there's really two areas that
Come on, Aussie dollar, let's go.
To help the Ukrainians on. The first, on the military side, is that they have asked for jets, which we have not provided. They've asked for long-range artillery, which we have not provided. And they've asked for
Flint, Michigan needs potable drinking water.
Of what they've asked for. On the financial side, it's the one thing we can really do for them is to starve Putin.
We got places here that need stuff too.
To continue to fund this war. And we have done a lot on the financial side in terms of sanctions. But the one huge loophole in this whole system.
Come on, Bound.
And you could drive a truck through this loophole.
Let's go.
Is the sale of oil
looking
and
good
gas from Russia to the west and to the east. Putin receives between 500
Give me a second.
million
We'll go through our 4 hours in just a minute. Just listen to this news real quick.
All the disconnection of Russia
See what's going on.
System. And that money is enough money to continue to fight this war into perpetuity. And so we have to figure out a way to stop him from getting that money, because as long as he gets that money, there's no stopping this war from his perspective.
It's deeply painful to read the articles, the very human articles about what's going on, the fighting, the victims of this fighting. Bill, I wonder how long it will take and whether this war can end with Vladimir Putin still the leader of Russia.
Well, there's two ways that this war could end. We could give the Ukrainians enough military weaponry so that they finally overcome Russia, which I think they have the capacity to do. Or the other thing that could happen in this scary.
How's the situation in Russia?
As the war drags on, and again, as I should point out, that Putin doesn't care about casualties, and so he can throw more and more men into the meat grinder, more and more casualties. And
we don't win anymore.
The West can lose interest. And you're starting to hear noises in Washington, particularly out of the sort of far right of the Republican Party, the Marjorie Taylor Greene, Lauren Boebert, the Tucker Carlson. Let's not finance Ukraine anymore. That's what they're saying. And if those fringe people start to become mainstream, America is the single most important backer of Ukraine.
The United States of
would step
America.
out. If there was a change in leadership in 2 years' time, Putin could win the war.
Like me, President Trump.
And so that, in my mind, is probably the scariest prospect that we're facing right now as far as Ukraine is concerned.
Bill Browder, can the dramatic exercise work now? The Ukrainians shocked with damage to a key bridge to Crimea a number of weeks ago. So many in the West seem to be looking for a dramatic moment to put Mr. Putin in his place. I'm guessing that's the thinking of children.
Well, I don't think it's going to happen.
In the summer last year, completely unexpected for me and for anyone else who's been following this, the Ukrainians broke through the Russian lines and retook 54% of the territory that Russia had previously
taken.
Come
on, dollar.
It was dramatic.
Don't believe the 5.6
places they pushed Russia back, and the Russians were running back, retreating. And it's not entirely impossible. And interestingly,
it can happen.
little inkling that there's some chance of that happening is from the Russians themselves. This guy, Yevgeny Prigozhin,
China,
Putin's chef, the head of the Wagner Group, this mercenary group.
Yeah.
He's out there
and some dangerous people.
saying, if I don't get enough weapons,
Like Russian version of Blackwater.
We're going to collapse, and then everything will collapse. He's the one saying it. No one else is saying it. He's the one saying it. Now, it may be for internal political reasons, but
Come on, dollar.
If I hear him saying that, it makes me feel like, maybe there's
Starting to go the right direction. Come on, market, let's go. Come on.
On the other hand,
come on, baby.
Putin has unlimited numbers of people he can throw at this, and he doesn't care whether they die.
Bill Browder, thank you so much for joining us with this update.
You're not a nice person.
Management barely describes it. The book is freezing order. I will not mince words. It is chilling to say.
Our country is in serious trouble.
There, and I think the coverage of Maria today on Amory Horton has just been so good.
Come on, Ian.
And frankly, the coverage, I find myself reading the New York Times, the battle reports, like from the lines. But what's chilling there is for Browder, who's really up to speed on this, alluding to this horrific modern movie, All Quiet on the Western Front, getting rave reviews for its brutality.
We thought this kind of warfare was over.
Exactly.
We thought we wouldn't see trench
All Quiet on the Western Front.
We wouldn't see.
That's a great movie, but I think it's on Netflix. I watched that like a month ago on Netflix.
With a leader of a nation,
it's pretty good.
Care about casualties, as we were just hearing about.
We'll have to see Bill Browder there, and we'll have much more from Maria today on Anne-Marie Horton in the coming.
Because our leaders are stupid. Our politicians are stupid.
After that claims report, pulling back a little bit more, employment angst. Equities catch up. Futures up 3, Dow futures up 53. In the yield space,
2?
Okay, we'll go with it.
Maybe
a
4?
Little less inversion this morning than the shock. The last 2. Tomorrow morning, beneath the headline numbers at 8:30, it will be Jobs Day. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
8,700,000,000.
Bloomberg has enhanced search on the terminal to deliver what you need when you need it. Now, you can simply type phrases in everyday English in the command line.
Come on, dollar.
Compare financials.
See this dollar break the low. We need to settle down lower today. Come on. Let's get this thing moving. Let's go. Come on, pound yen.
What do you want to know today? Ask a question or visit
Let's roll.
to find answers now.
Might actually hit target today.
Every art institution I know of wants you to serve on their board, and you're very involved in the art world.
Voice Rex. Might hit. If we can, this thing will get going.
In a democracy, David,
might be getting there.
Important. We know what art does to young people. We know that exposure to art brings about higher levels of empathy. It helps people understand how other cultures, other people live, and it just brings out the kind of humanity in all of us. There are times when I
look at this guy.
Leaders use language that is inhumane while talking about other human beings, while talking about the world. And I think to myself, this person has clearly never engaged.
Aussie Swiss.
They've
Take a
never
look.
listened to
What's going on? Aussie Swiss. Take a look.
Of a great playwright. They've never sat and reflected on a beautiful painting or picture.
Aussie Swiss.
Because if they had been really educated, had they really been...
That actually looks really good. Not even gonna lie.
They wouldn't...
It's a long only.
To use this kind of language.
Bro, can you put the news back on, man?
So let's go inside the boardroom. Let's suppose you win a proxy fight or you just...
Yeah, Aussie Swiss actually looks good. Very good structurally. God, that looks incredible. This pair trends really well. When it goes in a trend, it tends to stay there. Not a super fan of the entry. However, I think on the macro, there's a pretty good chance that this is going to end up higher than this at some point, or be trying to find the bottom. Flat consolidation is not the best entry. I would only want to be looking for longs personally. I'm not a big fan of the entry right the second long, but it is probably going to go. Ooh, man, that was a good candle close on the dollar. Ooh, really good close there. Good. But yeah, Aussie Swiss structure wise, like as far as market structure, it looks great. Level looks really well, really good. I would be, yeah, I mean, you try to buy into pullbacks and just obey your stop. I mean, I would only be looking long. I would wait for it to, maybe wait for it to pull back, kind of miss the entry. What I would have done would have been right there, taking it long right there. Just missed it. But if it would pull back a little bit, I could see that going higher for sure. I would only want to be looking for longs. As a matter of fact, I would be looking to buy the low of the day every day until that goes up. I'll just buy the low of the day every day on Aussie Swiss. Write that down. Easy money. You're probably very, very close to a major turning point because of where this is in structure. Looks good, honestly. I'm not a fan of the flat consolidation, but it's got more room to go up than down. Yeah, it actually looks good. Come on, Aussie dollar. Oh, we're moving now. Hold on.
I hate to break it to you guys.
Yeah.
I will tell you, this is going to be something special.
It's going to be a special kind of day. Come on down, Euro Aussie. Come on up, pound yen. Pound CAD, screwing around, but this is going to be a good trade when the pound chills out. Aussie dollars running, Euro dollars running. We got the dump on the dollar. We're making a new low. We got the dollar right. We got the direction right. So good game. Looking lower, but we're not going to enter it short here. We're not going to enter short on the dollar, but we're looking to go lower, if that makes sense. Already got the entries. 1 second.
It didn't. Certainly felt like a little bit of a walk back, but I think we all heard it loud and
Good
clear
Lord.
on the first day, which was the data has not given them much room to do that stair-step function that we thought was the plan, which was take it down to 25 basis points next time. Instead,
Yikes.
we are now hanging on
Euro
to
yen.
every data print that we're going to get over the next week to figure out if it's going to be 50, and it very well could be.
This looks really good, honestly. I'm kind of bummed I didn't get that low down there. The bot might have caught it. All right, guys, I'm trying to listen to see what's going on here. Euro yen. Did get it. It got close. Got close. Come on. Euro yen. All these yen trades all look good. Everything against the yen. Come on, pound yen. Let's rip this baby. Let's go. 100 pip trade. It's a 100 pip trade. It's at 50 pips now. 50 pips in the green. From the YouTube entry, it was right here. We're 25 pips in the green. A little bit higher. Gonna have a rejection right here. And then we'll be looking to close out or secure the bag when it gets up to that second little level right there. Great trade, easy day so far today. I wish every day was like this, honestly. Just getting it right, basically. I wish every day was like this. Hopefully the dollar will stay where it's going. Once the yen starts to go, see these profit numbers change quickly. Come on, yen. There we go. Oh, looking much better. Pound yen's about to run. Aussie yen, CAD yen, Euro yen, pound yen. The whole yen basket that we took this morning, it's all about to go. Looks great. It's going to be a yen-based move, so we can go short pound CAD and long pound yen, and both can be in profit because we're playing the CAD and the yen separately. playing the neutrality on the pound. The pound is stronger, but when that pulls back, it's going to pull back, and when it does, there's going to be a violent red candle, hopefully, once they start going the right direction. So come on, yen. It may be slow, but at least it's going the right direction.
Those 2 months was that Feb 3rd jobs report from a month ago. And it made me wonder over the last couple of weeks, Lindsay, and I wonder how you feel about this, just how brittle both arguments are on either side of all of this.
Figure out what to do. 9 o'clock, 25 minutes to market open. And we'll see what we get on market open. It can change wildly when the market opens, so... Oh, there goes gold on the way up. Yeah, gold's going higher. We're about to run into a level. Need to take this level out of the tool.
But in the immediate and thinking about day-to-day positioning and trading, it's gotten really complicated.
It was the dilemma of last year. If you can't price the risk-free rate, how do you price risk? Here we are again, struggling to price the risk-free rate. Deutsche Bank pointing out what on earth is sufficient restrictive.
Could probably take that out.
Deutsche Bank saying this: the market should not be comfortable with the notion that a terminal rate near 550 is sufficient. Martin, what is sufficient?
You know, that's what we're all trying to figure out right now, John. What we look at when we look at the natural rate of interest is one of the Fed models, but they discontinued or suspended
pull this out.
That model once the pandemic hit. You know, going into the pandemic, that natural rate of interest had been falling for years. It was in that 2 to 2.5% range. But as you alluded to, maybe it's a lot higher right now. Maybe not necessarily structurally, but at least cyclically. Because what we've seen in the markets, we've seen a lot of tightening in Fed policy, but not tightening in
get rid of that.
conditions. I think that's one of the confusing issues when we hear those comments from Powell. What is it that he's referring to? But when we look at the economic data, when we look at the strong labor market, when we look at that, you know, positive surprise.
Get that off the chart. So I don't have to mess with it anymore.
Almost 5% isn't really restrictive right now. So I think that's what we're trying to figure out. And I think that's what we're looking at when we look at our guidance for our clients. That
camera won't focus.
And the Fed does need to hike more than expected, and the economy can withstand that. Maybe
sorry, guys. I have to deal with voice being gone. All right, yeah. Just get that out of the way.
Yields are probably going to remain relatively anchored here for now. But if the economy is strong enough, then we could see a move up pretty much all across.
Label off of there. Don't need that label.
Off the back of this, jobless claims about 37 minutes ago.
Come on, pound CAD. Let's go.
95. Equities up by, let's call it 0.25% on the S&P 500.
Got a good one on there. Gonna be in the money. Let's go. Gonna be in the money today. Getting closer. Getting much closer. Got a very good position on, basically. Good position. Back into the 200s on the drawdown, and stuff hasn't even started moving yet. Gonna end up pretty good in the green here today, probably. Let me
You're supposed to lose jobs when the Fed raises interest rates, and it looked like we did this time. 211,000 is the total for last week. First time since the first week of January.
Hold on 1 second. Make sure my risk management. We're going to be looking for a $500 target on this set. Could take the profit on it. We'll see. We'll shoot for 250 first, actually. If 250 hits, it's got 300 positions to close out, so I'll let it go. Good chance, though. I'm going to get there.
15 minutes.
Yeah, trying to move it by 0.25% at a time. I guess you guys couldn't see that. I was just changing my risk management on here. I was having it, the bot's going to auto close all trades when the profit gets to, your open exposure gets to 250. So it's like negative 300 right now, but that's probably going to change with the positions I have on. So when it gets to positive 250, it'll just close everything out. And then it'll immediately start to reopen positions. I'm trying to get this camera to focus. All right, so there's that.
job openings for construction.
What's going on here? Oh, looking much better here. Oh yeah, I'm gonna hit target. Yes, let's go. Same thing. 1/10 of 1% at a time. $25 at a time. That sounds stupid, but it's a very, very solid strategy, risk management wise. 1/10 of 1%. Move the chains. Do it again. Do 1/10 of 1% 100 times, easily 100 times, with very little risk, and you just did 10%. You got to do 1/10% 100 times, and it takes very little risk to do that. You can take very low risk trades and squeeze out a 1/10% profit, and if you move that forward 100 times, you did 10% gain with very little risk, and that's the name of the game. With a basically 0% chance of blowing it up. I mean, if you manage your risk the right way. Very, very, very low probability of something bad happening. Anyway, we'll watch that. When this gets up to 25, it'll close out, or we'll hear it. Prophetess Prime will tell us. Looking much better here. Bot's got some stuff on, so there's going to be weird positions in and out at weird spots. Everything's looking much better here. EuroCAD's got some drawdown. It's in the green. Pound yen is way in the green. Pound yen's up $50 just on pound yen alone. All right, so doing all right. Back in the game. We're back in the game, baby. Let's go. But you see how pound CAD is coming down and pound yen is going up. Both strong moves. And see how we figured that out? How one can go up and the other can go down at the same time, even though they're both pound pairs. It's relative to the CAD that matters. Then when that CAD pulls back, this is gonna be a good one right here. I mean, when the pound pulls back, sorry. Gonna let the pound get to a level, and then when the pound yen rejects and goes to pull back, CAD yen is going to accelerate to the downside. It's going to have a big nasty red candle right from the top of the range. Huge potential. Going to send a mini lot for 100 pips minimum, potentially 200 pips, but I'll probably close it like 100 pips. So that'd be like $100 trade right there. Send a mini lot for 100 pips at $1 a pip. Let's go. Looking good. Come on, dollar down. Oh yeah, this yen's looking great.
And third, just the general outlook when you look at things like the ISM manufacturing index.
Whatever, bro. Next. yeah, that's it's funny. Yeah, this thing is going to be tripped out when it goes to close it. It'll be funny. You'll see how long it takes. It'll probably take a minute to close them out. Especially on a challenge account. On a live account, it'll go much faster. It's almost instant on a live account. But cue the stink face. But it's going to take a minute to close them out. It's going to be a minute. Got to get there first though. Once it gets into the green, half tempted to just let it go because the bot has got so many good positions on. I could have all that equity captured and just lock it into the green. Man, I should let it go. Let the bot just trade. Because once everything goes into the green, it will stay in the green and continue to knock out all those scalps. It'll just be cha-ching, 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 cha-ching all day, every $1 every time. Either $1 or $2.50, depending on the whether it's equities or gold. But it'll start knocking out a whole bunch of scalps, little dollar scalps, just knocking them out of the market. And while the equity stays in the green, That's where it's heading. That was a great candle on. See, look at the big candle up on pound yen, big strong candle up on pound yen, big strong candle down on pound CAD. And this is why relative volatility and relative movement is extremely important to understand. You know how we know that. We know that that's going to happen. It makes sense, you know. There's a reason why two different pound pairs can be going two different directions. And that's kind of the point. Come on, pound. Or come on, CAD, really. Come on, yen is what I want. See that yen? That was a really, really good candle on the yen. Dollar is not really doing anything. However, these yen pairs are about to run. That yen has a long way to go, and it hasn't even started yet. It hasn't even started moving. It's got a long potential way to drive. Come on, man. Might have been the high of the week. It's possible. Come on, pound CAD. Let this pull back and then reject. Go lower. Gonna be a good day. And voice is gone again. Oil long looking great from this morning. We're long from the center on oil. If anybody caught that. Took a tenth. Took like a mini on that, which is fine. They need to be managed. Not really. If this yen will actually move and do some volume, gonna easily hit target today. With ease. That's what I'm saying. I probably should let it go and just allow it to run because of the position. Some of the positions I have on are like potentially multi-day movement positions. Finally, man. Finally getting a little bit of action. A little bit. Euro yen's looking really good here. Honestly, looks great. As this pulls back, it's only longs. Pound yen killing it. It's about to reject off the center, which is fine. CAD yen, great. Spiked the low and then went. It's exactly what you want to see on the pullbacks. You're getting in long. As the yen fails and comes down lower, hopefully. Yeah, looking good. Unfortunately, gold's probably going to go a little more. For anybody who's short gold, it's probably going to go a little bit more, but then come down. It's going to be sketchy. I would not do anything until it makes it up to 1831. 1831 on gold would be the next time I would even try to make a decision on it. So 12 minutes until equities open. US equities open for business. Ring the bell. 12 minutes. 11 minutes. Dow's starting to go. Come on, dollar. I wish this thing would just go. Just drop already. We know what's going to happen. Come on. Do it. So yeah. Try to get this money, boys and girls. Euro pound is at an interesting spot, actually. You wonder about the pound. Either way, we're going to win on the pound. If the pound does reject hard and pound yen pulls back, that means that pound CAD is going to run hard into the green. It's going to run big. So either way, we're going to end up winning here. Back in the 200s. Come on. What happened? Oh, it closed to $1.03 on euro dollar. Oh, I didn't hear it. Probably smart grid. If he did, the sounds aren't in for that yet. I haven't put the sound effects in yet. One thing that I need to work on is getting the sound effects done. There's a couple other things that are priority though. Even though it's cool to have the sound effects. There's a couple other things that are priority. Really should be, hold on a second. One second. This is on. Take a spin through with the risk manager. I don't know if the battery's dead or not. Yeah. Challenge account. Controls. Yes. All right. Yeah, so let's see what's up. Come on, pound CAD. Chart euro dollar. Good. Gonna be weird. I have a feeling this is gonna pull back a little bit, but it's just gonna be a screwy dollar, is what it is. Figure it out. Beginning. Come on, man. Trying to get into the green here. Figured that my controller's dead. Have to charge it. I don't know where the cable is. It's somewhere. Not plugged in. We'll do that in a minute. Never mind. We'll come back. Hold on. All right. Plug my PlayStation 5 controller in. All right. Let's try this again. Take a spin around the market and see what we got. All right. What can I do here to nudge this across the line? Got to get this into the green. Once the yen starts to run, it'll all go. And bot's got a bunch of positions on for different reasons. They're trading multiple different strategies. Start to see some of the orders clustered in the same areas, which is interesting. I'm going live every day. I'm trying to get back to that. Crazy thing is, for people who have been around long enough, I was live 24/7 for like 4 years or something crazy, like every single day. I've over the last like year, I've taken a little bit off. I've been taking some time off of YouTube to work on software development, and developing software and bots and doing all the group stuff. Still doing all the group stuff. I just haven't been on YouTube as much, but yes, I'm going to plan on being back a lot more. Probably not all day, because we do have group stuff to do, but every once in a while I'll take a YouTube day and we'll, take some trades here. But ooh, come on, CAD yen, looking good. But yeah, I'm gonna try to get back to being a little more consistent on YouTube. So yeah, we're working on that. Been talking about doing that for a while. Just kind of slowly getting back into it. I streamed every day, every single day for years since, late 2016, like early 2017, I think, on this account. And I just kind of getting burned out on it. Just needed to focus on other stuff, really. The time that I'm sitting here on YouTube, I could be productive working on, trading software and stuff like that, doing programming. But I'm going to get back to it. Pound yen's looking really good. We got some good trades on today. Easy day. Nothing. I guess not. I shouldn't say easy, but by the time this day is over, it will be. Ooh, pound Swiss is gone. I think I've got that on the other account. Should have taken another one when it was down there. But yeah, I'm going to work on coming back a little more. What do we have here? Let's just go through real quick. A whole bunch of crazy positions on the bot. So say it's got 300 open positions, which is excessive. But that the point is to test it. Can it manage 300 positions? The answer is yes. It could manage 3,000 positions. That's a crazy part about software, is it can do it. It can handle it. Managing 300 positions isn't a big deal because it's all based on rules, and it's checking to see what needs to be done every time it moves. So it can do it. Euro pound, right back. That's interesting. That looks like it's going to bounce. I'm not going to mess with it. Euro yen's looking good. Long off the low. Short from the high and long from the low. This is going to be a really good position. That's looking great. Flipping through, looking to see what's going on with it. What needs to change? Is anything need to take profit on anything? Pound yen's probably getting close to a point where you might want to take some profit. Long's lower, don't need to be there. Yeah, screw it, I'll leave it. I'll just let the bot do it. It'll scalp them out. Pound dollar was a good run. Good run long on pound dollar from this morning. Pound CAD, great short. More to go. Put a pending order up here. A little bit more, just in case. Actually, never mind. I don't think that's going to go up there today. I'll wait on that. Pound CAD, I'm waiting for it to come down. Pound Swiss, missed that on this account. I know it's on the other one though, lower. Pound Kiwi, that was, it took that long this morning. Obviously, it's got a stop on it, so looking better, look much better. It's going. Stop to break even on that before I forget about it. It's a bigger position. I won't forget about it. Maybe it'll go. Risk free. Whoops. All right. I'm not going to add to that. Pound Aussie. Bot's got it in both directions, long and short. Long from lower and short from higher. I'm just going to let it do it. Whatever. Let it do its thing. It'll figure it out. S&P, I'm not in. Actually, I am. Short. Short from way up higher. I was going to say I thought I was short on that. I got a mini short from much higher. Hopefully that'll end up dumping the low and running lower. I'm looking for it to go way lower. Like on into possibly even early next week. Got a really good short though. The Dow on both long and short. God, sorry guys, hold on. Man, voice wrecked. Oof, pumping. Some stuff's moving. The yen is getting roasted here. As equities are going up, the yen is it's coming out of the yen. Yep, so ring the bell, guys. Ladies and gentlemen. Yep, ring the bell. Market's open. That's why. That's why it moved like that. Chart, NASDAQ. Watch that for a minute. Yeah, so we're going to be all over the place here. Chart, Dow Jones. Dow's up. NASDAQ's putting in a red candle. Interesting. Yeah, so kind of hovering here. I think I'm going to kind of waiting on the yen to move. We're going to need bigger movements to get into profit, but once it goes, it's going to be a very good net position. The whole position of the whole market is going to be really good. Super stoked about that. It's going to be good. Got a good run on. That was good. Kiwi yen from this morning. Swiss. Oh yeah, that actually looks good. Bot's trading it. Bot's got a whole bunch of stuff on in both directions. It'll figure out what needs to be taken on and off. It'll take care of it. I'll see Kiwi. Nothing there. Hold on, wait. That's a crazy long on Aussie Kiwi, way down on there from yesterday, 2 days ago. At the bottom. Bottom boy. CAD Swiss. That looks like that's going to be a long too. That was a really good long. Dang, man. That was a good entry earlier. It's crazy. Put a pending order like... I wonder if that's going to go actually. Put a pending order right down here just in case. If it holds the low, then whatever. Let me set my risk. $5 per trade. Could do a percentage, but the $5 because it'll be the minimum position size. It'll be like a mini lot or a micro lot. I mean, we'll put it right there. Be a 0.02. We'll put a pending order just in case it drops down there. That'll get filled. Next, Swiss yen. This is the easy way, just to put pending orders at levels and wait. Put pending orders at levels, wait for the market to do its thing. Oil, really good long on oil. Almost can't even see it. It's there. Right there off, right just below the center level on oil. That mini lot long, looking good, killing it. Not going to do anything on that. Let's see, that was a really good short like 2 weeks ago. Up here off the top, we caught the very top of that. Crazy. That was an all-time high on the FTSE up there. Like 2 weeks ago. Nothing to do right there, really. It's going to be in a consolidation. It's probably going to end up lower. I wouldn't be buying into it right now. I would just wait, honestly. I would probably wait on the FTSE to buy into it. Buttcorn. I think Bitcoin's going to end up higher, honestly. As a matter of fact, let me go out a couple time frames. Stop out of the way. I think it's going to end up higher. My risk is set. Something low. I think right where it is, honestly. That pullback right to the center. Take it. Why not? Long. It's way at the bottom of a range. It actually looks good. And it's not a bad entry where it is right now. That pullback, it's about to go. So Bitcoin, again, for like kind of a day trade. It's not a long-term investment. Like you don't want to You know, sell your firstborn child and buy Bitcoin right now at this level. Probably not a good idea. I would wait for 10,000 for that. Yeah, I said it. People don't want to hear that, but probably going to happen. It'll be later this year. Dollar index. Come on down. Big opportunity for the dollar to come down. Makes sense. Just pull back. Like a day or two pull back. We're already positioned for it. Waiting. Crypto index is trash. All right, yeah. Just flipping through the challenge account. See what I need to do. If there's anything needs to be managed, just taking it slow on this. I'm not doing anything crazy, not taking any huge risks. Just slow going, easy, moving the chains, just getting a first down. It's going to get the first down over and over and over until I win the game. Up 3%. Could probably speed this up a little bit. Could probably take a little more risk, but it is what it is. Yeah, so what's going on with equities here? Let me put this back and we'll go back to the chart. Put that down. Pound yen's just murdering it. Out of the red here today. Yeah, so looking good. Killing it. Pound yen gonna be a 100 pip trade. First take profit, kind of hit, ran right through it. Good. It's gonna pull back and bounce off of that center level. It's gonna pull back and do something like this, and then that. Come on. Oh, it kind of already did. It pulled right back to it. And okay, there you go. It's going. What's up with Pound CAD? Yeah, good game. This one's going to be fine. I would try it again higher. I'm going to try this 2 times right here. When the pound chills out eventually, and it will eventually, it'll pull back, then this will go. But until then, we're going to enjoy the benefits of the pound strength, pound dollar and pound yen in both of them. Good game. Pound dollar we took back here. It's not marked, but we took that this morning on YouTube right here. It was that candle right there. Going to run up a little bit more. Killed it. Probably going to go a little bit more than that, but I always shoot for what would statistically be the high, and stick to the plan. Stick to the plan, Stan. Aussie dollar is looking okay. A little sketchy on the dollar. It almost looks like a, man, Aussie dollar is almost pulling a shark fin. Downside. I just wouldn't do anything here. The aggressive trade would be to buy this right now on Aussie dollar. The aggressive move would be to go long right here where it is, retesting the top of the range above a previous consolidation. Just right on top, it pulled back to it to go break the high. That would be the aggressive play. If you're looking for something, that's probably what I would do. Other than that, we're kind of waiting on everything to go. Looking good. Let's go. Come on, pound yen, a little bit more. Remember where our target is right here, to take profit right here at the top of the range. Let's going to be important when it gets there. Hopefully it'll push through. It probably will, but that's going to be where you want to secure the bag. And that's going to be the 100 pip mark from the group trade this morning, and the 70 pip mark for the YouTube trade. The second entry. We got into this early this morning and then got into it again on YouTube right here. Right from the bottom, a retest of the low of the opening range. And yeah, 69 pips. Lol. With a potential to go much more than that. It's a very good entry. It's about as good as it gets. Could potentially be a multi-day move. Wish I had more risk on that one. I should have put more lot size on that trade. Not bad. I just could have put more on it. Yeah, looking great. Everything's looking really good today. Easy, smooth market. Behaving. Price action is behaving normally. Good game there. So we're probably going up in stock market. Stonks. Watch this. Probably going to get a rejection right there soon. Watch NAS actually. Watch NASDAQ when it gets right there. Watch that reaction that's coming. Yeah, looking good. Anyway, give me 1 second and we're going to continue on to the markets open. Looking for trades. Kind of waiting what we already got on. As far as where things are going, we've pretty much already got it figured out. Gonna wait for things to go a little bit more. Probably gonna go a little bit higher in equities, but then we're gonna have an issue. What's gonna happen when it expands this range? You know, whatever the high it makes, is it gonna stop short and go back down? I don't know. We got a big unknown here. So let's wait and watch this. I'm assuming we're going to hit up here first. Right here is going to be your management point. Let's watch that. Give me just a few minutes. Whoops. What was that? Give me just a few minutes. I'll be back. Continue to trade out. They got the market moving now. So we're in the volume. We're looking for the follow through. See if we can push this thing into profit. Still here, guys. Just give me a few minutes. I got to look at something real quick. Got to take a look at a tire real quick. See if it's got to have a hole in it or not. Give me just a minute and run outside. I'll be back in just a second. Yeah, just waiting at this point. Going to wait for a couple levels to hit, and then we're probably going to have some more entries. So really looking for the dollar to continue lower. We want to see a weaker dollar, really. We're risk on, dollar off, euro dollar up, pound dollar up. Hopefully Aussie dollar. The yen is another. I mean, we've got everything nailed here, I'm pretty sure. I think we got it. I'm just going to need to wait for it to go. Pound dollar's looking awesome here a little bit more. It's all stuff from earlier. Pound yen a little bit more. When we get up here, we're going to take some profit. I'll be back before that, though. Anyway, just give me just a second. I'm still here. We're going to be here trading this out. Finally got a market that's kind of moving here, like where the whole market is moving. At least most of it. So I'm going to try to capitalize on this because it's been so slow. Anyway, just give me just a minute. I'll be back. Not going anywhere. Just give me just a few.
Environment, you're going to see us continue to lead with our people.
Do you worry at all about a price wage spiral? Not just here.
ETF. Coming up next, though, cybersecurity firm CrowdStrike is providing an upbeat outlook for investors. We'll talk to the company's CEO. Cybersecurity firm CrowdStrike gave investors a positive outlook for the year to come as it moves forward with its plans to target small to mid-sized businesses. CrowdStrike CEO George Kurtz is with us right now. George, it's great to see you. Last time I saw you, we were in person in Davos. Nice to see you virtually this time around. Let's talk about demand for cybersecurity right now, because As we talked about a couple of months ago, you said we're not going to see huge cutbacks in cybersecurity. Clients are prioritizing that. What more can you tell us about what you have been hearing from your clients?
Well, cybersecurity is something that you might be able to pause, but you can't put off indefinitely. And that's absolutely what we've been seeing. A lot of certainly large organizations have prioritized security into this year, financial year 23. And once they have those projects prioritized, it's very difficult to move them around and restart those. So we certainly saw that at the end of the year and the beginning of the year in January. And I think it really goes to the fact that security is so critical to organizations in helping them become resilient and protect them against some of these devastating attacks that we've talked about in the past.
And George Inez here, you're also targeting small and mid-sized businesses. So talk to us a little bit about that. What are you seeing in that space?
Sure. Well, the great thing about our Falcon platform is that we cater to the largest enterprise all the way down to the smallest SMB businesses. And because it's a SaaS service, it's the same technology and it protects the largest organizations to the smallest little companies. What we see in that area is a very fragmented SMB market, and we believe we have the best technology to take advantage of that fragmentation. Even small businesses obviously are going to need to be protected. And now we've actually partnered with Dell, which we're really excited about. We announced that last week, where we're actually going to be shipping on Dell boxes for small and large businesses. We'll also be part of their offering in their managed service. And Dell sellers will actually be able to sell Falcon subscriptions up and down enterprise through SMB. But SMB is absolutely a focus for us.
George, at the risk of seeming like a goof here, I'm going to ask a very rudimentary question, which is, we know you do cybersecurity. Specifically, where do you sit in the cybersecurity landscape, and what exactly do you guys do? We're just trying to break down things a little more here.
Well, it really is a great question, because when you think about cybersecurity, it's a very complicated area. And as I've said before, cybersecurity actually parallels the slope of the technology curve. So you have to be very specialized in how to protect new technologies. We focus on endpoints, your computers and laptops and servers. We focus on cloud workloads, so any of your workloads that are in the cloud. We focus on protecting data. We focus on ingesting data and logging information. And essentially, there's a new marketing term, I guess, that's in the industry, XDR, which is really the fusion of pulling all that data together and then helping organizations not only detect but prevent against these very devastating attacks.
And George, we've talked a lot over the last couple of days about Fed plans and about the 2 and the 10-year curves getting steeper and what this means for the possibility of a recession, or if we're in a recession. So I guess my question is, in the case of a severe downturn or recession, I mean, how recession-proof is cybersecurity?
Well, I think it's very resilient. Security is, again, as I said earlier, you could maybe pause it for a small period of time and try to make do with what you have. But at the end of the day, you can't postpone it indefinitely. And organizations are looking to protect themselves. There's mandates from the board. There's compliance mandates. And it certainly is a resilient industry, which is really important. What we've seen is that budgets are modestly up in some cases, other cases flat, but we haven't really seen security budgets go down. And what's important from a CrowdStrike perspective is, as a consolidator with our platform, we're able to consolidate multiple agents. These are the software programs that run on the computers, multiple technologies, reduce overall cost, give a better outcome, and actually help organizations constrain their headcount growth, because we can offload a lot of that heavy lifting to CrowdStrike.
I also wanted to ask you about the government's new plan, where it talks about putting more of the burden of cybersecurity on companies. Do you think that that's the right approach?
I think it's a shared responsibility. Certainly, when you think about how the government operates, the government is protecting its own interests, which that's the way it works. And organizations that are private organizations have to protect themselves, which is really why there's such a robust security industry. And it is a shared responsibility. There's a level when we think about software as in general. When you look at Microsoft, there was 30 zero-day vulnerabilities. So there's a shared responsibility in making sure that software like Windows is actually safe. And also from a consumer perspective, if you're implementing technology, you want to make sure you have the best. And from a government perspective, it's understanding the threats and making sure that those threats can be communicated very quickly to the private sector.
CrowdStrike CEO George Kurtz, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Another story we're watching, drama continues to manifest for AMC 1 week after the theater chain reported its 14th consecutive quarterly loss and fourth straight year in the red. CEO Adam Aron tweeting on Tuesday that AMC has been on the threshold list for more than 3 weeks. But what exactly is the threshold list and what does it mean for the company and investors? Our own Jared Blickery is here to break it down for us. Jared?
Yes, a couple of definitions that Adam Aron is throwing us, or at least some technical terms that he's throwing at us, threshold lists and FTDs. And let's get to the first definition, and that would be threshold list. Now, this is going to be a little technical, and I will back up and we'll get to naked short selling in a second here. But this is companies whose transactions have failed to clear for 5 consecutive trading days at a registered clearing agency. Now, when you buy a stock, it has 1 day to clear. When you short a stock, it has 1 or more days to clear. It depends on where you are historically, but sometimes there are fails to deliver. And a fail to deliver is when you don't have the ability to prove that you borrowed the stock legally before you actually shorted it. So this gets to naked short selling. And naked short selling of a company is shorting a company stock that has not been affirmatively determined to exist. Now, most of the time it's illegal. If a hedge fund releases a short report on a stock, they can short it, but they have to pay a borrowing fee. They have to borrow it from somebody so they don't engage in naked short selling, which increases the amount of shares and the float of the company. Now, market makers like those at the New York Stock Exchange, Citadel is one, they can engage in naked short selling, and it's perfectly legal. It's part of their market making duties to provide liquidity for a stock. But all of this is coming ahead of a very important date for AMC, and that is next Tuesday, March 14th, when a special meeting of the shareholders going to determine if they should raise their authorized shares. That would be the ability to sell more shares, incorporate some of those 8 preferred shares from about 424 million to 450 million. Also going to be putting on the ballot a reverse split, potential one, of 10-to-1. So whatever you own right now, if you own $5.79 share, if you own 10 of those, you're going to own 1, but it's going to be valued $57.90. So the math works out that you're not making money, losing money, but it does increase the share price, because when companies get into the position that AMC is with these big highs here and now these lows, the danger is if it drops below $5 per share, that has important implications. If it drops below $1 per share, that has important implications. They don't want to become a penny stock. So on the back of all of this, Tuesday going to be the day to watch for AMC. I put our 5-year chart here so we can see the GameStop. What I would point out is all these peaks are lower and lower and lower. So we haven't seen the amount of bang for buck that we got in the initial GameStop, but we also haven't seen a spike this year. So maybe we'll get something in the $15 to $20 range. Hard to say.
This is what apes are always talking about online.
Yes.
Thanks so much, Jared Blickery. Coming up, Norfolk Southern is in the hot seat today as its CEO prepares to testify on Capitol Hill. We'll continue our coverage next. Stay with us.
Welcome back to Yahoo Finance. I'm Julie Hyman alongside Ines Ferre. Let's take a look at the latest market action. Investors trying to price in the likelihood of higher interest rates. We've got the jobs report tomorrow. And all three major averages are actually trading higher right now. All of them up in the neighborhood of 0.4%, except for the NASDAQ, which is up more, about 0.6%. I'm also, of course, watching bond yields today as we continue to see them trade near 4%, but a little bit of a pullback today. The 10-year note, little change at about 3.96%. But the big push that we've seen recently, and 2 years still above 10 years. So again, that recession indicator that we've been talking a lot about. Let's also take a look at the sectors within the S&P 500 to see what's on the move most today. Financials continue to be under pressure. As we've been discussing, when we see that yield curve inversion, it puts pressure on what's called the net interest margin at the bank. So it looks like that could be why those stocks are under pressure today. On the flip side, energy, which has been pulling back as of late. Oh, there we go. There's energy up about 1.4% today. This is a group that has been flagging this year after, of course, being the big winner last year. So now flipping today. And also we are watching tech stocks that are showing some strength in today's session. So that is what we have been watching pretty closely. Quick check on the NASDAQ 100. We looked at it at the open, now looking at it again and seeing quite a lot of green on the screen there. As we talked about this morning, we did have a jobless claims number that maybe shows a little shakiness in the narrative of the very, very strong jobs market. It came in higher than estimated, maybe a little relief on yields. I don't know, but it feels like much more is riding on the monthly jobs report tomorrow. Norfolk Southern CEO is facing the U.S. Senate Committee on Environment and Public Work amid scrutiny over last month's train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio. Will the turmoil of recent events be enough to alter the trajectory for U.S. rail infrastructure? Here to discuss is Joseph Schofer. He's Northwestern University professor emeritus of civil and environmental engineering. Thank you for being here. So I know that's a big question to kick it off, but I guess first I would ask whether you think
take a look at something.
There need to be fundamental changes in rail infrastructure. Was this some sort of wake-up call?
Oh, are they testifying in front of the Senate? Interesting. Oh, that might be interesting, actually. Norfolk Southern going in front of the Senate. Is that today? Anyway, I'm back. Got a screw in the tire. It was losing air. Got to take that and get that patched in a little bit. Girl's got a doctor's appointment, so I got to fix that. But anyway, back for a few minutes. Just going to take it and get it patched. It's not in the sidewall. It'll be all right. Can patch it. I just don't want to pull it. I'm going to wait and drive it there and get it patched. It was like slowly leaking air, and it came up on the dash that the tire was low. Life stuff. There's always some life stuff to do. That's for sure. Let's take a look for a minute. What do we have? Here with all these my hater blockers on. Ray Charles to the drawdowns. Actually not right now. Nothing's changed actually. Weird. Looks like some stuff pulled back a little bit. Yeah. Something did. What? Dollar's going. It's probably the yen. Yeah, green candle in the yen. That's okay. Yeah, the dollar's actually doing okay. So, what do we do here? Oh yeah. I actually saw. Yep. Got you. I got you, Alexandru. I'll take care of that in actually just a few minutes. And actually, let me do that right now. Assuming that's what that is. Oh yeah, okay. All right. Yeah, I'll send you a message here in just a little bit. Get you set up and then get you in Discord and all that. That's going to be changing too. Patreon actually just changed the way they just upgraded their Discord integration, and I need to go through that. It's going to automatically manage the Discord. So there's some things that are going to be changing in Discord coming up this week. So all the tools and all that stuff is going to be on Patreon. And for any lifetime members, we're going to figure that out. You're going to message me. It's all eventually going to be done through the website. I just haven't gotten to that yet. I'm changing the domain name. So I'm changing the website name is what it is. But yeah, we'll go over all that. You're going to want to be in Patreon or the lifetime membership, which is fine. Either one. Because all the new updates and all that stuff are going to be done through there. They changed the way they actually added a bunch of features. So we're going to be using that coming up. And it's just stupid cheap. And another thing that I'm going to be unveiling that I haven't really done yet is going to be the copy trader, with the goal of, at minimum, going to be making the going to earn the monthly fee for the group back. So in theory, the group will be free. Yes, you heard that correctly. Gonna set up an account and copy trader, and if you want to dial into think about how I want to say this here. If you want to dial into the copy trader and see my trades, it will automatically do it for you. You just run an EA and it'll automatically take the trades that I'm taking, and I'm gonna gain the $25 per month. It's gonna be the first goal. So the group is literally going to pay for itself. Find a better deal than that for what you have to offer. So you're gonna want to be there on that one. Gonna be some things changing on Patreon. Come on, pound dollar. Anyway, yeah, I'll check. I will send you a message in just a second. But yeah, I've got the risk manager is also a copy trader and a remote copy trader over the internet. So I can send trades out to anybody in the world. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to have a copy trade feed set up with the sole intention of paying for the group membership. So in theory, all you have to do is connect to the trade feed, and it will pay for itself. Think about that. Man, look at the NASDAQ. Holy cow. NASDAQ ran hard. Whoa. You're going to have a group that pays for itself. Literally. Without any interaction at all. You don't have to do anything. That's coming. What was that? Yeah, I'm just going to set aside, I'm probably going to get like a $5,000 account or whatever with the prop firm and just trade that account. And the sole purpose of that account is just to be able to cover, cover membership, and then whatever extra. Low risk, going to trade at low risk, and it will pay for itself. Dollar CAD. Okay, dollar CAD. Yeah, that's going to be a good one right there too. I wish this would hurry up. Come on, dollar. Yeah, there's some interesting things coming. I need a good solid weekend to finish that up. It's working. The copy trader's working. I just got to, there's a couple things I need to get finished up. Gold, good run on gold, man. So we hit target on gold. Yeah, you don't want to be long anymore. You'd be looking to take profit on any kind of longs that you're in for the day. Probably going to pull back from here. Probably not a short, but It's a risky short, maybe a scalp short. It's probably going to end up lower than that, but maybe not too much. It's not going to be some big runner, I don't think. But gold's probably going to end up being short here temporarily. $1. This is, you know, risk on, dollar off. We got it right. We got it right today for sure. Kind of waiting on the yen stuff. The yen's been slow, but not bad. Pound CAD hasn't dropped yet because the pound is so strong. It's fine. What else? Pound dollar's looking really good. Almost there. Killed it today. Honestly, we did well today. Almost there. A little bit more. A little bit more. Anyway, hold on one second. I send that message. Yeah, I'm trying to get this all worked out and switched over. Trying to get some things smoothed out, and I'm gonna have a lot to offer here coming up. It's gonna be an impossible deal to beat. Messages, hold on one second. Send this message real quick. There we go. All right. Yeah, check your Patreon. Messages. All right. Cool. Back to this. All right. Money. What do we do here? What the heck is NASDAQ? That thing pulled back heavy. I'm short. Short from the other day. And that pulled back quite a bit. Interesting though, because the bot should be managing some of that too. Yeah. Figured that was going to happen, man. I was hoping it was just going to dump, but could kind of tell what was going on with the dollar. Yeah, so risk on today. Oil, really good move on oil. Remember we went long from down here earlier and went almost 2% from entry. That was a really good trade. It's low risk. Gold obviously was a great move. Finally, man. Been long since 2 or 3 days ago. Finally went. Heck, where is it? Yeah, gold's looking good. That was a good long. Yeah, let it go. Looks like the bot took a couple scalps probably when I was gone. Looks like it closed some gold trades. Euro pound and gold. Euro dollar, euro pound, gold. 3 different positions on euro pound. Wait. All right. So at least we got a little bit of something today. Caught something. Aussie dollars being a turd. Yeah. Some of it didn't really go very far, and some mooned. Had some good trades though. Euro dollar long this morning, really early. That was good. Pound dollar was great. That was a really, really good trade there. Still going. Got a little bit more to go. Pound yen's got more to go. Still doing all right. It was that equities move that took some of the profit back because I was short NASDAQ, and as that pumped, that positive equity disappeared. I'm still short. Yeah, we'll see what happens. I'll leave it. I'm also long Dow, but it didn't go nearly as far as the NASDAQ did. So something's going on with the NASDAQ. It's pumped a full day's range already. Like, that was a much heavier volume than the other indices. The other, indices, really. Man, look at that. Slam, son. Right off the projected high. Bang. All the way back down. It ran right through the first level. Yep, so we're back on the bearish side. This candle closes and pulls back up and be shorting it. Crazy. And this thing might Eiffel Tower today, actually. It's pretty wild, actually, that the see the S&P has already come down quite a bit. Whole thing may come back. Man, what a messy move there. Yeah, so we'll watch it, let it go. Kind of one of those times during the day where we're just kind of chilling, waiting for everything to go that we're in. If stuff isn't moving by now, it's probably not going to. We're going to be watching over the next hour or so for highs and lows of the day. So there'll be a significant portion of the market that will find its high and its low of the day within the next like hour and a half or so, 2 hours. Almost there. This hour and the next hour. Got like a 2 hour window where a lot of times we'll get the highs and lows of the day. Like this, I feel like this has got more to go. Pound dollar. Looks like the dollar is going to drop more. Yeah. Not much to say. More to go. Waiting for some of this stuff to go a little bit more, basically. Like pound yen. Hopefully this is going to go a little bit. Even if it pulls back, this is where you got to have the diamond hands. Is if this does, pull back a little bit and hold, make a higher low and end up going later. That could happen. Hopefully it's just going to run. The yen hasn't moved enough yet. It still has a lot of room to go. I think this is going to go on pound yen. I think it's going to run. We'll just wait for that, really. Wait for that to take place. All the others, like CAD yen, it's up. Everything's up that we took today. That pulled back up on the NASDAQ, though, after being short. That took away some of the equity. So just nothing's changed. I've got positions going in profit as the other ones are pulling back. So it's like nothing really changed. Still in the green on the live account, just not really, nothing has changed, basically. That's the best way to put it. Had some things go into the green and some things go into the red at the same time. So it's kind of offset each other. But got some good positions that haven't moved yet. And that's the key. Is positioning in a way where once the market does retrace or it does start to push, then you're in the right direction. And all of a sudden that profit will turn up out of nowhere. Go from negative to positive quickly. But yeah, doing all right. Doing good today. Trading's been good today. Decisions have been easier to make today. We've actually got a little bit of movement Some things made sense. Good. Got it right for the most part. Good run there. Great. A little bit more. Yeah, let's just watch it for a few minutes. Go in a little bit. Not yet, but in a few minutes I got to run do something with this tire real quick, and then I'll be back and we'll trade the end of the day. Just watching right now, really. We're risk on, waiting for something different to happen, and the dollar, I'm assuming, is going to go lower. The one thing that hasn't moved much yet is the yen. It has kind of stalled out on the high. So I want the yen to get weaker. And if that yen gets weaker, all of this will make sense. So everything will go. Yeah, looking all right now. Stick with it for now on that. Anyway, give me just a few minutes. Yeah, give me a few minutes. I'll be back. We're just watching right now, and we'll look for some more entries here soon when things get to level. We're waiting for things to get up to level right now before we take any more reversals or close profits. Looking really good. Very easy, smooth trading day today. Yeah, I'll be around for a few minutes. Go grab a drink real quick, but then I'm gonna go for a few minutes, but I'll be back. I gotta go get a tire patched, and then I'll be back, and we'll trade the end of the day, the 2 p.m. push. Hopefully, all this stuff will keep going. Hit target while I'm out. Anyway, I'll be back.
Around those disinformation campaigns is important. On the cyber front, you're absolutely right on the allies. These are areas, and this ties back into China's Belt Road Initiative. They are doing a lot to try to get their infrastructure and make others more dependent on them. Where that leads to is other country, not only their ability to surveil and steal data, but also they're advancing their techno-authoritarian norms and standards. So I think that there are things we can do on the international front, threat sharing, but also building norms much more akin to how we see the world and how we want the internet to be operated, data to be protected, than the Chinese model.
I think it's very clear to point out that the People's Republic of China are the aggressor. I spent 5 years in Iraq and Afghanistan. Chairman Pfluger has also been at war. I think it's safe to say we don't want war. We want to prevent a war. And part of that is showing that we're going to stand firm with our allies to prevent those. And thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
All right, you are watching live now from Fox. You are listening into the House Homeland Security hearing that is underway. It began around 9 a.m. Eastern time, and it will go for quite a while here. They're discussing the Chinese spy balloon, of course, and the threats made to the U.S. by China earlier on this week and really over the last several weeks. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we will pop that audio back up and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
that's leaping ahead on weapons that can strike us right here in the homeland or deny our objectives overseas in defense of Taiwan. And if we let them continue at this pace and we don't answer that, we will find ourselves in a very uncomfortable position as Americans, which is watching U.S. service members lose fights. And so, to me, the existential threat posed by China and the CCP is absolutely the largest threat to the U.S., and we have to realize it. And they're approaching us any seam they can find, any way in. The balloon was a seam that they exploited. There's 100 other seams that's been discussed here. I think it's time that we wake up. It's a Sputnik moment for us here, and I think we need to realize that as an American society.
Just continuing with this down the panel, how about the CHIPS Act? We often hear that China's not the enemy, they're the competitor. Has this helped in any way to deal with the problem that we're now making chips at home instead of being so dependent on them economically?
One aspect on the CHIPS Act that I'd like to highlight is really the national security piece to it. When we look at, was it 80+% of the world's chips, including everything that we use from commercial to our weapon systems, are manufactured within the first island chain. And we've talked also here about the military threat. We and the Taiwan's, Taiwan Semiconductor facility, we need to look at building greater resiliency in our industrial bases and our manufacturing capacities. And so that, for me, was a big benefit of the CHIPS Act.
Would you like to add to this conversation?
Sure. To go, thank you, Congresswoman. To go back to your original question about the pathways by which we would be most likely to see Chinese aggression, it is my view that the most likely avenue would be over a Taiwan scenario. If one thinks about how to deter that, there are two primary things in place that the United States has in our strategy. The first is a credible reassurance to Beijing that the status quo will not change, because if Beijing thinks that it is backed into a corner and has to choose either losing Taiwan or launching a very risky and even low probability win war, it's quite possible one can imagine them choosing the latter. So that credible reassurance portion is important. The other portion of deterrence, which relates to the CHIPS Act, is the change in the balance of power. So another way in which deterrence could fail is if over time shifts towards Beijing's favor in the probability that they would win a conflict would prompt them to act, even though the cost or the risk would be high. And that's why it's so important to ensure that the U.S. defense industrial base, through things like the CHIPS Act, is closely protected.
I can't see a clock. Is my time up? I can't. Oh, that's it. Well, just real quickly, is there anything specific we need to do next, like building off of the CHIPS Act, other than going on CODELs to Central America?
Congressman, if I may, just amplify the great comments here. I think on the CHIPS and Science Act, two things need to occur. More of that type of legislation that really partners our U.S. government legislative body funding with the U.S. corporate sector. Two, but the CHIPS and Science Act must be protected now. From ideation to development of new technologies, if we don't protect it, you're going to be having hearings in 5 years saying, how did all the technology from CHIPS and Science Act get stolen and in the hands of the Chinese? So two things can be true.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady's time has expired, and the chair now recognizes for the final question Mr. Crane.
General, this question is for you. A second ago, you were talking about how you were concerned about the age of the fleet. Is that correct? And then also you were talking about how China continues to steal our intellectual property. Is that correct as well? How do we stop that, General?
Well, the theft of intellectual property is something that probably goes beyond what I can comment on, but step one is realizing that it's happening and ensuring not only the prime contractors, but the subcontractors that develop our defense systems have the appropriate resiliency and hardening. The best way for us to counter China is to invest. The investments the Department of Defense has made for the last 20 years to fight the wars we've been in are not necessarily the investments that are going to make us successful against dealing with a peer competitor like China. And so it's important that we transform our investment to the areas that most concerns them, which is our ability to hold targets at risk in their homeland and our ability to deny them their objectives vis-a-vis Taiwan. And so we can deter them through punishment, and we can also deter them through denial. And that happens by investment in the department in the domains that are most critical facing a peer competitor, air and space.
Thank you, General. My next question is for Mr. Evanina. A moment ago, you were raving about the capabilities and dominance of the U.S. intelligence agency. I think that, probably everybody up here would agree how impressive our intelligence agencies are and have been over the years. My question for you, sir, is are you aware of the lack of trust in our intelligence agencies by U.S. citizens?
Congressman, yes, I am, and it's a concerning issue.
Yeah. And you're aware that there is a select committee on the weaponization of the federal government up here right now?
Yes, sir, I'm aware of that.
I represent some amazing people in Arizona, rural Arizona. They love this country, one of the most patriotic districts in Arizona. I myself am a Navy SEAL. I joined the Navy after 9/11, and I served for 13 years, and I love this country. And I want our intelligence agencies to be strong. I think they need to be strong for good reason. But I'm going to tell you right now, sir, when we read years after the fact that 50 former national intelligence folks, several heads of the CIA claimed that the Hunter Biden laptop is Russian disinformation, only to find out years later what we all knew that it wasn't. That's alarming to a lot of Americans, and it makes us lose trust in our intelligence agencies. And for me, when I look at a guy like you that's done everything that you've done, as intelligent as you are, I know that's got to piss you off. If there were 50 former Navy SEALs out there lying to the American people, and I found out about it, that would piss me off because it undermines the community that I hold so dear. And I'm sure you probably have a very similar endearment to your community. Am I correct in assuming that?
You're correct, sir.
What do you think we do about that, sir? How do you think we regain the trust with the American people and our intelligence agency?
Congressman, I think you bring up a very valid point that not only reaches the current events of today with our intelligence and law enforcement community, but it also impacts the recruiting of future generations of women and men who want to serve in the U.S. government, intelligence, and military apparatus. And I think that is the core element. I think two things have to happen. Number one, there has to be complete transparency of things that happened in the past, but more importantly, with the great things that women and men are doing, we have to be more proactive in getting out to your district and other districts at the local level. And secondarily, there has to be some transparency of what's real and what's not real with the narrative reporting that we see in the media. And I think that's the obligation of law enforcement intelligence agencies to be forthwith of declassification and transparency of what's going on.
All right, so they're talking about the Hunter Biden laptop situation, so I do want to go over just some of the basics right there, as the investigation into Hunter Biden is still ongoing at this point. It did begin back in 2018 and has included an examination of his income and his payments that he received while serving on the board of a Ukrainian gas company whose board he joined when his father was vice president. That sparked potential conflict of interest concerns. Under questioning from Republican Senator Chuck Grassley of Iowa, Merrick Garland, the Attorney General, said that if payments were made to support a foreign government in secret, quote, that would be a national security problem. Now, at this point, it does remain unclear whether Hunter Biden will face charges here. He has previously said that he, quote, handled my affairs legally and appropriately. Joe Biden has said he has never spoken to his son about foreign business, and there is no indication the federal investigation actually involves President Biden. Let's pop that audio back up and listen in as that hearing does continue.
Sons and daughters into a fair fight. With the technology theft happening, we are very much at risk of sending our sons and daughters into a fair fight. So superior technology and agility in terms of how we use that technology. And then ensuring that we have a network of
National appropriations process, restoring the power of the purse, and vindicating the separation of powers doctrine. Mr. Watkins and Mr. Johnson, please.
I yield back.
All right, so we have some logistical changes here. The chairman had to step out, so I'm going to ask unanimous consent for Ms. Jackson Lee to be recognized for 5 minutes.
we're in trouble now.
We're both freshmen, so
Yeah.
bear with us.
All right.
Unanimous consent for Ms. Jackson Lee to be
I recognize Ms. Jackson Lee.
All right, right there, you are listening in live, raw, and unfiltered in Washington, D.C. as the House Homeland Security Subcommittee is discussing that Chinese spy balloon and threats made by China against the U.S. earlier this week and really over the last several weeks and months. Let's step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we will head back to D.C. and listen to the rest of the hearing, which does sound like it will be wrapping up fairly soon. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
To increase domestic semiconductor production. I'm excited about that. Some of that may even come to Texas. Unfortunately, not these gentlemen here, I don't think, that 90% of our friends on the other side of the aisle did not vote for it, but I know that they're probably working with it in their districts. So Dr. Joseph, would you share that with me? And I'd love to have Ms. Bingham to answer that question as well. Dr. Joseph, would you please? And
Thank you, Congresswoman.
Looking at my...
These are really excellent questions, and I thank you for them. So you raised the issue of difference in government values, and I agree, although I should note that we do have some common interests, if not common values. China and the United States both want to see their populations live prosperous lives, for example, and both sides want to see the world address some of the challenges of global climate change. That being said, it is very true that the two countries have stark differences in the way they see the relationship between state and society. The protections that we have in the United States by which citizens enjoy civil liberties and can organize against the state in order to keep its power in check are simply not present there. And it is true that China indiscriminately or without considering the types of behaviors that the target regime or the target state is conducting, will invest in it. And you mentioned the Belt and Road Initiative. This is certainly one of the keystone portions of China's efforts. I do agree that the nature of the regime in that target country is quite important. We do have some research that suggests that economic statecraft that China uses, for example, is less effective when the target country is democratic. There's an intuitive logic there, of course, because if individuals, just like in the United States, can mobilize against their government if they are in collusion with the Chinese Communist Party for illicit gain, they can hold them accountable. And so I think that is it's a mechanism by which we can indirectly shape China's ability to use the Belt and Road in the way that you're describing.
Bingham?
Congressman, if I can add, you mentioned it exactly right. China has a playbook that they're using with the Belt and Road. We've seen it, the ports, 5G are examples, the ports where they go into countries. Djibouti is a great example where they go in, they operate the commercial port, they kick out the locals, they build up military infrastructure, and then it's a greater threat to the region and to our national security interests. So we see that happening across the globe. We as a government, I say formally, but the government needs to figure out how do they bring all their different tools of national power to the table to provide alternatives. Some of the areas we've been talking about today are on the technology front. I have a space background. I would offer as an example, our commercial space innovation sector right now is phenomenal. We are using our space technologies, our data in ways well beyond national security, understanding the climate, mapping, countering illegal fishing. This is soft power for Americans and for our companies. So ways that we can leverage some of these newer technologies while clearly protecting and ensuring that they don't fall into the hands of the CCP, but working with our allies and partners across the globe who want to work with us in these areas, figuring out ways to get that kind of information to them and opening up markets for our businesses so they're not just relying on the U.S. government is also important.
Let me thank you all so very much. I think it's been established that the Belt and Road technology or approach is a danger to the framework of democracy of this nation. We need to use that power of our values and, of course, of our technology. I like commercial space just because I'm a NASA aficionado and space exploration is crucial. And Dr. Jose, thank you for that framework that we can utilize. This is an important hearing, and I thank you, gentlemen, for yielding, and I yield back to the chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson-Lee. I want to thank the witnesses for their valuable testimony and members for their question today. Also want to thank the members of the subcommittee that may have some additional questions, and we may have some additional questions for the witnesses, and we would ask the witnesses to respond to these in writing. Pursuant to Committee Rule 7D, the hearing record will be open for 10 days. Without objection, this subcommittee stands adjourned.
All right, that does conclude the subcommittee there for Homeland Security, meeting for about an hour and 45 minutes to discuss the Chinese spy balloon and threats that have been made to the U.S. by China. Underway right now, the CEO of that railroad company that was in charge of the train that derailed over in East Palestine last month, they are testifying before another committee. I do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we'll start that from the beginning. You're watching Live Now from Fox. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 1047 on the East Coast and 747 on the West Coast. The CEO of Norfolk Southern testifying on Capitol Hill as we speak. He's facing questions from the Senate Environment and Public Works Committee about that train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio last month. Over the past week, 2 more of the company's trains have been involved in incidents, one of which led to the death of a conductor. The NTSB now investigating the company. The hearing also includes representatives from the Environmental Protection Agency. That, as I mentioned, is underway right now. But I do want to start from the beginning of that testimony so you don't miss any of it.
Ohio and Pennsylvania, we look forward to the testimony of each one of you. As we know, last month news broke about an environmental disaster caused by a Norfolk Southern train derailment near East Palestine, Ohio, less than a mile from the Pennsylvania border. We are here today to discuss that train derailment and subsequent hazardous chemical release, which led to a controlled burn of dangerous chemicals and the mandatory evacuation of some 2,000 people. This tragic incident is a reminder of the importance of following the golden rule and treating other people the way we would like to be treated if we were in their shoes. Today's hearing is an opportunity to put ourselves in the shoes of those impacted by this disaster, examine the immediate response, and ensure long-term accountability for the cleanup efforts. It's our responsibility in Congress to answer, 1, what went wrong? 2, what do we need to do to fix it? What do we need to do to make sure it never happens again? Every so often, environmental disaster in our country underscores our responsibility to protect public health and our environment. In 1969, I recall seeing news coverage of a train spark that ignited the polluted Cuyahoga River near Cleveland, Ohio, just north of Ohio State, where I was a Navy ROTC midshipman a year earlier. As our nation watched a river engulf in flames, it served as a wake-up call to better protect communities from hazardous substances and to take responsibility for cleaning up environmental disasters. This movement helped lead to the creation of the Environmental Protection Agency, which has broad bipartisan support, broad bipartisan support. My hope is that in the aftermath of the disaster in East Palestine, we can come together once again to identify solutions that will protect communities, improve safety, and restore trust. We must work together with our colleagues on other relevant House and Senate committees to strengthen our nation's rail safety regulations, ensure compliance with them, and prevent future incidents like this one from happening again. We also need to make sure that the impacted communities receive the resources and the support that they need. Our existing laws have allowed EPA to identify Norfolk Southern as a responsible party and began to hold the corporation responsible for the costs of the emergency response, as well as for the long-term remediation of this area. We want to hear from our witnesses today whether Norfolk Southern is meeting its obligations, including its moral obligations. In addition, we should note that responding to this disaster is a shared responsibility between different levels of government and Norfolk Southern. And it is imperative for us to ensure that the agencies tasked with responding to disasters like this have the necessary resources that they need to ensure the safety of the air that people breathe, the water they drink, and the soil they use on which to grow crops. It's worth noting that the Biden administration has been on the ground from day one. As we'll hear today, the EPA, working alongside state and local partners, arrived in East Palestine within hours after the derailment and has maintained a presence ever since. In fact, Administrator Regan has visited the area, I'm told, some 3 times already and expects to go back for more. In the wake of the chemical releases, these government entities have worked tirelessly to install air and groundwater monitoring systems, as well as sample the water in the air for toxics and oversee the removal of contaminated soil. Norfolk Southern appears to have cooperated with these orders and has agreed to pay for the environmental cleanup resulting from the derailment. However, the ultimate costs may exceed the immediate cleanup needs. And moreover, an apparent lack of transparency on the part of Norfolk Southern, at least in the early days of the response, has left some members of the community battling with mistrust and looking for answers. We're told that the company's failure to communicate directly includes information given to some first responders who were under the impression that only one car would be vented and burned rather than 5. And this miscommunication left first responders scrambling to ensure the public safety requirements of a much, much larger plume. We've also heard from some residents who were told it was safe to return to their homes, but are still experiencing ongoing health problems. Other concerns remain, such as loss of property values and the long-term impacts on the most vulnerable citizens, including children and the elderly. As I said earlier, today presents us with the opportunity to learn from this experience, address misinformation, and gain a better understanding of the long-term plan to protect public health and address the environmental impacts of this disaster. Just as we witnessed an earlier environmental disaster in Ohio 54 years ago that I've alluded to, a new generation of Americans is now waiting to see how their government responds today and in the days to come. This incident may well prove to be a defining moment in their lives as it was in my own. Let's do what's right, not only for the people of East Palestine, but for everyone who believes that those who transport potentially dangerous chemicals must take the necessary steps to protect our people and our one and only planet. And with that, let me turn over the rest of the opening statements here to my ranking member and my partner in so many ways, Senator Capito. Senator Capito.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank all of you for being here today. And I'm really pleased that we have the hearing and we have our fellow senators here with us as well. As you said, we're going to discuss the ongoing environmental response to a large-scale chemical spill resulting from a Norfolk Southern train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio, which is 14 miles north of the West Virginia border. Before we go any further, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the emergency responders who were on the scene and less than an hour after the incident was reported and are continuing today to work diligently on our cleanup efforts. Thank you all so much. These kinds of accidents are some of the toughest days for them because these men and women, these are their neighbors. These, in some cases, they're relatives and certainly their hometown friends. So it weighs on all of us here. This catastrophe upended the lives of thousands of our constituents in states represented today. The residents of East Palestine and other impacted communities, including those in West Virginia, deserve the chance to hear publicly from those involved in and affected by the cleanup efforts. They need to know what progress has been made, the challenges that lay ahead, and what lessons can be learned to improve future responses. From day one, responders across all levels of government, as well as the private sector, have worked around the clock on monitoring and mitigation to keep the public and environment safe. I appreciate EPA and other relevant organizations for providing regular updates to Congress on the status of the response. However, I want to convey to all of you that the public deserved a better level of transparency and much, much sooner. A month after the accident, it's clear to me that EPA's risk communication strategy fell short. In the immediate aftermath of the incident, impacted communities were clamoring for answers. While we're well aware that monitoring efforts and response planning need to be sound, we need to understand why it took so long for the EPA to get accurate data to the public. This is especially true when organizations like the Ohio EPA and the Ohio River Valley Sanitation Commission, better known as ORSENCO, both represented on our panel today, managed to provide data and safety information to the public quicker. That even includes they were distributing EPA data faster than the agency itself was willing to, not only with the public, but also during briefings and conversations with the affected congressional offices. In the absence of adequate transparency to the public, that just opens up a gap for social media, armchair citizen scientists, and political pundits on both sides to fuel false narratives that have further undermined that public confidence in the response to the derailment. With each week passing, the confusion seemed to grow. Even after weeks of repeated air, soil, and water monitoring have shown levels of the implicated contaminants of magnitude well below the ATSDR and EPA levels of concern in the air and water, the initial delays in messaging and response has meant that the residents still do not trust these results enough to feel safe. And trust is essential in these situations. That has been made worse, I think, by a lot of the misinformation that we've seen. You can't address fear and mistrust by pointing residents to an EPA website filled with fact sheets and press releases. Risk communications needs to be done in a clear but compassionate, relatable manner right down there where it's happening. So why did it take weeks for the EPA administrator to drink the water he repeatedly told residents was safe? Why did it take almost a month to establish a response center and go door to door to East Palestine families concerned? As a result of early missteps, I believe that we need to keep moving forward here. This committee must get to the bottom of whether EPA has some of the authorities for some of the actions that it's taken on the removal and whether they are serving the best interests of our constituents. So how will EPA approving every shovelful of dirt that is moved benefit safety or expedite the process? These are the questions I'm going to have. How and why is EPA prohibiting contaminated soil and water from leaving the state of Ohio for into qualified destruction facilities? How's that going to improve outcomes? I'm concerned that at least one of the Ohio facilities EPA is now activating for this purpose has a history of Clean Air Act violations and may not be able to sufficiently destroy contaminated soils in a way that assures communities may not be further impacted by emissions resulting from incomplete incineration. So, the EPA has been slow to respond to some of our office's inquiries on the use of PFAS firefighting foams in combating the fire, nor explaining how residues from those foams may be responsible for some of the purported pollution that has made the rounds. The EPA could have also made abundantly clear that Norfolk Southern would be completely liable.
Good morning, everyone. If you are just joining us as we approach the 11 o'clock hour on the East Coast and 8 o'clock hour on the West Coast, I do want to let you know what you're watching right there on your screen. So the CEO of Norfolk Southern testifying on Capitol Hill as we speak here. He's going to face questions from the Senate Environment and Public Works Committee about the train derailment that happened in East Palestine, Ohio last month. That is the video that is right there on your screen. Over the past week, 2 more of the company's trains have been involved in incidents. We've reported about them right here on Live Now from Fox. One of those incidents led to the death of a conductor. The NTSB now investigating the company, and that hearing is underway, but I am starting from the beginning of that testimony so you don't miss any of it. Let's pop the audio back up and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
What's wrong with this response so far, and what can be done better in the future, but also what went right. So, to the residents of East Palestine and surrounding communities, your Congress hears you. Every American deserves to feel safe in their home and confident that the water that they drink and that the air that they breathe is safe. When something like this happens, God forbid, they should also be able to trust the federal government will be quick, deliberate, transparent, and clear in their response, and that guilty parties will be held responsible. I believe the environmental laws on the book are up to the task. So what has gone wrong? What has gone right? That's what we're here to talk about today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me now recognize Senator Jeff Merkley. Jeff is the chairman of the Subcommittee on Chemical Safety, Waste Management, Environmental Justice, and Regulatory Oversight. And we'll recognize him for his statement. Jeff, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Chairman Carper and Ranking Member Capito, for today's hearing. As chair of the Chemical Safety Subcommittee, it's absolutely critical we examine the impacts to public health and well-being of the people of East Palestine following this disastrous derailment of a Norfolk Southern freight train that was carrying tons of toxic and hazardous materials and certainly the impact coming from the plumes of smoke that burned for over 2 days. This tragedy demands accountability because future derailments will happen. Unless we learn the lessons of this incident, there will undoubtedly be more derailments with devastating impacts on additional communities. For years, my office has been hearing from Oregonians who are terrified about the risks of trains rolling down the tracks in the middle of their towns full of toxic chemicals. They remember when a Union Pacific train derailed in Mosier, Oregon in June 2016, spilling some 42,000 gallons of crude oil in front of a school, a massive fire, damage to the water and sewer systems, and the debris made their way into the Columbia River. And they remember the billowing tower of toxic black smoke that could be seen for miles and miles up and down the Columbia Gorge in an area blanketed in toxic ash. At that time, Senator Wyden and I pushed for huge improvements in track maintenance, improvements in the brakes, improvements in the tank cars, improvements in the pre-positioning of supplies to respond to disasters, and improvements in communications. But the progress was very limited. Since 2015, there have been 100 derailments of trains carrying hazardous materials, 1 per month. In this coming year, there'll probably be another 12 at this pace. As of 2017, around 1 million tons of hazardous materials is transported by rail every day. And that was the last year the numbers were released, and I suspect they're even higher today because we have growing supplies of toxic chemicals, particularly related to the plastics industry. We know the danger posed by these chemicals. We know that when they're going down the rails, there's the possibility of a disaster, but there's so much that can be done to limit the odds of disasters happening, and that's our responsibility. We need to recognize that when a derailment occurs and toxic chemicals like vinyl chloride are leaked, people are aware that these chemicals cause lymphoma and leukemia and cancers. And so they're absolutely, legitimately, extremely concerned, and many residents of East Palestine are complaining about all sorts of health issues. So let's have this hearing today be an opportunity for us to examine not just the response, but how to prevent these derailments in the future, the type of investments that are required so that future communities are not terrorized by these derailments that are happening at a pace of once per month. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Capito, for the opportunity to share those comments.
Senator Merkley, thank you so much. And now I'm going to recognize Senator Mullen, the subcommittee ranking member, for his statement. Senator Mullen, you may begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start off by thanking everyone, including our 5 panelists, and Senator Brown, Senator Vance, and Senator Casey, for attending this hearing. The people of East Palestine have shown perseverance and bravery during the time that's understandably they're very anxious and upset about. In the aftermath of the derailment, the decision was made to burn hazardous chemicals leaking from rail cars out of fear of explosion. Since then, residents have reported headaches, coughing, fatigue, irritation, pain, burning sensations on their skin. People of East Palestine now fear their health, despite the EPA claiming that everything's okay. The public's trust in the government is near record low. Only 20% say that they trust the government to do the right thing. After the last 3 years, there's no wonder that the residents are calling into question about the response and advice the government bureaucrats is giving. The mixed messaging from the administration in the days and weeks after the tragedy has only added the fuel to the fire. Actions have consequences. Both the Secretary of Transportation and the Administrator of the EPA delayed their visit to East Palestine, says that when they got there, hey, it wasn't our problem. It was the previous administration and their deregulation that caused this. It's time for everyone to take responsibility. In contrast, I applaud the timely on-ground response efforts from the local residents and the first responders. The people of Ohio have truly come together to help neighbors in the time of need. In Oklahoma, we call that the Oklahoma Standard. Moving forward, today's hearing allows us and allows witnesses to provide much-needed clarity and assurance to the public. We need to know how to prevent tragedies like this from happening again. We need to know what caused it. There are serious questions that need to be addressed, such as the states that toxic waste is being shipped to, how long the chemicals were setting in the cars, if the bearings were appropriately re-inspected, why were all 5 cars burned instead of just the one, why the administration and Norfolk failed to provide accurate and timely information to local authorities, and finally, what are we going to do about the town moving forward? The residents understandably do not feel safe, and we need a plan to put their lives back together. I expect our witnesses to transparently discuss these issues so we can prevent accidents like this from occurring in the future. Leaders take responsibilities. They don't point fingers and dodge responsibilities. The people of East Palestine need to see the administration and Norfolk take responsibility and show results. I yield back.
Thanks very much for that comment. Before we turn to our colleagues who joined us for today, I want to just ask unanimous consent, if I could, to submit for the record A statement on behalf of our EPW colleague, Senator John Fetterman of Pennsylvania, who cannot be with us here today. For my colleagues, I'd just like to quote a couple of lines from Mr. Fetterman, Senator Fetterman's testimony, and here's what he says. He said, I'm working with my colleagues across both state and party lines to fight for the forgotten people of Pennsylvania and Ohio, hold Norfolk Southern responsible for the damage that they've caused, and prevent similar disasters from happening in the future. I'd specifically like to thank my colleagues from Ohio, Senator Sherrod Brown and Senator J.D. Vance, for being great partners with Senator Bob Casey and myself throughout this process. Senator Fetterman later states in his testimony, and I quote, my hope is that we answer this disaster caused by egregious negligence from Norfolk Southern with real policy solutions that will hold Norfolk Southern and other similar companies accountable while making American families safer in the future. I believe that the legislation introduced last week is a great step. And I look forward to getting some answers today and continue to work with my colleagues to get Pennsylvanians and Ohio's alike the resources that they need. And that's his statement. We thank him for it. We now turn to our...
All right, everyone, it is 11:08 on the East Coast and 8:08 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. What you're listening to is that subcommittee hearing where they are going to hear from the Norfolk Southern CEO about that train derailment over in East Palestine just last month. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, you won't miss any of it. We will pick up right where we left off. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
For that comment. Before we turn to our colleagues who joined us for today, I want to just ask unanimous consent, if I could, to submit for the record a statement on behalf of our EPW colleague, Senator John Fetterman of Pennsylvania, who cannot be with us here today. For my colleagues, I'd just like to quote a couple of lines from Mr. Fetterman, Senator Fetterman's testimony, and here's what he says. He said, I'm working with my colleagues across both state and party lines to fight for the forgotten people of Pennsylvania and Ohio, hold Norfolk Southern responsible for the damage that they've caused, and prevent similar disasters from happening in the future. I'd specifically like to thank my colleagues from Ohio, Senator Sherrod Brown and Senator J.D. Vance, for being great partners with Senator Bob Casey and myself throughout this process. Senator Fetterman later states in his testimony, and I quote, my hope is that we answer this disaster caused by egregious negligence from Norfolk Southern with real policy solutions that will hold Norfolk Southern and other similar companies accountable while making American families safer in the future. I believe that the legislation introduced last week is a great step. And I look forward to getting some answers today and continue to work with my colleagues to get Pennsylvanians and Ohio's alike the resources that they need. And that's his statement. We thank him for it. We now turn to our colleagues who joined us here today. First, I want to recognize Senator Bob Casey. Senator Casey from Pennsylvania, you're welcome to proceed when you are ready. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman Carper, Ranking Member Capito, and members of the committee for holding today's hearing. I'm grateful to provide some testimony. I'm also grateful that I'm running ahead of both of my colleagues, Senator Brown and Senator Vance, because of my chairmanship of the Aging Committee, which is we're starting a hearing rather soon, so I appreciate their indulgence. I do want to thank both Senator Brown, Senator Vance, and Senator Fetterman for working with us and others on this bill. Representative DeLuzio of Pennsylvania as well has worked on this in the House, I know, with others. And I wanted to start from the Pennsylvania side of this. Darlington Township, Pennsylvania, Beaver County, right on the Ohio border. As many of you know, the derailment occurred just literally feet away from the Pennsylvania border. And I know you'll hear today from Eric Brewer, who's the Director of Emergency Services and Chief of Hazardous Materials Response from Beaver County, and I'm grateful for his testimony. I'll just quote maybe three people. That's all I'll do in the interest of brevity. The first is Police Officer Dan Frederick about his experiences on the ground that night, and I'm quoting him. As a first responder, particularly as a police officer, we all know and understand the risks that come with our line of work. However, we usually know or have an idea of when something or someone can kill us. When I left my two boys and wife to respond to the, quote, hot zone, I was expecting to be informed of exactly what was on the train and the potential health hazards. To say I was scared the night of the derailment is an understatement, unquote. I've also heard from residents about their fear of long-term health impacts and the safety of their families and communities moving forward. Jenny Santana of Darlington Township said, and I quote, "I want to know it's safe to stay here. All the people deserve honest answers, and nobody's getting them. If it were your children and your children's lives in question, how far away would be safe? Please hold them accountable and make them help us," unquote. Farmers in the region, I've heard, and I know my colleagues have heard the same, are concerned as well. They want help from the Department of Agriculture. They want certainty that their crops and their livestock are safe and free from contamination, and that the food supply and their livelihoods are safe. Farmer and Darlington Township Chair Mike Carrion said, quote, we along with countless other local agricultural producers have years invested in telling our stories and developing relationships with our customers. The stories of working in harmony with nature to produce a superior product. This story was ripped to pieces on the day of the derailment. It's now our responsibility to do damage control for Norfolk Southern's negligence while absorbing revenue loss of canceled orders. The economics of our industry is very emotionally driven. Emotions are now being driven by perception and lack of information. We need testing. We need factual information. We needed this yesterday, and we're still not seeing that response, unquote. So these residents are scared, particularly the potential exposure that could lead to health impacts for themselves and their families for years. And we do have a response, at least for the future. We have a lot of work to do in the near term, but the future has to be about passing the Railway Safety Act that Senator Brown, Senator Vance, Senator Fetterman, and I and others are leading. It's bipartisan. That never happens around here on big bills, or rarely, I should say. It'd be a good start by Norfolk Southern to tell us today, in addition to what more they're going to do for the people of Ohio and Pennsylvania, tell us today that they support the bill. That would help. If a major rail company said, we support these reforms and will help you pass this bill. So that's what I think the people of both states deserve. And Mr. Chairman, thank you for this time, and I'm grateful to be first in line. Thanks very much.
Thank you very, very much, Senator Casey. Next, we're going to hear from Senator Sherrod Brown from Ohio.
Mr. Chair, thank you, and Ranking Member Capito, thank you, and Senator Merkley and Senator Mullen, thank you all for your thoughtful reflections and comments. I want to recognize Ohioans this morning, Ann Vogel with the Ohio EPA, who has been on site many times, including, I believe, every time I've been there, and the residents of East Palestine who made the trip, mothers who talked about what this means to their family. They represent Ohioans in this tight-knit town in Columbiana County, which once made 80% of the ceramics in this country, tableware. They produced 80% for the whole country in this community. They've seen their jobs move overseas where companies pay workers less. That's been the story of far too many places in our states. It's the kind of community that's so often forgotten or exploited by corporate America. Now these Ohioans are worried about whether their water is safe to drink, the air is safe to breathe, whether their kids will get sick, whether their crops are contaminated, whether they'll still be able to do business and attract investment to the community. Like Senator Vance, in my visits to East Palestine, I've talked with residents, Mayor Conway, Fire Chief Drabick, business owners, parents. I've heard their fears for what this means for their town and fears for the future. All because a big corporation, Norfolk Southern, chose to invest much of its massive profits in making its executives and shareholders wealthy at the expense of Ohio communities along its rail tracks, East Palestine, Steubenville, Sandusky, and just a week ago, Springfield. The company followed the Wall Street business model. Boost profits by cutting costs at all costs. The consequences for places like East Palestine be damned. In 10 years, Norfolk Southern eliminated 38% of its workforce. Think of that. In a decade, they cut more than a third of their jobs. We've seen what the company did with their massive profits. Norfolk Southern spent $3.4 billion on stock buybacks last year, and we're planning to do even more this year. That's money that could have gone to hiring inspectors, to putting more hot box detectors along its rail lines, to having more workers available to repair cars and repair tracks. Norfolk Southern's profits have gone up and up and up, and look what happened. The NTSB is conducting a special investigation in Norfolk Southern and its culture, investigating 5 significant accidents since December of 2021, including 3 accidents that resulted in the death of a Norfolk Southern employee. If Norfolk Southern had paid a little more attention to safety and a little less attention to its profits, it cared a little more about the Ohioans along its tracks and a little less about its executives and shareholders, these accidents would not have been as bad or maybe not happened at all. Just this week in Cleveland, a Norfolk Southern conductor and BLT union member was killed on the job. Lewis Schuster was the proud father of a 16-year-old son. It's Norfolk Southern's responsibility to keep its workers safe on the job, but this company has failed to do its job over and over and over. When I talk with Ohioans about what they want to see from this company in response to the disaster in East Palestine, I hear 2 things. First, Norfolk Southern must pay the money for every cent of the cleanup, as you've all said. Every water test, every hotel room, every bottle of water, every hospital bill. If an Ohioan comes down sick, Ohioan is sick because of the contaminants, next week, next year, for the next several years. We know this company can afford it. My colleague, Senator Vance, and I and our Ohio delegation, members of both parties, have come together to make these demands of Norfolk Southern. Today, Ohioans expect to hear a firm commitment from this company's CEO that it will pay whatever it costs for as long as it takes to make this community whole. Second, Ohioans want assurances, as I think you all do, that this will not happen again. They have every right to be scared. On Saturday evening, just a month after the company's disaster in East Palestine, another Norfolk Southern train derailed in Springfield, Ohio. This time, the cars that derailed weren't carrying hazardous chemicals, but other cars on that 200-plus car train were. The only thing that saved Ohioans from another disaster was luck, but we need more than that. That's why Senator Vance and I have come together to introduce our Bipartisan Railway Safety Act to make trains safer as they go through community after community. It shouldn't take a train derailment for elected officials to put partisanship aside and work together for the people whom we serve, not corporations like Norfolk Southern. Lobbyists for the rail companies have spent years fighting every effort to strengthen rules to make our trains and our rail lines safer. Now Ohioans are paying the price. If this company is serious in its commitment to preventing more East Palestinians in Ohio and across the country. I hope today that Mr. Shaw, as Senator Casey said so emphatically, I hope today Mr. Shaw will endorse our common sense bipartisan plan. Senator Vance and I come from different parties, different philosophies, but on this, we've come together for the people of our state, and I appreciate his work on this. The response to this crisis has been far too partisan, as Senator Mullen said. Today is an opportunity to change that. Senator Vance and I are listening to the same Ohioans in this community. We both made numerous trips there, people who feel like they have no way to stand up to a company like Norfolk Southern and are worried about what will happen when the cameras pack up and leave that Columbiana County community. These communities have been abandoned too many times before. My job, our job, is to hear their voice and to demand corporate accountability to bring this town back to the vibrant community we know that it can be again. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
All right, sorry about that. That is the sound coming in from that helicopter there. That is over the Atlanta area in Georgia. Take a look. We do have some breaking news that is coming in out of our Fox 5 Atlanta team right here. This is along I-20 westbound where it is shut down. You can see traffic is backed up incredibly far for several miles after this officer-involved shooting. So let's get into the limited information that we do know so far from our Fox 5 Atlanta team. Again, very limited, but I-20 westbound between Panola and Wesley Chapel Roads, if you are familiar with those areas, are shut down here after this officer-involved shooting that involved a Rockdale County deputy. All deputies are okay, we're told. According to the Rockdale County Sheriff's Office, the incident started on eastbound and ended over on the westbound side. Traffic, as you can see, on the westbound side will be stopped for quite a while, and eastbound is moving along very, very slowly. At this point, it is not clear what sparked that shooting, but as we get an update from our Fox 5 Atlanta team, we will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered. I also want to let you know about this other information that our Fox 5 Atlanta team got coming up at about 1 p.m. Eastern Time. We do know that the Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, there in Georgia is going to hold a news conference. However, his office is not saying what the subject of that news conference is. As we get more information on that, we will bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered. That is what we do here on Live Now from Fox. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we will head back into that D.C. location where that hearing is still underway as we hear from the CEO of Norfolk Southern. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, taking an aerial view once again from our Fox 5 Atlanta team, Sky Fox, flying overhead in DeKalb County, Georgia. So the Atlanta area, as you can see, traffic is shut down in one direction and moving very slowly in the other. This is actually another live image that is coming in from just one of the traffic cams over there, where you can see the aftermath of a crash. Here is what we know from our Fox 5 Atlanta team. They say a police chase started in one county and ended in a crash in another, causing traffic delays right there on I-20 in DeKalb County, Georgia. The chase started in Rockdale County and ended over in DeKalb County. That is according to the Rockdale County Sheriff. Authorities say the chase is related to some kind of officer-involved shooting. Now, according to the Georgia Department of Transportation, all lanes on I-20 West before Wesley Chapel Road are blocked due to that police activity. You see it on your screen. Drivers advised to expect delays for possibly as long as several hours. Fox 5 Atlanta working to learn more about exactly what happened here, and as we get those details, we'll bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered. That is what we do here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to head back over to Washington, D.C., as the Norfolk Southern CEO is testifying here. This is, of course, in relation to the East Palestine, Ohio train derailment from last month. I'm going to start it right at the start of his testimony. Here it is, raw and unfiltered.
Well, good morning, one and all. I think I've had a chance to welcome you individually and personally, and we appreciate very much not only your presence here, but your willingness to share your thoughts and ideas with us as we try to make right a terrible wrong. We're going to turn to our first witness, and it's Alan Shaw. I appreciate the time you spent with me on the phone earlier this week. And Mr. Shaw, you may begin your testimony at this time. Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning, Chairman Carper, Ranking Member Capito, and distinguished members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to testify before you today. My name is Alan Shaw, and I've been president and CEO of Norfolk Southern since May of 2022. I want to begin today by expressing how deeply I am for the impact this derailment has had on the residents of East Palestine and the surrounding communities. I've been to East Palestine many times over the past month. I've talked with the leaders, the business owners, the school officials, the clergy, and others throughout the community. They've shared their stories and their concerns about the health of their families and the future of the community they love. I am determined to make this right. Norfolk Southern will clean the site safely, thoroughly, and with urgency. You have my personal commitment. Norfolk Southern will get the job done and help East Palestine thrive. At the direction of and in collaboration with the U.S. EPA, state and local agencies, we're developing and implementing near and longer-term cleanup activities. Air and water monitoring have been in place continuously since the accident, and to date, it consistently indicated that the air is safe to breathe and the water is safe to drink. In terms of community support, we have announced direct investments of over $21 million. We have provided support to more than 4,400 families through Norfolk Southern's Family Assistance Center. We established a $1 million fund available immediately to community leaders who will identify where donations can do the most good for East Palestine. We committed $7.5 million to Pennsylvania for a community relief fund, and we are reimbursing Pennsylvania emergency responders and health and environmental agencies for costs related to the derailment. All of this is just a down payment. We recently signed a lease for a more permanent space in East Palestine. I asked one of our frontline railroaders who lives in East Palestine to take on a new role as a full-time liaison reporting directly to my office. He is advocating for the community in my office and overseeing distribution of another $1 million. We will be in the community for as long as it takes. To be clear, there are no strings attached to our assistance. If residents have a concern, we want them to come talk to us. Our website, nsmakingitright.com, provides the latest information and details on how to reach us. We have been cooperating fully with the NTSB's investigation into the cause of the derailment. The preliminary report found that the Norfolk Southern crew was operating the train below the speed limit and in an approved manner. Yet it is clear the safety mechanisms in place were not enough. As the NTSB continues its work, we are not waiting to act. Shortly after the derailment, I instructed my team to look at steps we could take to improve safety immediately. And we have announced a number of initiatives to do just that. These steps are just the start, and we look forward to working with policymakers and industry on others. We're also going to make our safety culture the best in the industry. The events of the last month are not who we are as a company. When I began my tenure as CEO 10 months ago, I spent hours in crew rooms all over our 22-state network, thanking our frontline railroaders and asking them for their advice. They are proud of the important work they do for the U.S. economy and take safety seriously. I'm going to make sure they've got the right training, the right processes, the right equipment, and the right technology. You have my commitment on that. Since becoming CEO, I have dedicated our company to charting a new course in the industry. I intend to continue working with industry stakeholders, including railcar owners, lessors, shippers, and other railroads, to make industry-wide safety improvements. It's going to take all of us, and Norfolk Southern is eager to lead that effort. Today, I'm proud to represent more than 19,700 Norfolk Southern employees who work every day to offer a safe and efficient means of transporting goods to businesses and families across our great country. When Norfolk Southern is successful, it is because our craft railroaders are getting the job done for our customers and the U.S. economy. Thank you again for the opportunity to appear before you today. I look forward to your questions.
Mr. Shaw, thanks very much for joining us today. Thank you for that statement, again, for the time you spent with me on the phone recently. Next, we're pleased to welcome Deborah Shore, Deb, the Regional Administrator for Region 5, the United States Environmental Protection Agency. Ms. Shore, you're welcome to begin. Some things have been suggested that the EPA maybe hasn't done everything as well as they could have done, should have done. My sense is that EPA was on the scene like within hours of the derailment, and not only have you been there, a constant presence, but we've seen our administrator, Michael Regan, be there, and he'll be there again. So it's important. I commend you for that, and we need for you to stay on the job, right on the scene. So thank you. You're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Carper, Ranking Member Capito, and members of the committee for inviting me here today and for the opportunity to address your questions. I want to start by affirming that EPA's mission is to protect human health and the environment so that all communities across America have clean air, clean land, and clean water. The health and safety of those who've been affected by the Norfolk Southern train derailment is a top priority for me and for EPA. That's why as soon as EPA was notified of the train derailment on Friday, February 3rd, EPA personnel were on site in East Palestine within hours to support our state and local partners who are in the lead for emergency response efforts. Every day since, EPA has been boots on the ground, working in a bipartisan manner across all levels of government to help this community. I've personally been in East Palestine listening to residents and have heard how devastating this derailment has been. They are understandably worried and some are scared. And every time a train whistle blows, they're reminded of the trauma inflicted upon them by Norfolk Southern. That's why we've used one of EPA's most powerful enforcement tools to hold Norfolk Southern accountable and to require the company to clean up the mess it made. I want to be abundantly clear. The residents of the greater East Palestine community are not alone. EPA is with them and will continue to be with them for as long as it takes. Since the derailment, EPA has been leading robust air quality testing using state-of-the-art technology in and around East Palestine. We're currently conducting 24/7 air monitoring at 21 stations throughout the community. And I'm pleased to report that since the fire was extinguished on February 8th, EPA monitors have not detected any volatile organic compounds above levels of health concerns. While EPA is encouraged by the data, we also recognize that the people of East Palestine still question the health and safety of their community and their loved ones. In response, EPA has been assisting with indoor air screenings for homes through a voluntary program offered to residents to provide them with information and help restore their peace of mind. And as of March 4th, approximately 600 homes have been screened through this program, and no detections of vinyl chloride or hydrogen chloride have been identified. On the water side, Ohio EPA, in partnership with the Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection, local health agencies, and public water systems, continues to lead water sampling efforts, with EPA providing support. What I've described so far summarizes EPA's ongoing efforts to protect the health and safety of those living in East Palestine, as well as in the surrounding areas of Ohio and Pennsylvania in the aftermath of this disaster. Now let me turn to how EPA is holding Norfolk Southern accountable. On February 21st, we issued a unilateral administrative order to Norfolk Southern, which includes a number of directives to identify and clean up contaminated soil and water resources, to attend and participate in public meetings at EPA's request, and to post information online, to pay for EPA's costs for work performed under this order. EPA is overseeing Norfolk Southern's cleanup work to ensure it's done to EPA's specifications. The work plans will outline all steps necessary to clean up the environmental damage caused by the derailment. And most importantly, if the company fails to complete any of the EPA-ordered actions, the agency will immediately step in, conduct the necessary work, and then force Norfolk Southern to pay triple the cost. EPA's order holds Norfolk Southern accountable and facilitates in the transition from the multi-agency emergency response phase to a longer-term cleanup phase. Throughout my 11 days spent on the ground in East Palestine, I've learned that it is a proud and resilient community. Those that live there and in the surrounding communities have roots that go back generations. We owe it to these people to restore these beautiful communities to the special places we know they hold dear. That's exactly what EPA is working to accomplish, all while continuing to work hand in hand with our partners at the local, state, and federal levels. Again, thank you for inviting me here today. I look forward to the dialogue and to answering your questions.
Fine. Ms. Shore, thank you so much, and thank
All right, everyone, we will get back to that in just a second, but I do want to go back to this breaking news that we are following out of the Atlanta, Georgia area. Take a look at your screen right here. We know a police chase started in one county there, ending in a crash in another and causing some pretty significant delays there on I-20 in DeKalb County, Georgia. The chase apparently started in Rockdale County and ended in DeKalb County. That is according to the Rockdale County Sheriff. Authorities say the chase is related to some kind of officer-involved shooting, but no details have been released about that just yet. We know that all lanes on I-20 West before Wesley Chapel Road were blocked, if you are familiar with that area, due to all of that police activity. We can tell you that as of about 5 minutes ago, the interstate fully has reopened here. Drivers, though, advised to expect delays because, I mean, just take a look at your screen. It is not going to be moving along quick. This is a look at the GDOT camera. That is the Georgia Department of Transportation, where, again, you can see traffic is moving, but it is going very, very slow. As we get more details on this from our Fox 5 Atlanta team, we will pass those along to you live, raw, and unfiltered. It is now 11:42 on the East Coast and 8:42 on the West Coast. Let's head to a pretty quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we'll get back into that hearing underway in Washington, D.C. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
For being there right away on site and staying there right through even today, and keep it up. Everything I do, I know I can do better. I think that's true of all of us. So I would just say let's find ways to do even better going forward. Thanks. Ann Vogel, and then why don't you just start off your testimony with answering a question. Explain for folks who might be watching this, how do we have like EPA here, Region 3 EPA, and we have Ohio EPA? How is that? Just take a minute and explain that. It won't count against your time.
Thank you, Chairman. Ohio EPA is the Ohio agency dedicated to protecting health and human health and the environment, similar to the work of the U.S. EPA, which covers the whole nation.
Yeah, thank you. Go right ahead. We're delighted that you're here. Please proceed.
Good morning, Chairman Carper, Ranking Member Capito, and members of the committee. My name is Ann Vogel, Director of the Ohio Environmental Protection Agency. On behalf of Governor DeWine, Lieutenant Governor Houston, and the talented team that I am privileged to represent at the Ohio Environmental Protection Agency, I thank you for allowing me to share our ongoing efforts to protect human health and the environment in East Palestine, a community that I have called home for the past month. Governor DeWine has been to the village regularly to reassure the community that while this is Norfolk Southern's train, their wreck, and their mess, the entire apparatus of state government has been mobilized to assist as East Palestine begins to recover from this traumatic experience. More than a dozen cabinet officials have spent time in East Palestine, assessing short-term and long-term needs, answering questions, and standing up support operations such as the free health clinic in town. Ohio EPA has a dedicated team of experts, the Emergency Response Team, with a combined 150 years of experience in environmental emergency management, that responded to the derailment within 1 hour of being notified by the railroad. By 12:25 a.m. on February 4th, Ohio EPA was on the scene and immediately began the work of containing the release of chemicals into the nearby Sulphur Run. We have worked around the clock since that day to oversee removal of the gross contamination from the creeks in the immediate derailment area. Ohio EPA's oversight also includes ensuring the safety of residents served by the municipal water system in East Palestine. In the days immediately after the derailment, and now continuing on a weekly basis, the municipal wells are tested for a broad array of chemicals, and all lab reports have indicated that the public water system is safe. There have been no detections of contamination related to the derailment. I'm happy to answer any questions you have about Ohio EPA's response, but what I want to make sure that each of you here, along with the Village of Palestine, is that the commitment to stay in East Palestine as long as it takes are not empty words. We live there. The work of Ohio EPA to restore the environment in East Palestine is just beginning. The emergency phase will continue as long as obvious, known contamination remains. For example, we have a large presence on the ground right now as contaminated soil under the tracks is excavated. The investigation phase is also underway. Our oversight of Norfolk Southern's work plans, along with our federal partners, for things like soil testing, for track removal and replacement, for water sampling, will make sure that Norfolk Southern is taking all the right steps to remediate and protect East Palestine from potential long-term hazards. We have installed monitoring wells at the site of the derailment to test for potential contamination to groundwater now and in the future. We have installed sentinel wells for long-term sampling of groundwater. This is part of an early detection system that will tell us if contamination is approaching the municipal well field. We will test municipal water systems on a weekly basis, and we'll do that using our own labs. We will continue to be 100% transparent, sharing complete lab results immediately. We will attend open houses and town halls and be present in the community, answering questions and refuting misinformation with facts. The data that we collect from each sample, each test, each observation informs the next step that we will take along the path to long-term full remediation. You and your constituents have many of the same questions that I hear from residents of East Palestine every day. How long will we test the water? How long until the fish come back? Can I play in the yard and eat out of my garden? How or when will we know if the damage to our village is worse than we thought or even irreparable? These are legitimate questions, and I am committed to finding answers. I can promise East Palestine that Governor DeWine, his administration, and the whole team at the Ohio EPA will not stop until the science definitively shows that the residents of East Palestine are safe in their community. Again, I thank you for the opportunity to be here today, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thanks very much, Ms. Vogel. Please convey our best to Mike DeWine, who used to serve here, and our governors and congressmen together as well.
Thank you, sir.
For some people who are watching this, joining us from across the country, they may be wondering why we have an EPA Region 3 affiliate. The EPA has 10 regional regions that they operate in that they're responsible for. One of them is here represented today for Ohio. Delaware and West Virginia are in Region 3. That's in Pennsylvania. So the three of us are all Region 3. Every state has a state agency that focuses on environmental protection. In Delaware, it's the Department of Natural Resources and Environmental Control. In Ohio, where I spent a lot of years of my life as a kid, it's EPA Ohio. So we're delighted that you're here and representing the governor and the state. Next, we're going to hear from Mr. Richard Harrison, the Executive Director and Chief Engineer for the Ohio River Valley.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are listening in to that testimony that we heard a bit earlier from the CEO of Norfolk Southern. He is speaking, of course, about that train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio, just last month. We also heard from several other folks, including representatives with the EPA and someone locally talking a little bit more about the possibility of pollution there. We'll, of course, have coverage of this all throughout the day. I do want to bring in Mike Page. He is over in our Phoenix office right now, joining us live, raw, and unfiltered here. Mike, a lot going on this morning.
Yeah, there really is. Josh, you guys have been doing a great job kicking it off all this morning here. We're going to continue on. Coming up at the top of the hour, we're going to be looking at, there is a battle between Virginia and Maryland. Both states want to house the new FBI quarters. So we will be bringing that to everyone here on Live Now from Fox, as well as taking in some of the key hearings that are happening throughout the day. You mentioned that train derailment is going on. We'll have several others happening as well, talking about worldwide threats again, this time on the House side. So we got it all covered coming up here in just moments on Live Now from Fox.
We do. All right, 11:52 on the East Coast. Let's head to a commercial break here in about 2 minutes. It is all Mike in the driver's seat. We'll be right back.
And we are back here for everyone on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us here as we're coming up on the top of the hour. Live look here at the Senate floor. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for being here with us as we always bring you top stories and headlines from all over the country. Next story up, we're going to go out to House Republicans. They are speaking ahead of President Biden. He is going to be speaking a little bit later this afternoon as he releases his federal budget for 2024. We will, for fiscal year 2024, we'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. His speech coming up about 2:30 Eastern. And right now, House Republicans speaking right before that, right here on Live Now.
So in a moment, I will sign H.J. Res 30. H.J. Res 30 would block a woke Biden administration rule that forces Americans to fund left-wing activism at the expense of the retirement savings. So what this will do is actually put people before politics. But unfortunately, President Biden wants to put politics before your own savings. For the older generation of America who works really hard to save their money for the day of retirement, they're going to have less. Because he thinks left-leaning wokeism is more important than you getting a return on your investment. Everyone you see behind me has pulled together to pass this bipartisan resolution. I want to give a special thanks, though, to Representative Andy Barr. Andy has done a tremendous job on working this on both sides of the aisle. of looking out for the future of individuals to have more of their hard-earned money. And he put together this bipartisan proposal that passed the House and got a majority in the Democrat-controlled Senate. Along with Andy, there are several members here who are leading the charge against ESG. Right next to me is Chairwoman Virginia Fox from Education and Workforce. She's done a tremendous job. Financial Service Chairman Patrick McHenry and Congressman Huizenga, who leads the ESG working group, and all the members of the ESG working group, and so many more. This resolution that strongly deserves to become law. It passed the House and it passed the Senate on a bipartisan basis. Unfortunately, our president wants to pick the left-leaning activism over the return on your investment. So literally what he is telling businesses, they have to go woke and not look at the return of the investment. So for everyone who invests in a retirement account, you can't look to get the highest return. Why do you invest? You invest to get a higher return so you have money in the future. Now he's taken that away. He's prioritized his own politics over people, and that is wrong. I hope the president will actually do the right thing, side with the American people, and sign this bill immediately. Otherwise, he'll be on record defending a woke ESG rule that undermines Americans' financial security. Now with that, I'd like to call up our majority leader who worked on this to make sure it passed the floor and get to the Senate, Steve Scalise.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to start by thanking Andy Barr for taking the leadership on this bill to go and fight for those hardworking taxpayers who are out there on the job every single day, showing up for work. And as they're working, they're putting a little bit of money aside. They're investing their money in 401k so that one day they could retire and enjoy the other part of the American dream. After they work so many years of their life, they want to retire. And they want a retirement fund that's going to give them the highest rate of return so they can go do more things in their retirement. And so they want investment opportunities that are going to ultimately allow them to have the best ability to retire and enjoy their life after work. And yet President Biden got together with a bunch of billionaire elites who came up with utopian ideas to move those hardworking taxpayers' retirement funds into lower returning funds, these ESG funds. Historically, they're lower returns than the market, and by the way, they actually cost more. It's kind of the typical example of big government socialism. Less return on American dollars at a higher cost to the hardworking taxpayer. That's not the America that those 150+ million people worked for. They deserve to have the highest rate of return so that they can enjoy retirement to the fullest. And so President Biden's got a choice. When Speaker McCarthy signs this bill and sends it over to the White House, President Biden's got a choice. He's going to have to pick between billionaire elites or those hardworking taxpayers who just want to have the best retirement possible after decades of working and paying into the system. The billionaires already have their money. Don't these hardworking taxpayers deserve the same ability to live their retirement to the fullest? That's a choice the president's going to have to make. And I think he's going to be hearing from Americans all over the country. As you see people, and anybody watching, if you're a blue-collar worker, you might not be a billionaire, but you want to enjoy the highest rate of return in your 401k so that when you do retire, you can do more things in your retirement. And a decision by President Biden in the next few days is going to decide just how much you're going to be able to get in your retirement. And so don't wait. Get in touch with the White House now. Remind the president that he was elected to represent all the people, not just the billionaire elites who might get his ear every day, but those hardworking Americans who make this country what it is today. And the man who led the charge to stand up for those hardworking taxpayers is my dear friend, Andy Barr from Kentucky.
Thank you, Mr. Leader, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chair Fox, for your leadership with jurisdiction over retirement savings in America, and to my good friend, Congressman Huizenga, for leading the charge on this ESG task force in the Financial Services Committee. Mr. Speaker, thank you for including in the Commitment to America the platform of putting people over politics. And Mr. Leader, thank you for bringing to the House floor this resolution disapproving of this woke Department of Labor regulation that does just that, puts politics ahead of people and retirement security. And this is a big deal for American workers and future retirees, because the gap between what Americans have saved for retirement and what they're going to actually need for retirement is $3.8 trillion. And so hardworking Americans deserve maximum financial performance. They deserve and need returns. They don't need a regulation from Washington that steers them into higher fee, lower performing, less diversified funds. And that's what these so-called ESG funds are. They are less diversified. They are concentrated risk. And this is investing 101. You want diversification. And this is a big deal in a year where we're coming off of a huge sell-off, where people who were invested in ESG unwittingly and without their consent in many cases, they suffered losses far greater than the average investor who is broadly and diversely invested across the board. And it's true, these funds carry 43% higher fees, which also eat into their returns. So thank you to all of those involved in fighting for America's retail investors, fighting for financial performance, and fighting to get politics out of retirement savings. The American people deserve retirement security. They don't want their retirement security compromised by the politicization of the allocation of their capital. And so with that, it gives me a great pleasure now to introduce a fighter on the front lines from the state level. My good friend Allison Ball, who is the state treasurer of the Commonwealth of Kentucky, and she, along with other state officials around the country, have been leading the fight against ESG investing. And so at this point in time, I'd like to bring to the podium our great state treasurer, Allison Ball.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Well, I am here to give a state perspective on this issue. I'm here to support what is happening. As a Kentuckian, as the state treasurer of Kentucky, I've been fighting this issue on the state level. Kentucky has one of the most unfunded pension plans in America. It may actually be the 50th. So I have been fighting to make sure our pension systems are strong and people can retire. So I've been pushing back against the ESG movement. There are many other treasurers who have been pushing back. So I'm here to give you that perspective. And I want to say, once upon a time, pension systems and retirement investments, they were about getting good returns, making sure that people could retire at the end of their work life. And we need to return to that mentality. We don't need to push ideological agendas. We don't need to push anything that is progressive. We need to focus on getting good returns so people can retire at the end of their work life. So I am proud to be here. I am proud to support this. I think this is important for the whole country, and it's important for Kentucky. So thank you very much, and I appreciate and support everything that you're doing.
Thank you, Treasurer. And we're pleased also to be joined by a constituent of mine, a farmer from Fleming County, Kentucky, who at a town hall meeting raised this issue of ESG. How does this issue impact regular, ordinary Americans in addition to savers and investors? Charlie's going to talk about that and how discriminating against energy and investment hurts capital formation and increases the cost of energy for farmers. Charlie?
My wife, Roseanne, and I own a farm in Fleming County, Kentucky, Masters Acres. We sell produce, eggs, honey, and our signature product is our grass-fed craft beef that is all Kentucky proud. And we've heard about the effect of ESG on people's future. I want to talk a little bit about its effect here in the present. ESG has an effect on us by our two biggest expenses on the farm, fuel and fertilizer. And ESG managed to put those two together. And they did it in this way. Within sight of my house, there's been 2 coal-fired power plants that's been destroyed this year on purpose. And so something has to take their place. Well, one of the things that's available and works is natural gas. But this extra demand on natural gas has forced up its price. Natural gas is also a vital part of the manufacture of nitrogen fertilizers like urea. And nitrogen fertilizers are important to all the cereal grains and all the grass that my cows rely on. So urea last year went from about $300 a ton to nearly $1,000 a ton. And that had a big effect on our business and it allowed us, well, prohibited us from fertilizing as we should have. Energy exploration is slowed down by ESG and the pressures put on the energy sector. Last year, we saw our diesel fuel prices double, and we all remember $5 gas. And that has a big effect on our bottom line. So in the end, our farm has not been able to raise our prices enough to compensate for the increased costs, squeezing out our profits to the point of we're really operating at a loss. We look forward, Mr. Speaker, we look forward to President Biden signing this bill and support our farm by cutting our costs and also allowing us to reduce the price of our food to our customers.
And our final guest is Fred Lewis, who's also going to talk about how ESG hurts the American people.
Good morning.
We're watching live now from Fox, everyone. We appreciate you always continuing to join us here worldwide, bringing you always top stories and headlines from across the country. I'm your host, Mike Pace. It's always great to be here with you on this Thursday edition as we continue to roll on with live feeds, top stories, and breaking news when it happens. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break, but before we go, we got to show you this amazing video of a iconic ride in Santa Monica leaving. Take a look at this. This is the original Sea Dragon ride, and look at all its glory there. One final ride. It is being with a very special VIP way to move from a helicopter here. Take a look at this iconic shot here as the original Sea Dragon ride opened with Pacific Park on May 26, 1996. After carrying more than 12 million guests, taking its last ride via a heavy-duty helicopter from Pacific Park on the Santa Monica Pier, and will land at the port of in Ventura County to go into retirement beginning at 8 a.m. local time there. The helicopters will provide the Sea Dragon with a high-flying farewell as it departs on its last ride by helicopter 250 feet over the Pacific Ocean to California's produce and autos specialized commercial seaport. There, the Sea Dragon is a classic amusement park attraction. You might have seen these types of rides really all over the country, from carnivals to county fairs, but this one being iconic there with Pacific Park. It has been replaced with an updated version of the same ride and sports the familiar bright green, scaly exterior. The new $1.5 million Sea Dragon has been installed in the identical space and delivers the same high-swinging ride experience, but features a variety of new ride enhancements, including custom music and sound to amplify the experience there. Yeah, if you see this there, your memories of your teenage years or even younger might be coming back to you as you see the Sea Dragon there, and you just remember it just going up, and then you go backwards and up, and away you go there. The ever popular classic Sea Dragon, a swinging ship with 2 lifelike dragon heads, making passengers feel like they're caught in the turbulent waters. And what an escort it was able to get today. We want to show you now live pictures right here. Take a look there of the Sea Dragon now on the flatbed right there, where it will now have another journey. You're watching live now from Fox. As always, we bring you these top stories and headlines from across the country. Its final destination will be at the City Museum in St. Louis, Missouri there. So Now, people that'll be on the highways will get to see the Sea Dragon take a unique perspective from a pier to now the highway, and then finally the show me state of Missouri there in St. Louis. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox. We're back here for you on Live Now from Fox. You see President Biden right there up now and Air Force One. He will be making his way to Philadelphia today. He is going to be making remarks, of course, federal budget being released there. So he will be talking in Philadelphia. Should be happening around 2:30 Eastern. Of course, we'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox when that does get going. All right, we want to go out to a live event that is happening. It is a battle right now between Maryland and Virginia. Both states want to house the new FBI headquarters. And right now, Virginia senators are speaking right now, of course, trying to get the FBI headquarters stationed there in Springfield. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
We are not here to say anything negative about other sites. We were here to promote the Virginia site. The FBI and GSA worked together, and they've worked together on this now for more than a decade, and they wrote criteria under which this decision would be made. We didn't write the criteria, we didn't recommend them, we didn't modify them. Maryland didn't write the criteria, recommend, modify. What we have done is, once the criteria are on the table, we've made the case that the Springfield site best meets the criteria. The most important is compatibility with the mission of the FBI. This is the nation's security that we're talking about. That has to be the primary component, and we believe, for dozens of reasons, the siting of FBI in close proximity to so many sister agencies who have to work together, not in silos, they have to work together. The Virginia site is so strong. Second, the flexibility of the site itself and the suitability of the site itself. Nearby sites include Northern Virginia Community College and the TSA. This site works not only for the FBI of today, it will work for the FBI of 50 years from now. Third, transportation access. This is walking distance from Metro, from VRE, from a transportation hub in Fairfax County that brings in bus and express buses from all over, not just Fairfax, but all over the region. Fourth, cost. This is an area where some folks have misrepresented the costs of this site. The costs of this site are very, very favorable to the cost of any other site, principally because the land is already owned by the federal government, which is a significant cost savings over at least one of the alternatives. And finally, equity and sustainability. We applaud the Biden administration. We applaud the GSA and the FBI for the first time in a siting of this kind to include a significant priority that's measured, that has to count in terms of whether the site promotes equity. The Springfield area is one of the most diverse parts of this Commonwealth or this country. 55% of households in the area, the language spoken in the home is not English. It is a United Nations, but more than a United Nations, it's a true reflection of who Virginia is and who America is, and we believe the equity component is a necessary and important one. We hope that it sets a template for site selections to come, that should be an important component, but we believe very strongly that Springfield knocks it out of the park on that as the other criteria. I've been involved in this as a Virginia senator, but I want to now bring the senior senator who has been involved in it deeply, not only as the senator who lives in Northern Virginia, but as somebody whose leadership in the Senate on matters of intelligence and national security give him a unique perspective, particularly with respect to the mission compatibility of the Springfield site for FBI future headquarters. Mark.
Well, thank you, Chairman. And Andrea and Irma, thank you for being here. We have about 35 or 40 folks who are part of our presentation. They may be trickling out. We've got to do this presentation, take a question or two, and then rush back because the IRS commissioner is up for a vote, and I think they need our votes so that we can make sure the IRS becomes a more useful and user-friendly entity. I'm going to start on equity and move through the criteria. We've already made mention of the Springfield itself being majority minority, other than English first language. And it represents parts of Prince William where Quantico is, again, majority minority. Arlington, Alexandria, hugely diverse populations. But one of the things that was really, I think, meaningful when we heard from President Washington at GMU and heard from Marymount, I challenge anyone. Marymount, one of the Hispanic serving universities, only a few in the whole country, 2/3 female, huge number of language spoken at Marymount University. Those are the kind of people we need as FBI agents. George Mason. George Mason is the most, I think President Washington said, either one or two most diverse universities in the whole country. Don't believe me? Go to the George Mason campus and walk around, and you see the new face of Virginia, and you see the new face of Virginia there. We had an individual representing the Muslim community inside who talked about a 20-year partnership with the FBI in a community that is extraordinarily strong in Virginia. That we need that partnership. We need more FBI agents of multiple faiths. So we are happy to go against any location on the diversity standpoint. Needs of the FBI. It has been stunning to me that some have said that maybe the needs of the FBI somehow shouldn't be as considered so highly. In the end of the day, we're making it a 50-year decision for the men and women of the FBI. The idea that proximity to Quantico, I think there are 2,400 trips a day or a month or whatever, a week, and we'll clarify that. Come on back over here, guys. That's a relevant criteria. You can't take that away. I mean, matter of fact, Quantico has been mentioned on the FBI process at least the last 8 or 9 years in the federal documentation of language that has been bounced around along the way. We had a great long-term intelligence professional who I think spoke extraordinarily movingly about how after 9/11 we had the intelligence, but we didn't work together. And the idea that the need to have the FBI interact with the CIA, the ODNI, the NRO, the NGA, and a host of other entities that are in Northern Virginia that you all are not even cleared to know about. It's absolutely critical if we're going to build that community need. And we talk again about particularly the immigrant community that's moved in. They have moved into this community in Northern Virginia because Virginia, you know, and we think about it back when we were governor, Governor Youngkin was with us today, Virginia made the investments that maybe other communities didn't on education. We have some of the greatest public schools in America in Northern Virginia. We've got the best high school in America in Northern Virginia. That's a plus. That is a plus for the FBI. And we had not only intelligence professionals, but FBI veterans speak to that. So we've talked about diversity. We've talked about a bit about the needs, the long-term needs of the FBI. Let me talk about the cost issue. The current tenant, first conversation starting about moving the tenant in the public domain started in 1989. I'm chair of the Intelligence Committee. For 3 presidents, Obama, Trump, and Biden, the tenant has decided they need to move. They are moving regardless of what happens with the FBI decision. To indicate otherwise is just not true. And the cost of moving is going to take place regardless. So the idea that the FBI can come into this site federally owned and move quickly, and the economic development package that we put forward is second to none. Transportation. Tim and I joked a little bit that, you know, with Glenn there, that traffic was better when we were governors. But traffic really wasn't better in the Springfield Mixing Bowl when we were governor. You know, the idea of the literally hundreds of millions, it may have actually crossed over to the billion-dollar number in terms of transportation investments in the Mixing Bowl, hot lanes, 22 bus trips a day that go from this site exist, the metro right there, 4 different interstate highways that converge right there at Springfield on a transportation basis, whether you are riding, taking the bus, taking the train, riding a bike. This site is superior in all of those criteria. Flexibility of the site, you know, government owned. Again, Rodney Lusk, who is the supervisor from Springfield, having a local elected official, and Rodney's background was, he was an economic development expert, having that kind of local government individual committed to making the process of local approvals, you know, move quickly. You can't, you know, that is an incredibly important asset. And the fact that it is a site, you got TSA right next door, we've got flexibility that no private sector site could ever present. So, final point is this. One of the things that Maryland and Virginia did fully agree on, and we went to the mat on it, was when, in the prior administration, this whole effort was put on hold because the White House weighed in on a political basis. What we said to the GSA and to the FBI is, all we're asking to do is, you set out a criteria. We very much honor the notion of having this additional consultation, but the law of the land said additional consultation, didn't say change the criteria. And what we want is this to be a fair, transparent process where outside politics is not further intervening. And at the end of the day, what's in the best interest of the taxpayers, what's in the best interest of the men and women of the FBI, not just for today, but going forward, and what will represent the kind of changing nature of the workforce of the FBI to more reflect the changing face of Virginia and the changing face of America. With that, I'll take questions. We got another.
Before question, I just want to thank some of the folks who came with us, and then we'll open it up. We had a group of about 15 Virginians that made really important presentations, leading off with the governor. But I just want to show you sort of the breadth of our group. President Greg Washington, most of you know President Washington George Mason talked an awful lot about existing partnerships with the FBI that could be furthered. Adam Lee is the Chief Security Officer at Dominion, talked a little bit about the protection of the grid and infrastructure at the site, but frankly talked more about his career as an FBI special agent, including serving in Northern Virginia and D.C. and the compatibility of the site. President Irma Becerra, we have two university presidents, both engineers, which is interesting. Irma Becerra at Marymount University, Virginia's first Hispanic-serving institution, talked about the workforce training that already happens there and more that can be done. And then finally, Andrea Bailey. Andrea is the county supervisor in Prince William, in eastern Prince William, including the Quantico site that has significant FBI equities, and she talked about her role on the board and as an advocate and as a military spouse with a lot of time in at Quantico over the years. Now we'll open it up.
Senator, I have to ask you about two things that were said by Governor Moore yesterday. Will your site cost $1 billion more? Governor Moore, his words not mine yesterday, said that if you ignore the executive order, racial diversity here, that it would make a mockery of what the president promised.
Respectfully, those cost estimates are totally wrong, out of left field, and have no basis in fact. I say that as the senator from Virginia. I say that as chairman of the Intelligence Committee, number one. And number two, and I want Tim to echo on this, we welcome the equity comparison. But the idea that you're not also going to compare cost, transportation, flexibility of site, and the needs of the FBI, to ignore those would also be, I think, a disgrace to the Biden administration and to the men and women of the FBI.
Who is suggesting that we ignore the equity executive order? No one. No one is suggesting that. We embrace it. This is the first major site decision that will ever be made by the GSA that includes a specific equity component. We embrace that. We embrace that. So the notion that somebody's going to ignore it, no, we embrace it. We just assert that the Springfield site meets and exceeds the equity criteria.
Senator, argument proximity is equating equity with diversity, though, when you talk about that Fairfax County is the second wealthiest county in America, and that it's hard to argue that they've been left behind on the equity scale the same way Prince George's has. And that you just sort of...
excuse me, let me just answer your question. Equity in America today, and equity in terms of the needs of the FBI, reflect racial equity, reflect faith-based equity, reflect ethnic equity. Springfield, African American, Latino, Asian Pacific. To ignore the broad breadth of equity in America would be a huge disappointment. And the other comment, there were decisions made, and Jerry Connolly could speak to this better than I, 15, 20 years ago, where the adjacent communities decided where they wanted to put their priorities. Fairfax County put their priorities in investing in one of the nation's best public education systems. People have voted with their feet. The number of immigrants that have come because they wanted that public education system. Don't penalize the investments that were made that maybe other jurisdictions didn't choose to make. Right here.
Senator's proximity to Quantico was rated 35% weighted.
Excuse me. That is just flat out wrong.
The criteria.
No, the criteria. The 35% said needs of the FBI. Quantico was one of 5 items listed. Mission compatibility, collaboration with the adjacent parts of the intelligence community. It is just factually wrong.
Maryland is arguing.
It is factually wrong. And listen, rather, again, we want the GSA and the FBI to make this decision choice. Ask the GSA. Look at the criteria. People are that misrepresentation, and the idea that suddenly you shouldn't consider the amount of traffic between FBI headquarters and Quantico. Think about that from the sustainability stem. And this is why the former intelligence professional we had was so important today. The FBI's job right now is not only to deal with Quantico, but I can tell you the amount of time the FBI has to deal with the CIA, the NRO, the NGA, the Director of National Intelligence, the fact that they have to also potentially go to the FBI Records Center, which is up in Winchester. I mean, those are just facts. I mean, Maryland, I'm sure they were promoting the proximity to the NSA, terribly important as well. But don't, you know, respectfully, I just say, look at what the criteria said. 35% based upon mission compatibility, and they list a series of factors. How they weigh one of those factors versus another, I don't know. But we made the case across all of those factors.
Do you believe that it's fair to the taxpayer that that criteria gets 35% and cost of the build-out is only 10%?
We think we are more successful than the Maryland site on cost and compatibility.
Senator, could you please, you said it was flat out wrong that Maryland sites were significantly cheaper. Could you explain why exactly
The site in Springfield is owned by the U.S. government. Irrespective of whether we or Maryland win the FBI, the current tenant is moving. That has been the policy of the last 3 administrations.
Do you know if the GSA is considering that in the cost calculation? Do you know how exactly they will interpret that criteria?
You want to,
The GSA has they committed to us that they have a current site selection plan, and in the cost component of that plan, they are not looking at costs connected with other projects. They're just looking at the cost of the FBI project. So that's what they committed to us today, and that gave us some sense of assurance.
Senators, Governor Moore said yesterday that he wants Joe Biden, the president, to weigh in on this. Is there concern if Joe Biden weighs in on this, that he'll weigh in favor of Maryland over Virginia?
We're not concerned about that, but we don't think asking somebody to put their thumb on the scale makes any sense here. The FBI and GSA have set out criteria that are good criteria, and they should follow those criteria. I mean, usually where I come from, asking a thumb on the scale is a bad thing. You know, we want to avoid thumbs on the scale rather than encourage and promote thumbs on scales. So we don't encourage thumbs on scales. We just say, you got criteria, look at the criteria and make a decision.
You know, and again, one point comment on this as well. And there was lots of speculation of why the previous administration did it. Maryland and Virginia were outraged when the previous administration, White House, put the thumb on the scale to try to slow down this process. And there was speculation about why they wouldn't want the FBI to move and what the FBI might pose in terms of location for other facilities. We think there's a process here. We think it ought to be fair. We think it ought to be transparent. And I think it would be a huge mistake to have political thumbs on the scale at this point.
Do you believe you're thinking that this is your final meeting with GSA? And you have
Again, I think they've said they're going to go back for further consultation. I mean, they're going to go back. They didn't say further consultation. They said they want to go back and kind of work through this. We don't have a timeline. You know, the one thing that we all agreed on, I'm sure our friends in Maryland would as well, this process, you know, we're close to 12 years now. It's gone on way too long. Last question, right here.
Maryland was coming in yesterday, obviously arguing for these criteria to be reweighted. What was the upshot from GSA about whether they would consider reweighting?
Let's put it like this. The Maryland delegation, some members of the Maryland delegation, were very forceful in the negotiation around the final budget bill about trying to force the Budget Act to require reweighting of the criteria. Tim and I were in the room. There was a compromise reached. That compromise was, you get another consultation, but the law is quite clear. There's going to be, if they follow the law, no reweighing of the criteria. Thank you all very much.
Supervisor, could we?
You know, we always got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take another quick 2-minute break while we have it. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, where we bring you top stories and headlines from across the country. And, of course, we are the anti-soundbite show, where we try to really minimize sound bites here, not give you about a 5 to 10 second soundbite, but really show you events in its entirety or close to it. Let's go right now out to the House hearing on worldwide threats. We've seen a similar hearing yesterday on the Senate side with the FBI director testifying. He's back again with several others, but this time on the House side. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Risks to U.S. national security as the physical impacts increase and geopolitical tensions mount over the global response to the challenge. And now, entering the fourth year, the COVID-19 pandemic remains one of the most significant threats, to global public health at a cost of more than $6.5 million and trillions of dollars in lost economic output to date. In addition to direct effects of the pandemic, resultant economic, human security, political, and national security implications of COVID-19 continue to strain recovery efforts, presenting both known and unforeseen challenges that probably will ripple through society and the global economy during the next year and for years to come. Russia's aggression against Ukraine has aggravated COVID-19 related fragilities in the global economy, raised commodity prices, fueled market volatility, and contributed to food insecurity and financial instability. And the combination of elevated energy and foods prices has increased the number of individuals facing extreme poverty and food insecurity. Affected countries will struggle to reverse these trends through 2023, even if global food prices stabilize. And Russia's war in Ukraine can be blamed for these intensifying effects, something much of the world also understands and that others, including China, will have to come to terms with as they consider to what extent they want to continue assisting or enabling Russia. And climate change, the pandemic, and conflicts are exacerbating irregular migration, and in the Western Hemisphere, push and pull factors that drive migrants to the United States, such as deteriorating socioeconomic and security conditions, misperceptions of U.S. policies, and employment opportunities in the United States will almost certainly persist through 2023. And please forgive me, because apparently the last 2 pages of my did not print out on this, so I'm just going to grab my extra copy. Transnational criminal organizations exploit migrants through extortion, kidnapping, and human trafficking, including sex trafficking and forced labor. And these organizations also continue to pose a direct threat through the production and trafficking of lethal illicit drugs, massive theft, financial and cyber crimes, money laundering, and eroding the rule of law in partner nations. In particular, the threat from illicit drugs is at historic levels, with the robust supply of synthetic opioids from Mexican TCOs continuing to play a role in driving American overdose to over 100,000 annually. And terrorism, of course, remains a persistent threat, but the problem is evolving. Individuals and cells adhering to ideologies espoused by ISIS, Al-Qaeda, and transnational, racially and ethnically motivated violent extremist movements in particular pose significant threats to U.S. persons, facilities, and interests. And then 2 indirect threats that I think are worth highlighting. New technologies, particularly in the fields of artificial intelligence and biotechnology, are being developed and proliferating faster than companies and governments are able to shape norms governing their use, protect privacy challenges associated with them, and prevent dangerous outcomes that they can trigger. The convergence of emerging technologies is likely to create breakthroughs that are not as predictable and that risk a rapid development of more interconnected asymmetric threats to U.S. interests. Relatedly, foreign states' malicious use of digital information and communication technologies will become more pervasive, automated, targeted, and complex during the next few years, threatening to distort publicly available information and probably outpacing efforts to protect digital freedoms and at the same time educate audiences on how to distinguish fact from propaganda. Authoritarian governments usually are the principal offenders of digital repression. And of course, democracies with open information environments are the most vulnerable. In closing, I want to bring to your attention the absolutely crucial authority that both Chairman Turner and Ranking Member Himes discussed will expire at the end of the year if Congress does not act, which is 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. I can tell you without hesitation that Section 702 was relied upon in gathering intelligence that was relevant to putting together this assessment, as it is hard to overestimate the importance of this authority to our work every day. FISA Section 702 provides unique intelligence on foreign intelligence targets at a speed and reliability that we cannot replicate in any other authority. Section 702 was originally enacted to enable the U.S. government to quickly collect on the communications of terrorists located abroad. The authority allows the IC to acquire foreign intelligence from non-U.S. people located outside of the United States who are using U.S. electronic communication service providers. 702 is still vital to our counterterrorism mission, as evidenced by its key role in the U.S. government's operation against former al-Qaeda leader Ayman al-Zawahiri. But 702 is now principally relied upon for vital insights across a range of high-priority threats, including China, malicious cyber actors targeting U.S. critical infrastructure, weapons proliferation, attempting to evade sanctions, to deliver precursor chemicals to hostile actors, and even key intelligence related to threats emanating from Russia, North Korea, Iran, and I'll say China again. I realize that Section 702 is a powerful authority, and it's incumbent on all of us in the intelligence community to ensure that the privacy and civil liberties interests of Americans are built into its design and implementation at every level. And over the last many years, we have significantly expanded oversight and dedicated resources to compliance in order to do just that. And we welcome the opportunity to work with you on reauthorizing this critical authority and building in your trust. Thank you for your patience, and we'll look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Well, Director Haynes, it was incredibly impressive to watch you to continue to read your statement while looking through your file. I don't know that any of us would have been able to do that, but Director Burns for the win. That was great.
Let's take a quick 2-minute break here for some of you right here on Live Now from Fox.
For questions, and I yield my time to Representative Darren LaHood, the chair of our FISA 702 working group. Darren?
Well, thank you, Chairman Turner, and I want to thank the panel here today for your service to our country, and thank you for the work you do every day to keep our citizens safe and our country secure. I'm honored to be selected as the lead for this important working group on FISA reforms, and I'm excited to take on the necessary review. I concur with Chairman Turner that FISA, and specifically the authorities in Section 702, provide our intelligence community with an invaluable and irreplaceable tool that supports our national security apparatus in the fight against our foreign adversaries. As a former assistant U.S. attorney, and specifically as a chief terrorism prosecutor overseeing the investigations and criminal prosecutions of terrorist activities, I fully understand the value of FISA as an incredible collection asset in our fight against ongoing global and terrorist threats. This committee has been briefed countless times on the many successes directly attributable to our 702 collection authorities, some of which, Director Haynes, you highlighted in your opening remarks. And I would also comment, I know General Nakasone last month, or I guess in January, you spoke to the Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board on the value of 702. In that speech, you talked about this authority provides the U.S. government with irreplaceable insights, whether we are reporting on cybersecurity threats, counterterrorism threats, or protecting U.S. and allied forces. FISA Section 702 has helped us understand the strategic intention of the foreign governments we are most interested in, including the PRC, Russia, Iran, and North Korea. Unfortunately, there are far too many members of Congress on both sides of the aisle that question whether the executive branch can be trusted with this powerful tool. And that's because of in the past and currently there's been abuses and misuses of 702 by the FBI. From where I sit today, I believe that a clean legislative reauthorization of 702 is a non-starter. To reiterate what the chairman said, you must first acknowledge that a problem exists before we can formulate meaningful reforms to build back trust and confidence in the FISA process. Director Wray, I want to start with you and ask, are you willing to acknowledge that the FBI has committed abuses and violations in its use of FISA, and is that defensible?
Well, first off, no violations are defensible, in my view. It's important to distinguish, as I think both the ranking member and the chair may have, between things that happen with Title I FISA, for example, that were at issue in the Inspector General report related to the Crossfire Hurricane matter, which, as I've said before, describes conduct that I consider totally unacceptable, totally unacceptable and unrepresentative of the FBI, and we implemented all sorts of reforms that I could go into on that. Then over on the 702 side, there have been compliance incidents that have to be addressed, and we have taken all sorts of steps that I could walk the committee through here to address that issue. And what's important to note about that is that all of the reports to date that have been shared with the public and I think with the Congress about 702 compliance issues all predate, that is the conduct at issue, predate all these reforms, which is why it's so important for me to be able to let the committee know, and this will be coming in more detail in the next OD&I report that comes out in late April, I think it is, that we have now seen a 93% decrease year over year from 21 to 22 in the number of U.S. person queries made by the FBI. And that's not just an aberration of that 1 year. If you compare it to 2020, so the year before that, it's about an 85% increase. So it's a dramatic increase in the judiciousness with which our people are running their queries. And we are absolutely committed to making sure that we show you, the rest of the members of Congress and the American people, that we're worthy of these incredibly valuable authorities.
Well, I appreciate you mentioned that. I would say because of a number of these abuses and non-compliance issues with the FBI, would you agree that the FBI has a trust issue with the American public and specifically with members of Congress?
Well, certainly, anytime we have anybody who has a trust issue with us, we want to try to address it. I think when I look at the American people more broadly, I think a lot of it is reaction to specific cases and things here and there, but I will tell you that I see the American people showing up in droves to come work at the FBI. Putting that to the side, we clearly have work to do, and we're eager to do it with this committee to show that we can be worthy stewards of these important authorities. And so if there are questions that need to be answered, I understand completely why those questions are being raised. We brought them on ourselves. And I want to make sure that we can show you that we can answer those questions.
And how do you give reassurance to the American people that their civil liberties are going to be protected?
Well, the changes that I started describing at a high level include all sorts of things. So that's everything from system changes that prevent even inadvertent compliance incidents. That's new safeguards, new approvals, new oversights, all sorts of mandatory enhanced training. I created and stood up an entire new Office of Internal Audit that did not exist at the FBI before, and brought in a former agent who's also a former Big Four accounting firm partner to run that Office of Internal Audit. And that office is focused exclusively on FISA compliance. Ultimately, in the long run, we want that office to take on other kinds of compliance too. But because of the importance of this issue, because of the importance of the concerns that you and others have framed, we've dedicated that Office of Internal Audit to focus exclusively on this important authority and compliance with it. So those are some of the things. Obviously, there's a lot more that I could get into, but I'm sympathetic to the time constraints here.
Well, thank you for that. Unfortunately, I believe that the FBI does have a significant trust issue with members of Congress, and that's part of what we'll deal with the working group. And I would say that trust has only been made worse by the recently declassified Section 702 compliance report covering December 2019 through May of 2020. In that report, there was a number of concerning things that were brought forward. There was queries done inappropriately by the FBI on a local political party. And then secondarily, included in there was one specific instance of abuse involving multiple queries of a sitting member of Congress in the FBI's FISA databases. Buried in a footnote of the declassified assessment, this specific incident described as follows. Quote, an intelligence analyst with the FBI conducted multiple queries using only the name of a U.S. congressman. The 707 report describes the specific facts that led the analyst to conduct these queries. These queries retrieved unminimized FISA-acquired information, including Section 702 acquired products that were opened. FBI advised that no minimized FISA-acquired information was disseminated or used in any way. This was reviewed, obviously, by the National Security Division of the U.S. Department of Justice and OD&I, and based on what they reviewed, they found these queries to be wholly inappropriate, not compliant, and a violation because they were overly broad as constructed. I think that the report's characterization of this FBI analyst's action as a mere misunderstanding of querying procedures is indicative of the culture that the FBI has come to expect and even tolerate. It is also indicative of the FBI's continued failure to appreciate how the misuse of this authority is seen on Capitol Hill. And I want to make clear the FBI's inappropriate querying of a duly elected member of Congress is egregious and a violation not only that degrades the trust in FISA, but is viewed as a threat to the separation of powers.
We're going to take our final break here of this hour right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone.
That the member of Congress that was wrongfully queried multiple times solely by his name was in fact me. This careless abuse of this critical tool by the FBI is unfortunate. Ironically, I think it gives me a good opportunity and a unique perspective on what's wrong with the FBI and the problems that the FBI has. To highlight that, I would like to submit for the record a couple things. February 28th, 2023, Director Haynes and Attorney General Garland asked for reauthorization from the Congress, but they go in to add that there needs to be rigorous and ongoing oversight of the FBI's 702 querying, specifically their collection decisions on U.S. person inquiries. And they will be evaluating and taking remedial action to address identified incidents of noncompliance by the FBI. I'd like to submit that for the record, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection.
Secondly, a letter was sent to you on February 15th, Director A, 2023, from Congressman Andy Biggs of Arizona, and he talks about the declassified 2021 report detailing these continued abuses of 702. In there, he mentions that these instances should frighten every American, and Congress deserves an explanation for them. He additionally talks about these, quote, backdoor searches are a violation of the Fourth Amendment and cannot continue. I'd ask to submit that for the record.
Without objection.
Thirdly, article in Politico from March 1st titled DOJ Faces Bipartisan Foulniks or Army of Skeptics on FISA 702. In that article, again referring to this declassified report on the inappropriate use of 702, it talks about, in a sign of, I'll quote here, in a sign of odd political bedfellows in the House who are pushing reforms, conservative Congressman Andy Biggs and progressive member Pramila Jalapai, both members of the Judiciary Committee, publicly vetted on the detail tucked in the footnote of the report. An FBI intelligence analyst improperly queried surveillance data on a U.S. member of the House. I'd ask to submit that for the record.
Without objection.
Lastly, the footnote that I mentioned that has been declassified states in there that the National Security Division of the U.S. Department of Justice and ODNI assessed, based on the facts and analysis of this FBI analyst, that these queries were not compliant because they were overly broad as constructed. I'd like to submit that for the record.
Without objection.
The bottom line is 702 deserves to be reauthorized because it's an invaluable tool to our efforts to counter the threats of our adversaries. But the FISA working group must and will pursue reforms and safeguards through this reauthorization process. To help explain to the public why 702 should be reauthorized, I have a few questions for our other panelists. Director Haynes, why do we need 702 to specifically counter China?
Thank you, Representative. Specifically with respect to China, there are a number of ways in which 702 is crucial. It's crucial in the context of counterintelligence, where we are looking at where it is that China's efforts to send spies into the United States maybe, and what their planning is in relation to it. It is crucial in the context of threats to our, to U.S. victims and to critical infrastructure through cyber, as we've all indicated. It's crucial to understanding a whole range of issues because it is effectively the most sort of effective way for us to gather intelligence against non-U.S. persons outside of the United States.
Thank you. And Director Burns, what does 702 mean for the CIA's ability to counter China?
It's crucially important for all the reasons sir, that Director Haynes just mentioned. It also enables us to focus on efforts to evade sanctions, to steal intellectual property, to obtain sensitive technologies as well. And so in all those areas, it's extremely important.
And Director Nakasone, can you quantify in some way how vital 702 is to the NSA's efforts to counter China? And I know you specifically referenced a number of incidents that in your speech in January.
I would quantify it, Congressman, by saying it is the number one authority that we need. I can go into closed session with regards to the specific areas where it is so important.
Thank you. And Director Barrier, as a consumer of the information obtained by 702, can you explain the value of this information in DNI's efforts to counter China?
Yes, I can. As an all-source intelligence agency, while we don't do FISA collection, we certainly benefit from the insights we get from that. We bake that into our all-source analysis to illuminate threats for the Department of Defense and the nation.
Thank you for that. In closing, I'm honored by Chairman Turner's selection as the chair of the FISA Working Group, and I'm energized to begin our bipartisan work with the Judiciary Committee and our Senate colleagues to reform and reauthorize this vital tool. I also look forward to working with all of you here before us today and request your cooperation in this endeavor. Thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Member Himes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you again to our witnesses. My good friend from Illinois put a lot on the table there, much of which, unfortunately, I was not briefed on. So, Director Ray, I'd love to start just by giving you a minute or two to respond if you would like, but I'd like you to keep it to a minute or two if you would.
Obviously, there's a lot to say, so I'll be very brief. I completely understand Congressman LaHood's concerns and everything he read. The main point I would make for today's purposes is that all of those problems, and they are problems, all of those compliance violations, and they are violations, predate all of these reforms that I was trying to summarize. And so my hope is that we will be able to show by working with the working group how these reforms will prevent stuff like what you described from happening again in the future.
Thank you, Director Ray. I'm going to direct my next question to Director Haynes and Director Burns. We spend a lot of time thinking about the mechanics and tactics of what conflict with China would look like, and we don't spend a lot of time thinking about the economics of tension leading to ultimately conflict were that to occur. This is not current, but RAND did a study in which they estimated that Chinese GDP in the event of a conflict would contract by a staggering 25 to 35%. U.S. GDP could contract by 5 to 10% if there was conflict in the Taiwan Strait. So the perplexing thing here is this is a country that really the sole reason that it has been able to achieve the economic growth that it has, to the point where today it's on an aggregate basis the largest economy in the world, has been engagement with the world. Licit engagement through trade and other things, and illicit engagement through the stealing of IP, the manipulation of currency rates over time, et cetera. So I wonder, two-part question, can you paint a picture of if tensions continue to be exacerbated, leading to a point where there is conflict, what that would look like for the global economy, for the Chinese economy, and most importantly, help me understand why a Chinese leader would risk the golden goose, essentially.
I'll start. So I think to your point, Representative, it is not our assessment that China wants to go to war. And that is something I think to start with. In other words, they are, we continue to assess that, for example, even with respect to Taiwan, that they would prefer to achieve unification through peaceful means as opposed to through a use of force. They nevertheless are utterly committed to unification, and I think that is the challenge. In other words, she has made it quite clear that that is something that has to happen. And as a consequence, if they believe that peaceful unification is not an option, then they are in the potential for actually trying to achieve it militarily, and they are certainly planning for that potential. And then in terms of the impact that it would have, I think, obviously it depends on what the conflict looks like. But to your point again, I think it's absolutely right that this is, any conflict is likely to have enormous economic implications. And one of the things that we have certainly looked at and that others, within the government, treasury and commerce and so on, have looked at is the implications with respect to Taiwan of a disruption of, their materials, particularly their semiconductors. And we've, studies show that it would actually have an absolutely enormous implications for the global financial economy if there were disruption to Taiwan's semiconductor production. Because really, Taiwan, the semiconductors, the chips that come out of Taiwan are present in virtually every category of electronic devices around the world. Leave it at that.
Director, I know TIA conducts economic work and economic assessment, so I'd be interested in your view.
Sure, and I would just add two examples to what Director Haynes said in terms of the calculus of the Chinese leadership, both on Taiwan and in terms of its relationship with Russia. I think on Taiwan, well, as Director Haynes said, we don't see evidence today that she has made a decision to invade Taiwan. I would never underestimate the ambitions of the current Chinese leadership in that regard or their determination. I do think that nobody...
Welcome, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox as we continue to give you top stories and headlines from across the country. Next up, we are going to go out to the Secretary of State from Georgia, speaking right now at a news conference. Let's listen in right here live on Live Now.
And even do more to help our states, our counties, and most importantly, our voters. This voter registration system truly enforces and reinforces Georgia's status as the #1 state in America for election administration. So thank you all for coming here today. Now we're going to hear from Dr. Jesse Harris from our elections team, and then we're going to hear from Chris Berger with our partner Transform, and Chief Operating Officer Gabriel Sterling, who will provide a deeper view into Jarvis, and then we'll take all of your questions. Jesse?
Good afternoon. I am Dr. Jesse Harris, and I serve as the Deputy Elections Director of Election and Administrative Services for the Secretary of State's Office Elections Division. First, I would like to thank Secretary Raffensperger for his leadership for entrusting us by implementing a system. This system will touch many lives of Georgia residents. I would like to also applaud our elections director, Blake Evans, for his headship of this massive system change in his absence today. This type of enhancement in technology is difficult and challenging, but it is also very rewarding. It is an investment of our future and allows us to be agile and to ensure Georgia continues to be the leader in elections as the state's electorate continues to grow. We have a tremendous gratitude for our staff that has worked tirelessly to develop, test, and train on our new voter registration and information system. I want to thank our county election officials, as our secretary has earlier, some who have joined us today. I know from my own experience in my time at the county that they do the heavy lifting of daily processing voter registration applications, and they are the force responsible for processing absentee applications and providing absentee ballots during election cycles. And all of this is done within our voter registration and information system. Their feedback, encouragement, and patience during this period has given us energy. It is our privilege to work with our county election officials every day to serve the voters of our great state. Finally, I am personally proud and happy and excited about Jarvis. I have managed registration and absentee processes at the municipal, county, and now state levels. I've had experience in design and development of systems like this. I know that this tool will contribute significantly to our success in 2024 and beyond. We are here to serve Georgia's voting public, and we are here to improve their voting experience. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. My name is Christopher Berger. I'm the Managing Director of Transform. Mr. Secretary, I'd like to thank you for your vision, your continued leadership and character, and especially your trust in having us be part of such an important initiative, one that will positively impact the lives of so many of our fellow Georgians. I'd also like to thank Salesforce and MTX as valued partners, and for continuing to support the Secretary of State's modernization initiative. Finally, I have to thank the hardworking members of the Elections Division and the county election officials on behalf of Transform and all of us. Thank you. They have worked tirelessly to provide our fellow Georgians with a voter registration system that will continue to enable secure, accurate, and fair elections in our great state. To the county election workers, your courage, patience, and resiliency are an example of how, when faced with challenges and significant change, we can come together and move forward as one. You inspire me and so many others each and every day. Again, thank you all sincerely, and I look forward to continuing this journey of modernization together. Thank you.
Well, hey, this is an exciting time. The Secretary launched this program standing right here in January of 2022, and I don't want to talk too much about other states, but I'm going to talk a little bit about other states. Nobody, no government anywhere launches something this large, this big, this fast, this well, other than Georgia. We have followed the lead of Secretary Raffensperger being a businessman. We have leveraged our relationships with the private sector and worked hand in glove with the counties. Now, when I talk about how big of a lift this is, I'm going to give you just a little bit of technical data that I get in the weeds about. And I want to thank Nick Northern for pulling these numbers for me. How many total voter records are we talking about? Over 12 million voter records. That is, how many are active voters? 7,097,326. How many inactive voters? 833,367. How many canceled records do we have? 3,500,334. Now, when I say that, you got to realize we have canceled records because if somebody moves out of the state and comes back, we have their record in place. That's what we do in this state, so we can keep their histories in place. But more importantly, when we talked about the fact this is a very secure system that sits on the FedRAMP, we have a lot of PII, personal identifying information in this. So out of those numbers I gave you before, how many driver's license numbers do we have, including those that have been canceled? 9,923,489. How many voters do we have, either their full SSN or the last four, including the canceled? 11,313,921. So when people ask us, how do we know who voted? How do we know it's real? How do we know it's fair? Because we have the receipts that we keep on this secure system. That's how we know that. So don't let anybody believe that there's dead voters voting or there's double voting in any kind of significant way, because it's just not true. We built this system for that purpose, to show you we're taking security seriously every single day. And one of the other things about this, it takes a lot of data. Every voting record has visual files, PDFs, images that go along with it. Signature files, scanned records for when they sign their voter registration cards, those kind of items. Of that, that's over 200 million artifacts that are attached to each one of these records. And how many voter history records do we have? When you go to your My Voter page and you can see, I voted in this election, this election, this election, 109,525,166. Those are the vote credit records. I want y'all to understand the level of data migration and work that went into this. This is not done. There are states who are spending tens of millions of dollars and spending years and building systems that still aren't necessarily working yet. Some other details we have about this. We're having this, we're active in the system. We've run our first elections on this. We are in early voting right now in 35 counties using this system. These people behind me and their staff are in this system every single day working. We're still in what's called the warranty period right now, which means we still have little things we're trying to fix, little things we're working on. But like the Secretary said, this is an iterative system. It is going to be nothing but continuous improvements through learning and action over and over and over again. This is not the finish line, like we said. But Georgians can be proud of the fiscally responsible way in which we did this. Time equals money. We did it fast. We leveraged our relationships. And we have now Salesforce as our platform partner and MTX as our implementation partner. They've done a great job. And when the Secretary and Mr. Berger and Jesse talked about the long hours, they weren't kidding. There's people behind me I know who were doing emails and on the bridge talking about this at 2 in the morning, trying to meet the deadlines that we set that were aggressive, but they were realistic. We met them all. So with that, we want to take any questions y'all might have. Richard. The main thing is to have a stable, secure system that their information will be protected in the long term. It will be continuously protected as we sit on the FedRAMP cloud for this, as opposed to a single standalone server with our own people around it. We've had secure systems in the past, but when you're on FedRAMP, there's continuous monitoring that will also be ramped up over time with changing cybersecurity threats. For most people, they're not going to see a big difference. The people who are going to see the biggest difference are the people behind us right here, who have to do the work every day in the system. What else? Mark. You outgrow things in life. I would say ENET is probably behind us now. We want to have a parachute for a little while longer as we get through this election, but I think ENET, which to serve the state well, is our legacy system, and it will no longer be there. It couldn't adjust to some of the things that the new laws required and some of the federal rules required. So it's time to move past certain things. And when you build things out specifically like this, like ENET, trying to keep track of all the fixings and escrowing everything properly, which means keeping the code straight, is difficult over time with companies that are bought out and move forward. When you build on the cloud with something like Salesforce, that the agility is there to fix the system and keep things live and keep track of the changes that you make much more easily. Anything else? Yes, sir. Okay. Bring it up a little bit more, sorry. Our office the Secretary has made us very clear on that. We think it's necessary to eliminate runoffs one way or the other to take some work off of these people behind us. But hopefully, in the wisdom over time, that debate will continue. Sorry.
Some of you will be seeing a quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox.
The code section's open. We are hopeful that our cleanup bill the Secretary has been supporting to do some work to clean up some of the issues around elections that we always learn in every election cycle. We'll make it through, but the final versions will be up to the wisdom of the General Assembly. Yes, sir. All right, the legislature took a little over $3 million of the bond money and redirected it toward this process. Bond money cannot go towards licenses, which Salesforce is based on. So part of that's done with HAVA money. So you're looking at a little bit north of $4 million. I'll try to get you a specific number soon, but that's basically around the number. Yes, Archie. Well, let's be fair. It wasn't easy before, and it wasn't real before. These people do a good job of keeping their voter rolls clean. And Secretary, maybe you want to speak to how clean our voter rolls are real quick.
Georgia is recognized as having virtually the cleanest voter rolls in our country. One of the reasons that's one of the cleanest voter rolls is that in House Bill 316, when I took office, we got that passed, and it allowed us to join ERIC, the Electronic Registration Information Center, which is led by the states, owned by the states. We make the decisions, and it's a very objective standard. So if you're a member of ERIC, then you'll share that information with other ERIC member states. So for example, North Carolina, if someone moves from here to North Carolina, they'll let us know that they register. and then we can begin to objectively take them off the voter rolls. Likewise, if someone from North Carolina registers here, we'll tell the folks in North Carolina so they can keep the clean voter rolls. So we continue to make sure that we can chase people around the country, because people need to understand, Pew did a study, 11% of all Americans move every year, 7.5 million people, that's 800,000 people that could potentially move in Georgia, in the state, out of the county, in the county, around the precinct, a lot of dynamic mobility. And so with Eric, we have very clean voter rolls. We also sound out notices after we finish a big federal election cycle. Actually, one of the biggest issues we have right now because of our dynamic mobility is federal law. Because with NVRA, we cannot update our voter rolls 90 days before an election. And when you have a presidential year, you roll into the presidential primary 90 days before, you can't update your voter rolls. Then you run into your state primaries. Then you run into your state primary runoffs. Well, before you know it, you're in your November race. Then you have November primaries or runoffs. And so that means for 2020, 2024, you ineffectively can't update your voter rolls after about end of January, 1st of February. And so that's federal reform. We can't control what the feds do, but we can control what we do in Georgia. And being a member of ERIC has allowed us to have recognized as the cleanest voter rolls in the country. Thanks.
Richard? To stack on to the Secretary's point just now, first of all, we don't purge voters. We cancel records of people who no longer live in the state. And one of the specific things that we do a lot of work on keeping our list clean through our NGE process, which means no general election, through ERIC. And under ERIC alone, we have been able to, under the National Voter Registration Act rules, send out mailings to people who registered in other states, the Secretary is referring to, have them send us back with a wedge signature saying, yes, please cancel me, 120,000 people. We've been able to clean 1.8% of our rolls of people voluntarily doing it. These people get those, they follow through with them, they cancel them on their records, and they're working in the system every day. We get the vital death records, we get the Social Security death records through ERIC. We get the national change of address, which starts the inactive process, which we have 833,367 inactive voters right now. This system makes it easier for these people to train their folks and get their work done. It's intuitive. It stays stable. On occasion, the old system would not necessarily work great. I'm not saying anything these guys don't know. This system is going to be stable. It's going to be intuitive. It's going to be easy for the administrators to work in. And the interface we launched for this was in the 2022 election, that new My Voter page, the new online ballot portal, all those things, online voter registration, which we have. We got to remember something. When the Secretary said we're number one in the country, we're at nearly over 97% of our eligible voters are already registered. That's because of automatic voter registration. That's because of the use of ERIC. That is because of all these things we do every single day. And I can't say it enough. All those folks do all that work. We just help them out some. They do the work. So what else? Yes, ma'am. You're right, and it's unfortunate because it's based on politics and misinformation. And I think with time that fever will break, and we will see more states come back in. Because what's really great and insane about this is I've seen people say wonderful things about ERIC, and in a few months, it's changed out. But with that, I think it's maybe the last question. We appreciate everybody being here. Okay, one more. You got it, Green Glass. The main thing that we care about right now is taking the work off of them. So having a window of time within which you cannot do those challenges is probably the most important thing to do that. So we want to thank you all very much. And again, congratulations to all these folks. Welcome.
All right, Georgia, they're talking about the new measures they're doing to clean up the voter rolls in Georgia. You're watching live now from Fox, everyone. Let's take a quick 2-minute break right here. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, taking out to Capitol Hill, where the House Minority Leader, Hakeem Jeffries, is speaking right now. Let's listen.
Chinese Communist Party from the standpoint of manufacturing or climate, as it relates to medical supplies, as it relates to semiconductor chip manufacturing and other critical needs for the United States of America, and a whole host of other issues. But fundamentally, this should be about strategic competition and not conflict, and I think President Biden administration has been very clear in that regard.
Is there a way to do that with also holding them accountable for human rights abuses?
Well, I think we've been pretty clear and direct on the Democratic side as it relates to our concerns related to human rights abuses, and I think we will continue to do that.
House Republicans seem to also still be going on about the Parents' Bill of Rights they were pushing last week. You had some Republican leaders talking about it yesterday.
Is that markup still happening?
Yeah, it's still going. But what are House Democrats' thoughts on this? Is there a worry that it will possibly pass the House and move on to the Senate? What's your thoughts?
Well, we remain committed to making sure that we provide the highest quality education to every single child in America. That is what the parents of America want. And that's what we want. We want to make sure that our children can learn reading, writing, arithmetic, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, have an education in the arts and in music, have opportunities to play sports, and to develop into well-rounded children who can then become well-rounded adults. That is our position, and we believe that that position is consistent with what the parents of America want. Not right-wing propaganda and culture wars forced down the throats of the American people because of an extreme MAGA Republican agenda. Third row, thanks.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you, Chair. Last week, we had a brief conversation about the letter that you and Senate Majority Leader Schumer sent to Fox about Tucker Carlson denouncing the big lie, and your requested he say that on air. Clearly this week that didn't happen. You said you would decide your reaction among your caucus when you got to that. You crossed that bridge when you got to it. You're at that bridge. What are you going to do?
Well, where we're at right now is that there is bipartisan condemnation for the lies and the conspiracy theories that Tucker Carlson continues to peddle on air. Bipartisan condemnation. It's dangerous, it's dysfunctional, it's disgusting, and I think that Senate Republicans have made that clear. Senate Democrats have made that clear. House Democrats have made that clear. The Biden administration has made that clear. It's clear for the American people. And so the group that has some explaining to do at this point in time are the extreme MAGA Republicans in the House. Do you continue to stand with this particular media personality who elevates dangerous conspiracy theories and rhetoric when the American people saw with their very own eyes a violent insurrection, an attack on the Capitol, the Congress, the country, and the Constitution? That's a question that the extreme MAGA Republicans at this point need to answer.
If I can follow up, though, what are you going to do about it? Are you going to, is your caucus not going to do interviews? I mean, what are you going to do? You made this letter. Now what do you do?
We're going to continue to work to defend our democracy as we have done. And I'm not going to get into a back and forth in terms of what tactical decisions will come next, because that's a collective decision that will need to be made by House Democrats.
So President Biden's budget is very ambitious, but not likely to get through Congress in any meaningful way. So what do you see as the purpose of the budget for Democrats as a messaging document, and do you think it'll factor into the upcoming election?
Well, thank you for the question. It's not simply a messaging document. It's a statement of our values that is on full display for the American people. President Biden has articulated a plan to build an economy from the middle out and the bottom up, not the top down, which is the extreme MAGA Republican plan, which is to, invest in continuing to benefit the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected. That is a contrast that should be put before the American people. But in order for that full contrast to be fully clarified, the question that the extreme MAGA Republicans need to answer is, where is your plan? What are you hiding from the American people? They want to have a conversation about the future of the American economy. We want to have a conversation about the future of the American economy. We believe our ideas are defensible. Not only are they defensible, they have worked, which is why you have more than 12 million good-paying jobs created during the first 2 years of the Biden presidency. Unemployment at 3.5%, a 50-year low. More small businesses created during the last 2 years than at any other point in time in recorded American history. Wages beginning to come up for the first time meaningfully in decades, and $1.7 trillion in deficit reduction as compared to what happened during the previous administration, where there were record debts that were put upon the American people, in part due to the 2017 GOP tax scam. So our view is we should have a debate and a discussion about the future. But the only way to actually do that in a meaningful way, where the American people can understand where Democrats are at and where extreme MAGA Republicans are at, is for the Republicans to show us your plan. The House Republican budget plan is in the Witness Protection Program. It's in hiding. Why? Because they want to cut Social Security, they want to cut Medicare, they want to cut veterans' benefits, they want big tax cuts for the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected. They want to subsidize big pharma, subsidize big oil, and all the while continue to promote the big lie that the cult leader won the election in 2020.
If I could follow up, do you see it as a launching pad for a Biden reelection campaign, when those are the arguments he could make in the reelection campaign?
No, I see this as part of the process. And we've always said the first thing that needs to be done this calendar year is that we raise the debt ceiling so that America can pay off the debts that have already been incurred by this Congress. By the way, when you talk about our nation's debt, America, this great country, has been around for 247 years. 25% of the nation's debt was incurred during 4 years of the Trump presidency. And these people want to lecture America about fiscal responsibility? You've got to be kidding me. But if they want to have a conversation, as they're lecturing America, show us your plan. Put it into the public domain. Take your plan out of the Witness Protection Program. I think that it's so extreme that they are afraid to put it in the public domain. Put it on the floor of the House of Representatives. Let's have a debate about it. Put it into the public domain so that House Republican leadership can have a real conversation with President Biden in front of the American people. But they refuse to do it, and that tells us everything we need to know.
In addition to the president's budget coming out, there's been a concerted effort by the White House to address junk fees. They convened some state leaders around the issue. He mentioned it in his State of the Union. I spoke to a few members this week who expressed some interest in potentially addressing the issue. I was curious if that's something that you're going to talk to your GOP colleague, Speaker McCarthy, about somehow legislatively pursuing a fix for the junk fees that Americans are having to pay, whether it's bank overdraft fees, flight fees, any of that.
Well, House Democrats, we continue to be committed to finding common ground whenever and wherever possible with the other side of the aisle to make progress for the American people. We've repeatedly done that over the last few Congresses, and we remain committed to that principle. And to the extent that some common ground can be found with great leadership from President Biden to address these junk fees that affect all Americans, not just Democrats or not just Republicans, all Americans, then that is certainly something that I think we would embrace. But that is going to have to play itself out through the normal committee process in developing legislation, hopefully in a bipartisan way, that can hit the floor of the House, be sent to the Senate, and ultimately arrive at President Biden's desk for signature. Second row.
Is there a possibility, excuse me, is there a possibility, or do you think that maybe Republicans are trying to run out the clock until it gets closer to the deadline for this budget to possibly get more of a way with the budget?
Well, I think what's in front of us now is Secretary Yellen made clear to us in January that we've hit the debt ceiling and that the Treasury Department's ability to utilize extraordinary measures in order to avoid a catastrophic default on our nation's debt will run out in early June. And so that is what is in front of us right now. The responsible thing to do is to lift the debt ceiling and not hold the American people and our economy hostage to the plans of the extreme MAGA Republicans who want to detonate Social Security and Medicare. That is a responsible thing to do. It should be done sooner rather than later. Oh, actually,
Can you provide an update on the data breach that was revealed yesterday? Have you learned anything new? How has the House responded?
Yeah, I haven't had a briefing this morning about it. Speaker McCarthy and myself put a letter into the public domain. We're going to continue to work on this issue in a bipartisan way, get to the bottom of what happened, figure out the implications of what has occurred, and also we're going to need some real reassurance as to guardrails that are put in place to prevent this type of data breach from ever happening again. It doesn't just impact members of Congress and senators. It will have an adverse impact on hundreds, if not thousands, of staff members, their families, and or the people of the District of Columbia, and that is highly problematic. Third row? Oh, actually, I'll go back over to this side. I try to alternate. Yeah.
To circle back on the January 6th stuff, have you and Speaker McCarthy spoken since the videos were released to Tucker Carlson? And you spoke early on this term about having a working relationship for the betterment of the American people. Does this alter the trust level and that relationship?
We continue to have a positive working relationship, but we both understand that in that context of working together whenever and wherever possible for the good of the institution and the American people, there are going to be times that we disagree. There are going to be times that we strongly disagree, as is the case with the release of sensitive security video footage to a known conspiracy theorist. That is highly problematic. And it's not just House Democrats who have pointed that out in the public domain. Senate Republicans have been very clear that they find it problematic as well. And so this is an issue where we will agree to strongly disagree. But it's the extreme MAGA Republicans who are going to have to explain themselves on this issue, because everybody else in the Capitol has a responsible position as it relates to keeping the Capitol safe, not simply for the good of members of Congress and senators, but for staffers who spend a lot of time in this Capitol complex, and for the American people who come here to Washington, D.C. to experience the citadel of our democracy. Two more questions, yeah.
There were a number of reports out this week that the Biden administration is considering reviving the practice of detaining migrant families who cross the border illegally. I wanted to see if you could weigh in on the fact that that's even being considered by this administration at this point, as well as whether the White House kind of needs to be a little more clear and direct in answering questions about exactly what they're thinking of doing here.
It's not clear to me that it is being considered. What is clear is that House Democrats overwhelmingly, if not uniformly, believe that family separation is not a policy that should be pursued. With respect to communication on the specifics of this issue, there was a conversation between the Homeland Security Secretary and members of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, and I believe members of the Congressional Progressive Caucus. I haven't been fully briefed on that meeting, so I'll refrain from further comment until I hear from our members.
The Senate overwhelmingly passed a Republican crime bill last night. Now it's going to go to President Biden's desk. He said he wouldn't veto it. Are you disappointed by that?
My position is pretty clear, and I spoke extensively about this over the weekend. I support home rule. I support local control by local government over local issues. Thank you, everyone.
Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We're about 45 minutes away from President Biden to be speaking in Philadelphia as he will be talking about his proposed federal budget being released today. So we'll be bringing that to you as soon as it gets going, like I said, in about 45 minutes. In the meantime, I want to take you out to an in-demand hearing that took place at Capitol Hill today, talking about the latest in China threats against the United States. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
If it's declassified, what some of the things the balloon was surveilling and or potentially doing more surveillance too.
Thank you. General Costello, thanks for the testimony. And, you know, the threats that you mentioned that you're very worried about and concerned about, what keeps you up at night on the air power threats? And what needs to happen resource-wise, specifically here, NORAD, NORTHCOM, in order to identify, deter, detect, and defeat?
Thank you, Chairman. What keeps me up at night is the age and the capabilities of our existing air and space forces. For 20 years, we've been engaged in a very land-centric campaigns in the Middle East. We've been doing counterinsurgency, counter-violent extremists, counterterrorism, all important for our nation. But during that 20 years, we did not invest in air and space forces to the extent we needed to. So we're left with that old fleet that I described before. A 30-year-old fighter can do fine providing close air support in Iraq or Afghanistan against a low-end threat, but it's not going to survive very well against, and it's not going to survive in the China fight. And but more so, it doesn't deter China. And so we have to realize the investment that's needed in the air and space domain has been neglected, and we have to get after it for the exact reasons that's been described by our expert panelists on China. And that's what keeps me up at night.
when you look at the threats that are being posed, hypersonics, the ranges that are increasing, the ability to reach out and touch us, how important is NORAD, the Joint Air Power Enterprise, to the defense of our homeland?
You know, NORAD, the National Defense Strategy, 2 of them now in a row have said that homeland defense is the #1 priority. Problem is, we haven't resourced it to that extent that our words say, and the commanders of NORAD have asked for modernization of radars for years now and had not gotten it, and that would have helped us detect those balloons sooner. And then the aging fighters. You know, almost every major metropolitan city in America is defended by our Air National Guard fighters that are getting older and older. They don't have the capabilities, the radars that they need, not only for the balloons, but the radars they need for the real threat, which would be a cruise missile attack against our homeland. And so that's what concerns me.
Thank you. My time has expired. I yield back and now recognize the ranking member.
Thank you, Chairman. It is clear that the Chinese Communist Party is taking a whole of government approach to advancing its ambitions at the expense of U.S. and democratic interests, and therefore we must take a whole of government approach to meeting that threat. So that covers Homeland Security, Defense, Commerce, State Department, et cetera. I'm going to focus on the Homeland realm. Dr. Jose, can you expand on the methods that the CCP is using to influence public opinion, both here at home in the U.S. and globally, and what more we could be doing to measure their efforts and to mitigate their success?
Sure. Thank you very much for the question. The bulk to date of China's influence operations, both in the United States and abroad, are focused on what you might say are winning friends and influencing people, right? This is coming directly from Xi Jinping, who has directed the party's apparatus that has deep roots in propaganda to leverage those capabilities in order to tell China's story well to the world. It is interesting to think about the ways in which China's institutions domestically are sort of naturally positioned to make that transition from a domestic-based propaganda machine to an international one. If one thinks from the perspective of the Chinese Communist Party, from their perspective, domestic propaganda has worked thus far in keeping the CCP in power. Those capabilities and organizations exist, and it is easy to see how they would assume that those same types of propaganda would work in foreign audiences. To date, however, as I emphasized in my written testimony, we don't necessarily have the best evidence to judge whether or not these propaganda efforts outside of Chinese borders have been effective. As I mentioned in the opening statement, we do know that global public opinion towards China, particularly in the United States and the countries with whom we share closest interests, has declined substantially in the past few years, which would actually suggest that from a certain perspective, the propaganda doesn't necessarily work as well as the CCP would hope. That being said, there's a multitude of things that are confounding that relationship, of course, right? The fact that there's been a global pandemic, the fact that it could be working in certain areas and not others, certain framings that the Chinese Communist Party and its diplomats use are more effective than others. And it's one of the reasons why I think there needs to be more research on this matter and something the U.S. government can certainly help with.
Thank you. Mr. Evanina, in your written testimony on the threat of corporate espionage and the theft of intellectual property, you recommended the creation of an economic threat intelligence agency to assist U.S. companies in protecting themselves against corporate espionage. Can you expand on how that should be structured to be most effective if we were to do it?
Some of you will be seeing our final break here of this hour right here on Live Now from Fox.
That is specifically geared towards the economic awareness and understanding of IP and trade secret theft and emerging of not only the thought process, but the ideation, but also the laws that govern our patent processes and our IP theft around the world, and to mirror what the Communist Party are doing around the, and then educate our American businesses, their general counsels, the people that do law for them outside counsel, to understand what it looks like when you're about to be stolen and robbed for IP theft, and to be able to provide that real-time actionable intelligence from the intelligence community, DHS, and Commerce and Treasury to businesses who are not only at risk, but in the process, because once it happens, it's too late. The data's already gone. The government needs to be more forward-leaning and left of boom.
Thank you. I found that very interesting. And so, perhaps as a follow-up after this hearing, you can send us some recommendations in more detail about, where it should be housed, how it should be staffed, which agencies should be involved, because I think that's a very interesting recommendation.
Yes, sir.
And I yield back.
All right, the gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. D'Esposito.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all. So dozens of demonstrators protested outside of a building in New York City's Chinatown last month. The building, which is owned by the Changli Association, operates what they call a service station. They're accused of operating a CCP police station that allegedly conducts surveillance and intimidates CCP descendants and activists. Like the recent incident with the Chinese surveillance balloon, this station could be the latest CCP action that violates U.S. sovereignty and poses a threat to national security. It's been reported that there's over 100 of these offices around the world. Mr. Vinia, please describe your concerns surrounding this potential CCP police station in terms of counterintelligence threats and the safety of Americans.
Thank you, Congressman. I think when you look at that specific issue in New York City and the subsequent search by the Department of Justice and FBI, which is a high threshold to obtain, it's a manifestation of the strategic plan of the Communist Party of China to not only influence, manipulate their own diaspora here in the United States, but provide an intimidation factor. And I would say that this issue in New York and the search of that domestic police station is in partnership with their Operation Fox Hunt that my colleague, Ms. Bacon, talked about, which is an international program, but very, very aggressive in the United States to surveil and try to rendition Chinese diaspora here who are anti-Xi and regime. And they've been very successful at it. And the fact that this happens on our American soil, to me, is unacceptable.
I agree. So it's been reported that there's over 100 throughout the world. Do we know how many are actually on U.S. soil?
I do not, but I'm pretty confident our law enforcement, both at the state, local, and federal level, are pretty aware of that.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize my good friend, the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa.
Mr. Chairman, from Texas, thank you very much. I've been sitting in this committee for a number of years. Cyber, big issue, continues to be a big issue. A number of testimonies ago, we heard that Russians have essentially penetrated most of our infrastructure, just like we've penetrated most of their infrastructure. So we have a standoff, so to speak. Action by either side is too expensive, so to speak, in terms of the damage. Now we have a situation internationally, a geopolitical realignment where Russia and China are beginning to work much more collaboratively. My question, common thought, first of all, Mr. Ivania, how do you see this, given that our foreign minister, China's foreign minister recently said, essentially warned us of conflict and confrontation in the United States. How do you see this evolution in terms of a multiplier effect of a threat on the United States? Russia and China working together. How real is that? And what's the potential for the future of continued collaboration to really challenge the United States in ways we have not envisioned in the past? Thank you.
Mr. Congressman, I concur with your statement, and I think it is a very concerning issue when two nation states who don't like each other are merging against one common enemy, the United States. Geopolitically, diplomatically...
You're saying that enemy of an enemy is my friend? Is that the situation?
I wasn't going to say that, but it was a bit better you said it. But yes, correct. And I think when you look at, I'll stick in my lane here, from, you mentioned the Russians' penetration to our systems, both IT and OT, SCADA, ICS systems here in the United States, probably predates the Communist Party of China, but I'm I'm pretty confident the Communist Party of China has either duplicated those penetrations or removed those. And I think the
Eurocap.
sharing
Entering
of the
position.
intelligence services
Short.
between Vladimir Putin and Russia and the Communist Party is probably the most problematic for me as what they see, because that's the most invisible part of that threat.
I think that right now we still have an edge when it comes to cyber. 2 or 3 years maybe. So I often think of defense, a good offense is the best defense you can have. So if I may, what would you recommend moving forward would be the best way to counter these unprecedented challenges that our country has?
Congressman, I think you make a good point, and it's probably important that reiterate the fact that as much as what you're hearing here is depressing, demoralizing, and it's a legitimate threat to our nation, we must pause and remember that we have the most amazing military and intelligence and law enforcement capabilities the world has ever seen. The women and men of DOD and the intelligence community are phenomenal. Our capabilities are second to none in cyber, military apparatus, and intelligence. So Americans should go to sleep at night, be thankful for the fact that offensively, we've never seen anything better than we can do. Unfortunately, it's not public.
Today.
Yes, sir.
Please continue. Didn't mean to interrupt you. Anybody else have comments, thoughts on my questions? Ma'am?
Congressman, if I might build off of that on cyber, when I look at the homeland, so much of our commerce and activity rides on commercial infrastructure. And building off of Mr. Evanina's point earlier, it's very important that the government figure out how to share threat intelligence information with the private sector, with those oil, gas, pipeline, energy, financial services sectors.
In real time.
In real time, and that's the key. And if you're a business, you hear this top-level talk, but what's particularly valuable is figuring out a way to provide security read-ins to some of these business leaders, bring them into the tent, but also share specific tactic, techniques, procedures with them. It's one thing to hear about this general Chinese threat. It's another thing to hear the tactics that they're using to go after you, and then you realize, holy crap, that's what's been happening in my network. Now let me work with you to take some preventative measures.
30 seconds. Anybody else? The chair, I yield. Thank you very much. Oh, please.
Just amplifying, Ms. Begum, I would point to your question, sir, to the incredible success our intelligence and defense department has had with Ukraine and preventing Russian cyber capabilities, not only in Ukraine and Europe and here in the U.S., as a category for us being ahead of others in the cyberspace.
Thank you for ending on a good, positive note. Mr. Chair, I yield.
The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, former Navy SEAL, Mr. Crane.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Thank you, guys, for attending today. We appreciate it. You know, it's not often up here that, me and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle can agree upon something. So it is great to be in agreement on the threat that China is. Obviously, the American people are watching, and they're very concerned when they see spy balloons flying over the United States, farmland being bought up near, farms, fentanyl coming across our southern border. We know, where the origin of a lot of that comes from, theft of intellectual property, covering up the origins of COVID, Chinese police stations in some of our cities. My first question is for you, Mr. Evanina. Did I pronounce that correctly? Sir, do you know what elite capture is?
Yes, sir.
Can you, for the panel and for maybe some of those watching, can you describe what elite capture is, please?
Congressman, I would probably prefer to some of the better informed experts here on that panel for that particular definition.
Okay. Is there anybody want to take a stab at it? Sir, am I correct that you are an expert in counterintelligence, right?
Yes, sir.
So can you just give me a really broad, doesn't have to be super specific, what is elite capture?
Yeah, I think when you look at it, the capabilities and intent of our adversaries and our ability to be proactive and make an affirmative effort to capture telecommunications to humans, to technology in or at the battlefield or in the gray space provides us the best venue or avenue for potential to win.
Okay. Can you give me some examples of how that's often done? How that's carried out?
Sure. Well, first of all, I would say a lot of it's done with authorities that are granted to both NSA and the FBI overseas. Section 702, our abilities to capture telecommunications conversations to foreign adversaries, both foreign born, but are also overseas. That gives us leads and intentions of nefarious activities, both terrorism and counterintelligence, espionage, of those actors overseas that are, as Ms. Bingham said, riding on.
You're watching live now from Fox, everyone. We appreciate you joining us here. We are going to go on to some breaking news that we have been following. This is an update to a train derailment that happened in Alabama. This happened just hours before the Norfolk Southern CEO appeared before Congress today as another of the rail operators' train derailed in Alabama. This time, a 30-train car came off the tracks in Calhoun County. According to the Emergency Management Agency, we are getting an update now. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you. I'm Connor Spielmaker, CONNOR SPIELMAKER. I'm a Senior Communications Manager with Norfolk Southern. Like you mentioned this morning, we had a train headed from Atlanta out west derail. About 37 cars, looks like the count as of now. Most of those cars were just carrying mixed freight, and 2 of those cars were what we call a residue hazardous material car, which means it previously carried a hazardous material as described by the DOT. Those were residue cars because they do not have a load in them. They did not breach. There is no hazardous material leak. There is no risk at all to the public. I do want to thank the first responders that got out there real quick, made sure everything was good. We'll continue to work with them as we get into the next stage of cleanup. Obviously, it's in an interesting spot here where we have to maneuver our equipment in there. So we're working with, of course, local property owners, anyone else who may have been impacted to get that done as safely as possible. Do want to ask the public to stay away. It's a big operation with a lot of heavy machinery, a lot of heavy equipment, and a lot of guys trying to be out there working as safely as possible. We appreciate people staying away, and we'll be happy to keep you all updated as we can. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I have any questions for us? I guess this is for the gentleman, Mr. Connor. What was the last name again?
Spielmaker.
Spielmaker, thank you.
Sure.
37 cars, are they all totaled? Are they damaged, totaled?
So I don't know the answer to that. In a lot of derailments, sometimes some cars are damaged beyond repair. Sometimes cars are not even off the track. I mean, a derailment's a very interesting term. I mean, even just 2 wheels off the track's a derailment. So we'll obviously work our way through all of the cars, see what needs to be re-railed, salvaged, whatever it would be, and then take them from there.
And one other question for you. So you guys can't catch a break. Your CEO is actually testifying, I think, right now on Capitol Hill. What would you say to the folks that live in the communities through which your freight passes that you guys are doing everything you can to prevent further derailments like this?
Sure, and our CEO, Alan Shaw, yes, was up testifying today and providing kind of the answer to that question. Norfolk Southern, we're looking at all of these incidents as we look at any incident that happens and figuring out how we can become an even safer railroad. Rail transportation remains the most safe way in this country to transport any type of material. As a federal common carrier, we're required to carry these things that help move America's economy. Of course, doing them safely is our #1 priority. So we're cooperating with every investigation, every agency involved to find what those things are. And community members should know that that's what's happening. We're looking to become an even safer railroad. And though these incidents are receiving a lot of coverage right now, which makes sense, and I'm sure they have a lot of questions, it's totally reasonable for them to have that question, safety remains #1 priority, and we'll make sure that we learn from all these things.
Any preliminary theories on what caused this morning?
I can't. I do know the NTSB has responded or is responding, and so any questions about that will have to go to them.
The Norfolk Southern recently has been doing some work on crossings in the area. What about the condition of these tracks? Are these new, recently repaired, or their age?
I don't know the specifics about the local tracks here. I do know that in general, we spend about $1 billion a year in our infrastructure, maintenance, repairs, new track, whatever it may be. I know that our dual rail gang works through, which is replaces both tracks at the same, both rails at the same time. It's the only one of its kind in the world. It's one of those things that we do for maintenance. I know that we do a ton of maintenance in Alabama. We do a ton across our 22-state network, and that's part of that safety mission.
Miles, I have a question for you. What's it like, for
preparing for events like this, obviously there weren't any hazardous materials that were leaked out, but your response and training for things like this, what's that like?
So we've actually recently went through an exercise just internally at our office on how we would respond to train derailments. Of course, it's been in the news lately, so we've talked through that on our office on what it is that we would do and how we would respond to it. Fortunately, there was no hazardous material with this, so we were able to work with Norfolk Southern, County Sheriff's Office, Quad Cities Fire Department, Oxford Fire Department, and able to respond effectively to this.
How long do you all expect the cleanup to take?
That'll be.
We don't have an exact estimate. Obviously, we'll work as quickly but as safely as possible. Sometimes it can be, a matter of hours. Sometimes, typically with an environment like this where it's a little bit more challenging to get to the site, we want to make sure that everyone's on the same page. It'll be a little bit longer.
Can you talk about the frequency of these derailments happening? Has this always been kind of frequent, or is it just in the news more?
I think it's just in the news more. Like I mentioned, derailment's a very loose term. I mean, derailment could mean as little as one wheel off the track. So as far as any increase, decrease, I can't really get into that. But on your question about prepared for this type of things, Norfolk Southern actually does work with local communities to make sure they are prepared to respond to any type of train accident through our Operation Awareness and Response program. We actually just announced a new permanent location in Ohio as part of our efforts there. But we travel around the state. We actually have a stop in Birmingham later this year with the safety train to do exactly that and train first responders, build those relationships with communities, and make sure they're prepared for any kind of train incident that may happen. I know that there are 12 this year, but we rotate all year, every year with our safety train, and then we also make stops to local fire departments or emergency response centers to provide tabletop exercises or things like that.
What about training of your people who are on these trains, or your station masters? What's that training like for them to ensure that they're following the protocol they're supposed to follow?
Yeah, obviously safety is again, number one priority in Norfolk Southern. We're actually going through a number of items right now to make sure that safety is paramount for everybody that works on the railroad. There's for different types of training for different types of jobs.
Are there statistics on the volume of hazardous materials that come on this particular route? And is there a protocol for Norfolk Southern to notify local emergency management when hazardous materials do come?
So I don't have specifics as to what travels through this route. Again, Norfolk Southern as a Class 1 railroad is a common carrier and required by federal law to carry anything that businesses need to make the goods the power of the economy. We do, as part of that Operation Awareness and Response program, work with first responders to provide, in general, the types of materials that are coming through their area so they can create a response plan that is actually workable if there was something that were to happen in their area.
You mentioned two of the cars had hazardous residue. Is it a specific kind of residue, or those cars carry a variety of hazardous materials?
I don't know the exact specific of what was in it. I believe it was some type of chemical or solution used in water treatment.
You mentioned 37 cars. This picture right here doesn't look like 37 cars. Is it just on this side? Is it on the other side of the hill? Is there another area where they come off?
So this is a couple of the cars, and then further up the train there was another couple of cars.
All right, if there are no other questions, I'll conclude our press conference. Thank you all for being here. Unless you have any other questions.
All right, that is the update there coming out of Alabama. Another Norfolk Southern train derailment earlier this morning. This coming just hours before the CEO of that company testifying in front of Congress today on this train derailment. There was 37 cars impacted there, no injuries. Investigation will be happening. And we are going to take this time to take a quick 2-minute break. We are waiting for President Biden in Philadelphia speaking on the latest there with the federal budget. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Taking you out to Salem, Ohio right now. This is a farmers meeting, all coming from the situation there in East Palestine, as farmers coming together to talk about a roundtable discussion about the impacts there of that train derailment that happened. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you, Pastor. So, all righty, we'll kick it off. Pete, you guys want to?
Sure. Just so everybody's aware, I'm Pete Conkle. I'm the program administrator for the County Soil and Water District. We know we field a lot of calls from many of you here in the room, and we'll continue to do that. We feel like our office can be the front and center for the next,
direct conversation with them almost daily if we need to. Every question we get asked, if we don't have an answer, if it hasn't been asked, we forward it right to them so we can start to get answers, because that's what we need. We need to get some answers. We need to get some data back to understand what we're dealing with here so that all of you can go into the planting season and confident in what you have there, but also that we have a confidence for our consumers that are out there as well. We want them to know that Columbiana County farmers are still producing great, affordable, healthy foods, and we want to make sure that they have that stamp behind them and that we can be right there with you to support that. So turn over to Haley.
Thanks, Nick. Thanks, Pete. This is going to sound a lot like what they said, but this past month has been a lot of collaborative efforts between OSU, ODA, Soil and Water, and Farm Bureau. We kind of all are working together because this affects everybody, especially those sitting here in this room. So this is meant to be something where you have the floor here. We want to make this respectful. We want to keep it productive because we're trying to do everything we can with the resources we have available to make sure that this year is still productive for you, that we can answer those questions before we get into that crunch time. And we are in that crunch time of planting season and getting out and grazing and whatnot. So be sure to keep contacting our offices if you have questions, if you have concerns. Pete, Nick, and I are all here to answer those, and we have great resources here at the state level as well. So thank you all for coming today, and we'll turn it back over to Director Baldwin.
Well, thank you so much. And just to reiterate, we reached out to, like I said, happened. I've kind of woke up in the morning in my small village and put myself in your shoes and asked what would be my questions, what would be my concerns as I'm looking forward to this next crop season, and I'm looking at my corn planter out there and deciding what I'm going to do and so forth. So trust me, I've looked at it thinking of how maybe the questions that you would be thinking about. So I just want you to know that. I think it's a key part of this as far as we have moved forward in this meeting. As Director of Ag, when this basically occurred, I immediately pulled our team together and said, folks, the Department of Ag touches every corner of the state, whether it's meat inspection, whether it's consumer services, making sure that quality is there for everybody purchasing products. And I said, let's look at this area. Let's see what dairies are in this area, what meat processing facilities, so on and so forth. Making sure that we were focusing on the impact that could happen to the area. And we did that. We've stayed engaged constantly since this has happened. Obviously, we knew that Ohio EPA, US EPA were the lead agencies on these. But as I told our team, we are going to be constantly talking about and preparing for the day that Ohio Department of Ag, again, under the leadership of Governor DeWine, is called up to make sure that our ag community is taken care of and the questions are answered for our ag community. And just to touch on a little bit of what's going on at ag. So the only real response that we have dealt with is through our state veterinarian, Dr. Summers, who's sitting here. And I'm going to stop right there and back up a little bit. I want to go around the room and let everybody introduce themselves. I apologize for that. Introduce yourselves, who you're with, where you're from, you're a farmer, what area, and so forth. So I'm going to start right there with Dr. Summers.
Well, thank you all for being here. My name is Dr. Dennis Summers. I'm state veterinarian for Ohio and chief of our animal health division. I'm originally from Muskingum County. I spent about 9 years in private practice as a veterinarian doing mostly food animal work and have been with the department now for about 10 years. and super pleased to be here, and hope I can answer any questions you guys might have. So thank you.
Okay. Again, I'm Pete Conkle with Soil and Water Conservation District here in Columbiana County.
I'm Melissa Witherspoon. I'm with the Ohio EPA. I'm the chief of the Division of Environmental Response and Revitalization. I'm from Fairfield County. Don't farm, but I live out around a lot of farmers, so I appreciate you all.
Dr. John Patterson, I'm the State Executive Director of the Farm Service Agency, and my home is in Ashtabula County.
You're watching live now from Fox, everyone. That is the event there in Salem, Ohio. But we want to go out live right now. You see, just coming to the podium is President Biden. Let's listen right now as he is talking about the release of the federal budget for fiscal year 2024.
Look at that, so you see you've done good with that. Congratulations, Mom. Congratulations. Thank you, Mom. Please have a seat. Well, I don't know whether you know this or not, because of the previous president, Jimmy Wilson. Williams, the only reason I'm standing here is you guys, not a joke. And when I was running with Barack, things were slowing up a little bit, and I asked for help. You guys got in a bus and got a bus, and you're the reason why I'm standing here. I was vice president then, and I'm president because of you guys. And again, they say, I've told your son, he got good blood, my dad would say. But thank you all very, very much. And it's great to be here with Josh Shapiro, I predict to you he's going to be one of the best governors in the history of the state. Where are you, Josh? That's in large part because he married up. And I want to thank Congressman Brendan Boyle for the passport to get in this district. Brendan, you've been a great friend from the time we've been together. Thank you, thank you, thank you. By the way, he now leads the Democratic part of the Budget Committee. He's the guy that is going to determine whether or not my budget gets passed. But, while they couldn't be here, I want to thank Jim Kenney, who's a good friend, mayor of Philadelphia, and two great senators, great close friend, Bobby Casey and John Fetterman, who will continue to deliver for the people of Pennsylvania, I believe. John, if you can hear this at all, we're with you, pal. We're with you. Everybody asks why I ever moved from Scranton. I moved from Scranton because we lived 5 blocks from the Caseys. You think I'm kidding? And I knew as long as his dad was around, I'd never be able to be a senator or governor of Pennsylvania. And then along comes Bobby. Anyway, great family and great friends. Folks, here's why I'm here today. For too long, working people have been breaking their necks, but the economy's left them behind, and working people like you, while those at the top get away with everything and get everything. One of the reasons why I ran for president, and I mean this sincerely, you may remember when I announced this, there were 3 reasons I was running. 1, to restore the soul of America, restore some decency and honor to the system. And 2, to rebuild the backbone of the country, the middle class. When the middle class does well, the poor have a way up and the wealthy still do very well. And the 3rd one is to unite the country. Didn't think we could do that. But as we've seen all the talk about we never get any cooperation from the other team, the last 2 years, we passed some pretty big things with bipartisan support. I ran to grow the economy from the middle out and the bottom up and not the top down. And I know when I grew up, my dad's kitchen table, not a whole lot trickled down economics into my kitchen table for my dad. That's why I wanted to come here today and lay out the next part of my economic plan. My budget I'm sending to Congress today. And if I could hold for just a second, I want to be clear, and I'll be clear to the press as well. The fact is that the Speaker of the House he's a very conservative guy, and he has even more conservative group with him. But he and I met early on, and he said, what are we going to do about the budget? And I said, let's make a deal. Let's meet. I said, I'm going to introduce my budget on the 9th of March. You introduce yours, and we'll sit down and we'll go line by line, and we'll go through it. We'll see what we can agree on and what we disagree on, and then fight it out in the Congress. So I want to make it clear, I'm ready to meet with the Speaker anytime, tomorrow, if he has his budget. Lay it down, tell me what you want to do, I'll show you what I want to do, see what we can agree on, what we don't agree on, let's see what we vote on. Now, I'm not going to lay out the entire budget. That would take the rest of the day. But no, it's a detailed budget. But I want to give you the contours of what we're for and how it's in stark contrast for what appears to be what the other team is for. And my dad had an expression. Someone would come up to my dad and say, let me tell you what I value, Joe. And my dad would say, no, show me your budget, I'll tell you what you value. No, I'm serious. My expression my dad would use, show me your budget, I will tell you what you value. Well, folks, let me tell you what I value with the budget I'm releasing today. I value everyone having an even shot, not just labor, but small business owners, farmers, and so many other people who hold the country together who've been basically invisible for a long time. So at the end of the month, after working like the devil, they just have a little bit more breathing room, as my dad would say. After you pay all your bills, you're sitting at a kitchen table writing out the last bill, do you have just a little bit of breathing room left? So my budget reflects what we can do to lift the burden on hardworking Americans. And there's more than one way to do that. And that's what brings us down to everyday cost. How much do things cost? It's not just whether inflation. We brought down inflation 7 months in a row. We're going to whip it. But in the meantime, there's other ways to take what is inflation in your budget. I just met, I won't embarrass them by pointing out, I don't have permission, but I just met a woman who has health care costs that are $600,000 a year, $7,000 a month. Well, guess what? How can you possibly deal with that? Well, we just dealt with it, by the way. We just dealt with it. For example, prescription drugs. We pay more for prescription drugs in America than any other advanced nation on earth. Let me say that again. In the United States of America, for whatever prescription drug you're buying, you're paying more than any other nation on earth as an advanced nation. We're finally beginning to change that. I've been fighting that for over 30 years. Because of a law that I worked on and for decades and that I just signed last year, we took Big Pharma on, and we won. For the first time, we won. The other team didn't think that's a good idea. None of them voted for it. They think Big Pharma should be able to make extraordinary profits, exorbitant profits at the expense of the American people. And that's not hyperbole, that's a fact. Medicare finally has the power now to negotiate for lower drug prices. And by the way, they've been able to do that at the VA. At the VA, they're able to say, we're only going to pay X amount of dollars for this particular drug that, in fact, the veterans need. The only place that was exempt was Medicare. They couldn't do it for Medicare, but now they can. And it's going to lower prices for seniors. But here's the deal. Not only, for example, the woman I just mentioned, by the beginning of 2025, she'll not have to pay more than $2,000 a year total amount for drugs. $2,000. Folks, it's not just going to save people's lives and save people money so they don't have to go bankrupt to try to stay alive. It's going to save the government. It's going to reduce the deficit this year, $160 billion. These guys keep saying, how are you going to cut the deficit? Well, guess what? If your tax dollars don't have to go up paying all that exorbitant price for Medicare to drug companies, and it's rational, it's going to save $160 billion in tax dollars. Millions of Americans have diabetes. They need insulin literally to stay alive. How many people know somebody who needs insulin for their diabetes? Raise your hand. Well, they're paying somewhere between $400 and $700 a month now, or were until last month. Well, guess what? That insulin was invented 100 years ago. I mean, literally 100 years ago, okay? You know how much it cost to make that insulin? $10. You know how much it costs to make it and package it? $13.50. And charging the kind of money they charge? Well, guess what? Guess what? Now we've lowered the cost of the insulin to maximum $35 a month. I was at a town meeting in Northern Virginia last year, and a woman stood up, and she was a little embarrassed to speak. She said, "I have 2 daughters with diabetes, and I can't afford the insulin." And she talked like that. And she said, "And we have to split it sometimes." Can you imagine looking at your son or daughter and knowing you don't have the money to pay for the insulin to keep them alive and healthy? Not a joke. Talk about being deprived of your dignity. Well, not anymore. Seniors on Medicare don't have to pay more than $35 a month. And guess what? When not only I thought we should cut it for everybody to $35 a month. But my friends and other team knocked it out. I didn't have the votes. I lost by a couple votes. Well, guess what? Capping the cost for everybody at $35 a month, especially those 200,000 children with type 1 diabetes. Well, here's what happened. Eli Lilly, one of the world's biggest drug companies, just announced it's capping the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Now, how are the rest of these folks going to charge more than that when you can go to Eli Lilly and buy it for $35 a month? So, folks, it's going to save a lot of lives, but also it's going to give parents back the dignity they've been deprived because they can't take care of their kid for something that's so basic and so important. But again, the MAGA Republicans want to take away the law. One of the things they've announced, they want to do away with the Inflation Reduction Act. Okay, well, we have a difference in budget ideas, man. More than budget ideas, but anyway. And by the way, how many people, maybe even some of you know people who stared at the ceiling last night wondering, God forbid, if I get pancreatic cancer, my wife gets breast cancer, something happens, what's going to happen? How are we going to pay the bills? I could tell a story, and my dad would probably be mad at my telling him were he alive. We lived in a 3-bedroom split-level home. Nice, I mean, it was a nice home. We were a middle-class family with 4 kids and a grandpa. And the bed my headboard was against in the room with myself and my 2 brothers was against the wall my dad's was. My dad was really restless. You could hear it one night. He could hear the bed. And I asked my mom the next morning, what's wrong with Dad? She said, his company said no more health insurance. They weren't going to pay for it. Well, guess what? A lot of people are lying in bed at night wondering what they're going to do. They're going to have to sell the house? What do they have to do if one of them gets really sick? Well, thanks to the American Rescue Plan, which not one single Republican voted for, that I signed in the law as soon as I got to office, millions of Americans, or millions more have enrolled in the Affordable Care Act, saving an additional $800 a year for better coverage at better prices. My budget's going to make those savings permanent. We've passed them up till now, but they'll expire if I don't get them done again. My MAGA Republicans all voted to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. They voted to get rid of it over 50 times since Barack passed it. Over 50 times. Well, it is. I think it is shameful. Folks, no one can deny we have a climate crisis. So we've seen more land, for example. I've been in more helicopter rides these last 2 years, particularly from Arizona all the way up to Idaho, all the way in the West Coast. More forests have burned to the ground than the entire state of Maryland, the entire size of the state of Maryland. Look what's happening. The Colorado River has become a creek. You have all these environmental problems that are so profound, they're hard to deny. And people are seeing them now, along with extreme superstorms and droughts. That's why I took the most aggressive action ever in all of history in any country to take on the climate crisis by lowering your home energy bills, which MAGA Republicans voted against. We've now gotten to the point where it's cheaper to generate electricity from wind and solar than it is from coal and or fossil fuels. And I'm from Scranton. Okay, I'm not against coal per se. A lot of people made a living on that way. But we're providing incentives for folks to make the transition. So here's what we're doing. We're providing you with a tax credit and rebates if you're buying new energy-efficient appliances. Heat pumps, the new heat pumps, they can heat the whole damn house. No, I'm serious, not a joke. Well, if you need a heater and you need to buy one of those heat pumps, you get a tax credit for doing it. And water heaters, tax credit to weatherize your homes with better windows and doors. I gathered together leaders from American Auto Workers in the South Lawn of the White House, all the American manufacturers. And it was 2 years, a year and a half, well, 2 summers ago. And guess what? They all agreed within the next month. They came to me and said, we're going to go all electric. We're going to go all electric. And that's going to save billions of gallons of gasoline burning into the air. It's not only going to save the environment, it's going to help create really good paying jobs. We're providing tax credits for folks who buy electric vehicles to encourage them to do it. We're still going to need combustion engines. We're going to still need oil for the next 10 to 15 years, because all of a sudden they're not all going to go away. But all this is going to lower energy costs for families on an average of $1,000 a year and create good paying union jobs. Jimmy, I told you I was going to be the most pro-union president in history. I've kept my promise. I've kept my promise. And by the way, when we're talking about the creating jobs, my buddies at the IBW were the strongest support I had this year. Well, guess what? They're going to install 500,000 charging stations all across America. And by the way, the things I'm proposing not only lift the burden off of families in America, it's also going to generate economic growth. And that's not all. To support working parents, my budget expands access to affordable child care for millions of families. And it's going to invest in paid family and medical leave, which all of you fought like hell for, so that the U.S. is no longer the only major economy in the world that doesn't have paid leave. Folks, my budget also invests in elder care and home care. How many of you are like I went through with my mom and my dad as they got older? They wanted to stay in their own home. It was cheaper to stay in their own home than to have to sell everything and have everything gone to go into a home. Well, fortunately, I lived close enough and they could move in with me. But my point is, it's cheaper if we in fact provide for the ability for them to stay in their homes. It's not only the right thing to do, but it's cheaper on the taxpayer. All the things are going to help folks go to work, generate economic growth in our nation, and still take care of their families. The point is that every time I talk about things, people talk about it like this is an overwhelming burden on the taxpayer. It's going to save money for the taxpayers. No, it really does. Save money for the taxpayers and generate growth. That's how the economy grows. That's why I was able to create 12 million new jobs in 2 years. More than any president in American history has created in 4 years. We've done in 2 years what no president's done in 4 years because of you. But the point is, it's good for everybody. We're not hurting anyone. My budget also restores the child tax credit. You know, when that was in place during the pandemic, guess what? Child poverty was cut in half to the lowest level in all American history. And guess what? Because moms are able to go to work. moms are able to go out there and make a living. Folks, we can reduce child poverty and increase child opportunity. Again, it's going to help millions of parents go to work, knowing their children are being taken care of. And yet, only a few of my Republican friends support it. My wife Jill, who's a Philly girl, if I didn't root like hell for every Philadelphia team, I'd be sleeping alone. Well, you think I'm kidding? Jimmy knows whoa. Anyway, she's in class today teaching, and she has an expression she uses for real. He said, any country that out-educates us will outcompete us. Let me say it again. Any country that out-educates us will outcompete us. For decades, we were the only country in the world. We led the world economically. We were the only economy in the world that was moving that fast because we were the best educated public in the world. We started before any other country. Other had higher education, was more sophisticated, and a lot of private institutions. But everybody in America at the turn of the 20th century said that we could go to school for free for 12 years. It was a game changer. It was a game changer. But the rest of the world has caught up. We all know 12 years is not enough to succeed in the second quarter of the 21st century. Seriously, 12 years is not enough. If we want America to have the best educated workforce, we need to invest in preschool. I'm not talking about daycare. I'm talking about school. All the studies have recently shown this is real. Think about it now. That, you learn, you've heard all these stories, that if you come from a broken home or where mom or dad has a drug addiction or there's a real problem or, books in the house, etc., by the time a kid gets to first grade, they will have heard 1 million fewer words spoken. Not different words, just spoken. They're not included. Well, guess what? Studies that children go to preschool who go 3, 4, 5 years old, go to school, not daycare, they increase by nearly 50% the likelihood that they'll finish high school and go on to earn a 2 or 4 year degree no matter what their background is. Because guess what? Their brain's still developing. They're still developing. They're exposed to the same thing other kids are exposed to. They grow. We also know that many families struggle to afford college for their children. That's why we had these things called, and some of you may have used them, Pell Grants. For families earning less than $60,000 a year, they could get a Pell Grant to go to college, help them pay for college. Well, the last 2 years, we've increased Pell Grants by $900, and my budget increases by another $820. It used to be if you went to the University of Penn State or the University of Delaware where I went, state schools, the state paid a significant portion of the tuition. They're not anymore. They're not paying anymore. They're paying some, but not much, because they've cut paying for it. Well, guess what? Try paying for college, even at a state institution where you can commute. It's expensive as hell, especially if you're a couple kids in a family making less than $60,000 a year. So it matters a lot. It matters a lot. The more we educate people, the better chance they have. Doesn't mean everybody's educated is going to succeed, but it's significantly better opportunity. And the world's getting a hell of a lot more complicated. So I've increased my budget. We increase it now, as I said, we're paying another $820 to help people from families with low incomes. Let's connect students' careers and opportunities starting in high school. We should provide for 2 years of community college. By the way, in school, when you're a sophomore, junior in high school, you should be able to take credits that allow you to qualify for college credit at a state university or at a community college. People are beginning to do that around the country. Some of the best training in America occurs there. Let's offer every American a path to a good career, whether they go to college or not, like the path you started here. The first apprenticeship program in the nation in which students can graduate as a full-time journeyman with an associate's degree here. In the past 2 years, we've created, as I said, 12 million jobs, more than 2 years than any president's done in 4 years. I don't have to tell the union workers here that includes 800,000 manufacturing jobs in 2 years. 2 years. We've also seen more people apply to start small businesses than ever before. Not just unions, it's small businesses. People are now, more people. What's someone making an application to start a small business? It's about hope. It's about hope. In the last several decades, corporate America things began to change. I come from the corporate state of the world, Delaware. Literally, more corporations are incorporated in the state of Delaware than every other state in the United States combined. It used to be, when I was in high school, when I first got started, those corporations had some greater social responsibility. They paid higher taxes. They actually saw to it that they trained their employees. They don't train them anymore. When I was vice president, I met with the Secretary of Commerce, and we met with 300, and don't hold me to the exact number, 347, 46 CEOs. And so what do you need most? You know what the overwhelming request was? A better educated public. Well, guess what? Back then, they used to educate their workers. The DuPont company, they buy a new industry, they would educate them how to do it. They don't do it anymore. And one of the other things started happening 3-4 decades ago. American companies started to ship jobs overseas. Why? Cheaper labor. They'd go where they could find the cheapest labor in Asia or Africa, wherever it was. And they'd bring home product made. Well, guess what? We're going to export product and bring jobs home. That's what this is about. I'm not joking. Where is it written? Where is it written that America can't lead the world again in manufacturing? Never underestimate what America can do. We can do anything we set our minds to do. And we know that. We have the world's leading economy. We have the world's best roads, bridges, ports, airports. When we were back in leading the world, we used to have the best infrastructure on earth. But the world caught up. You know where we rank in terms of quality infrastructure in the world? Number 13. 13. That's why I signed the bipartisan. This was bipartisan. Republicans joined us. The bipartisan infrastructure law, the most significant instrument and investment to modernize our infrastructure in nearly 70 years, since the Eisenhower. We and you are going to spend, we're going to spend $1.2 trillion over 10 years to rebuild the infrastructure of this country. How can you lead the world if you have second-rate ports, highways, drinking water, et cetera? Instead of Infrastructure Week, which became a punchline with the last guy, remember every year it's going to be Infrastructure Week? Well, we got Infrastructure Decade. And a modern infrastructure will not only make us more economically competitive, it's going to create more benefits, save money for the country and families. We're going to replace every lead pipe in the United States of America so children can drink water, 400,000 schools, 6 million. We're going to make sure that they're not drinking poison, for real. Every American. It's going to create thousands and thousands of jobs. We're delivering high-speed internet to every home in America, so no parent has to drive up to the McDonald's parking lot to help do the homework with their kid because they can't get on the internet. Every single person is going to be able to do that. But here's the deal. I've been criticized for this next piece. I probably could criticize for a lot before that, too, but for this next piece. The deal is, when we do these projects, we're going to buy American. Here's the deal. Back in 1932, we passed a law that's consistent with international trade that when you give a president money, when they pass legislation and say, Mr. President, go build a new aircraft carrier deck, they said you should buy American. You should use American products and American workers. Well, no one paid a lot of attention to that. They said, well, if it's 40%, it's okay, and so on. Well, guess what? I made sure it's a minimum of 60%, and we're going for 100%, and we're creating a whole hell of a lot of jobs. And it's not to hurt any other country. It's not. But think about it. You know, I wonder how many people talked about, quote, the supply chain before the pandemic. Everybody knows what the supply chain is now. Well, guess what? The reason why we stopped making cars for a while, they became so expensive, we lost the supply chain for computer chips. Because we didn't make it. We invented in America. We miniaturized them. We made them better. And guess what? They went all overseas. In Southeast Asia, other places. So when the pandemic hit them and they had to close down, we had no access to computer chips. You can't make an American automobile without those chips. You can't make a refrigerator without those chips. You can't make a cell phone without those chips, and so on. So, and I've spoken with my European friends, the heads of state, to make it clear to them, we're not trying to deny them anything. But here's what we're going to do. We're going to be at the beginning of the supply chain, not the end of the supply chain. So, folks, all the construction materials used in federal infrastructure projects can be made in America. Lumber, gas, drywall, glass, fiber optic cables. And on my watch, American roads, bridges, highways, they're going to be made with American products. In addition to that, we need to get back to leading the world in inventing and innovation. You know, we used to spend 2% of our entire gross domestic product on innovation and science. We now do 0.7%. What I proposed was the thing called the Chips and Science Act, to make sure America leads the world in innovation, especially in manufacturing those semiconductors. These are those small computer chips the size of the tip of my little finger that power everyday lives. Cell phones, automobiles, refrigerators, artificial intelligence, so on. America invented these chips. We made them faster, smaller, and more powerful. We used to provide 40% of them to the world. Now, today, we're down to 10%. Today's automobiles need 3,000 of those chips. But American automakers couldn't make enough cars because there weren't enough chips available to them. That's why, remember, the price of cars skyrocketed and they shut down assembly lines? So we did everything from refrigerators to cell phones. We can never let that happen again. Since I've been president, we've already seen companies commit from around the world, from South Korea to in the United States, companies committed $300 billion to build chip factories all across America. $300 billion. From New York to Ohio to Arizona. In Ohio, outside of Columbus, I've referred to as the Field of Dreams. Intel came to me and said they wanted to invest. They're going to invest $20 billion, it's already started, to build 2 chip fabs, they call them, factories. Well, guess what? It's going to create 12,000 jobs. Excuse me. Yeah, I think it's 12,000 jobs. 7,000 of them are going to be construction jobs. And the rest are going to be jobs working in those factories. You know what's going to happen to those working in those factories? You don't need a college degree to work in those factories. The average salary is going to be $130,000 a year. So, folks, but my budget's about more than chips. It's about science as well. Like I said, we used to do 2% of our gross domestic product. We're doing research today. It's now less than, we're getting closer to 1%, but it's less than 1%. We used to rank #1 in the world in research and development. You know where we rank now? Number 9. China was number 8 a decade ago. Guess what? They're now number 2. Number 2. This new law on my budget will deliver funding to help us lead the world again. My budget also invests in critical issues that matter to families, increasing the supply of affordable housing, lower rental costs, and make it easier to buy a home, all of which will generate economic growth and prosperity. I said to my introducer, he said, I bought a small home and I worked on it. I said, guess what? That's how every middle-class family came to be. Why? Because you build equity in that home. And after 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, you may have $10, $20, $30,000 in equity. You can borrow against it to send a kid to school. You can borrow against it to do a lot of things. And so, folks, look, MAGA Republicans are calling for defunding the police departments and defunding the FBI now. That's a good one. I like that one. Well, guess what? And they refuse to provide funding that's going to keep communities safe and secure. We talk about crime. Well, it's outrageous. My budget invests in public safety. It includes funding for more training, more support for law enforcement at a time when they expect to play many roles. We expect our cops to be social workers. We expect them to be psychologists, mental health counselors. You know, more cops are killed responding to domestic violence calls than anything else. Do you know that? Well, folks, I don't want to defund them. They need more help. We don't expect a cop to be everything from a psychologist to a counselor. These departments need more investment in this kind of help. And we're going to fund proven strategies for accountable and effective community policing so cops know the communities they serve. And the communities know them. We got to get cops back on the street. Back on the street in the communities they know. Where they know the people, where they stop in and they know the guy who owns the liquor store. They know the preacher who runs the local school, the local ministry. They know the person who runs the local grocery store. When we did that in the Biden crime bill, crime just plummeted because they know folks. I remember I was in Wilmington. My son used to be the Attorney General of the state of Delaware. And he'd have his folks go out and knock on the doors. And there was a lady who called who lived on 4th Street, and an area that's kind of tough. She had rented one of these old Victorian homes, you know, the kind that have a outcropping on the corner of the, and she could hear the gangs below getting ready to do what they're going to do. But she's scared to death to call anybody because she knows if they found out it was her, they'd be back. So my son made sure the cops gave their phone numbers to the people in the neighborhood with a commitment they'd never say where they got the information. And guess what? Violent crime dropped because she could pick up the phone and call and say, they're outside. I can hear them. They're talking about this we're going to do. Cops need help. There's some bad cops, by the way. What we did, my Justice Department just did in Louisville, Kentucky, was long overdue to put those suckers in jail. And by the way, how many cops you know like bad cops? I don't know many. Not a joke. We're going to provide 100,000 more community policing officers nationwide and invest in tens of thousands of more school nurses and school counselors and mental health help. And going to save communities billions of dollars over time. Every community needs, especially in the wake of this pandemic. Let's be clear about another key point in my budget. I guarantee you, I will protect Social Security and Medicare without any change. Guaranteed. I won't allow them to be gutted or eliminated, as MAGA Republicans threaten to do. MAGA Republicans' proposal is not an answer. On Social Security, my budget will not cut benefits, and it will MAGA Republican friends want to do. They'll secure Medicare through 2050 and beyond, ensuring that the vital program keeps going strong for generations without cutting a single penny in benefits. And by the way, did you all happen to see any of the State of the Union address? Well, yeah, when those folks stand up there, liar, liar, Biden's a liar. That gentle lady from the state of Georgia, mountains there. Well, no, I didn't say it for that reason, but here's the deal. They said lie. I said, well, let me ask you, how many of you out there commit you won't cut Medicare or Social Security? And they all stood up and raised their hand and said, we won't do it. Well, guess what? They're all on camera. I'm counting on them keeping their word. But just in case they don't, I'm around. Anyway, now my budget's going to give working people a fighting chance. It's going to create good paying jobs. And we can pay for these jobs by reducing the deficit 2 ways. Like, for example, cutting $160 billion in Medicare expenses is one. But we also have to ask the wealthiest and biggest corporations to begin to pay their fair share. And cutting subsidies for special interests. And by the way, in my first 2 years in office, this first 2 years, I brought down the deficit a record $1.7 trillion, more than any president has in American history, while doing all the rest of this stuff. Down. And the budget I'm introducing today is going to reduce the deficit by nearly $10 billion or $3 billion, over trillion dollars over 10 years. Another big disagreement with my MAGA Republicans, and by the way, this ain't your father's Republican Party. There's a lot of really good Republicans. There really are. But they're afraid to step out of line because they'll get primaried and they'll lose elections. MAGA Republicans, you know, they don't want things that particularly are going to help working families like health care, education, public safety, which are going to raise costs on folks. Look, MAGA Republicans also refuse to raise a single penny in new taxes on the wealthiest people. So now let me ask you, I mean this sincerely, you don't have to if you feel self-conscious about it, but raise your hand. Anybody who thinks our present federal tax system is fair, raise your hand. No, I'm not joking. People making $400,000 a year don't think it's fair. You know, we found that in the year 2020 when I got elected, 55 major corporations in the Fortune 500 companies paid zero in federal income tax on $40 billion in profit. So I insisted on a horrible thing to burden on them. I introduced legislation making sure that they had to pay a minimum of 15%. 15% to corporations, just 15%. That's less than any of you pay. Well, guess what? We did those things to grow the economy, create jobs, and give working class folks a fighting chance. That paid for everything and still allowed me to reduce the deficit. Just begin to pay your fair share. That's why I'm fighting for another proposal. When I got elected, there were roughly, don't hold me to the exact number because it varies, around 650 billionaires in America. Now there's over 1,000. You know what the average tax they pay, federal tax? 3%. THREE, 3%. No billionaire should be paying a lower tax than somebody working as a school teacher or a firefighter or any of you in this room. So my plan is to make sure the corporations begin to pay their fair share. It used to be 35%. We cut it down to 21%. I think we should be paying 28%. There's going to be a real fight on that, but we should be paying more than 21%. Let me be clear, under my plan, and I made this commitment when I ran, and I haven't broken it yet, and I never will. No one making less than $400,000 will see a penny in federal taxes go up, not a single penny. Now, why did I do it $400,000? Because I doubt anybody here makes $400,000. I did it to make the case that I'm not going after anything remotely, any even ordinary folks, because they're paying their share. We're also going to save billions of dollars on going after criminals who commit fraud. You know, a lot of people are saying to me that they don't like the idea I'm prepared to forgive up to $20,000 if you got a Pell Grant, or $10,000 for anybody who has a student loan during the recession. Well, guess what? We paid in the so-called PPP program. We paid significant, I think it's $900 billion. I think, don't hold me that number, but it's well over 9. on for anybody who had tough time with their business during the pandemic, so they could pay employees, they could do the, but guess what? You may remember, I was running for office at the time, but you all may remember it, that I had a big fight with the former president and maybe future president. Bless me, Father. Anyway, no, all kidding aside. And here's the deal. What happened was the folks were really going after me for trying to, and by the way, 90% of all the debt forgiveness for student loans will go to, under my plan, 90% will go to families making under $75,000 a year, okay? 90%. But here's the deal. The PPP program forgave a lot more, and I'm not suggesting it shouldn't, but the big fight you may remember going on was, what happened was, our good friend, the former president, decided all the inspectors general,
entering position, lob.
A major program under Barack Obama. He asked me to dealing with the deficit reduction plan that went on, and guess what? I had all these inspectors checking every decision I made to make sure they were legit. He fired them all. I said, you shouldn't do that. Well, guess what? Now we're finding out there's billions of dollars stolen. So my Justice Department is now going after them. We're doubling down on prosecuting criminals who stole relief money meant to keep workers and small businesses afloat during the pandemic. And we're going to triple our anti-fraud strike force. Double the statute of limitations. We have more time to go after these guys. Crack down on identity fraud and criminal syndicates who stole billions of dollars from the American people. And the studies show for every dollar we put into fighting fraud, taxpayers get back $10. 10 times as much. And let's get something else straight. My budget cuts wasteful spending by getting rid of special tax breaks for big oil companies who made $200 billion in profit last year in the midst of a worldwide recession. $200 billion. And folks, over the last 2 years, we made a lot of things, a lot of progress with Republican help as well. Sadly, from what I'm hearing, House Representatives these days, they're suggesting that cooperation may have come to an end. That's why I talk about the MAGA Republicans. This is not your father's Republican Party, as I said before. MAGA Republicans are threatening to default on the national debt. Keep talking about the national debt and the $1 trillion debt. It took 200 years to accumulate that debt. It's not recent debt. This is all the debt that's been accumulating interest on the debt for over 200 years. And by the way, President Trump, when he was president, had 4 years, increased
entering position,
by
lob.
25%. Just in 4 years. Remember that multi-billion-dollar tax break? Did you get any of it? Raise your hand if you got any of it. No, I'm serious. So, folks, 200 years accumulate and was added to that administration. 25% did it by themselves. I met with the new speaker, as I said, of the House on how we should proceed to settle our differences without jeopardizing the full faith and credit of the United States of America. We have never reneged on that debt. Now they're telling me if I don't do what they want, cut Social Security, whatever they propose, then they're going to renege on the debt. Every single major economic institution, conservative or liberal, says that will cause a massive recession, and put us in the hole for a long, long time. Well, folks, here's what I said. Instead of making threats about default, which would be catastrophic, let's take that off the table. Let's, as I said in the beginning, let's have a conversation about how to grow the economy, lower costs, and reduce the deficit. I just laid out the bulk of my budget. Republicans in Congress should do the same thing. Then we can sit down and see where we disagree. My Republican friends said they want to reduce the deficit, but they did the math. We did the math on what they've put forward so far. And our estimate, I'm happy to be proven wrong, they will, my plan is going to reduce the deficit by $3 trillion over 10 years. Based on what we know so far about their plan, it's going to explode the deficit by more than $3 trillion over the next 10 years. If I'm wrong, show me. I want to cut taxes. They want to cut tax for the wealthy and large corporations. take away the power we just gave Medicare to negotiate lower drug prices. Look, and that would, as I said, would cut the deficit significantly, $160 billion, just by doing that. And if they say they want to cut the deficit, but their plans would explode the deficit, how are they going to make the math work? What are they going to cut? As I said in the State of the Union, you may have seen the back and forth of the MAGA Republicans and me. Through their shouting and unruliness, they seem to say they're not going to cut Social Security and Medicare. Well, like I said, well, what about Medicaid? What about the Affordable Care Act? What about veterans' benefits? What about law enforcement? What about aid to rural communities? What about support for our military? What will they make, how do they make these numbers add up? Well, here's the deal. If MAGA Republicans in Congress try to repeal the Affordable Care Act, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, I'm not going to let them. Folks, we haven't even talked about my budget for national security or intelligence and foreign policy communities. My budget makes robust investments in our military and defense.